One second. What is my password? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in here. What's up? I was about to play, since nobody's in here, I was about to play some. I just restarted the stream and I'm about to play a video. Maybe you haven't heard it before. You might be interested in this one, Satan from South Park.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Are you heliocentric?
Helioskeptic.
Interesting.
It means I'm skeptical of the heliocentric model. I think it's complete nonsense.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole room is just kind of like everybody left. But oftentimes, in this situation, moderators such as me and others will go ahead and play some audio from some other channels or something, to kind of fill the dead air because we're live streaming. Go ahead and fill the dead air with some other former videos that we've done here on the channel, or some other videos. Interested in listening to? I was about to play one. Do you want to hear it?
Flat Earth. What? Sorry.
Flat Earth. What? No, I was saying. I mean, right now it's just me and you, and I don't think of this will be. Well, to be honest, I haven't talked to you before. So, how did you come across this Discord server?
How did I get into this Discord server? Well, I used to be a flat Earth.
There's no such thing as that, but that's not what I asked you. How did you come across this Discord server?
A friend.
A friend of yours said, "Hey, go talk to these flat earthers."
Mm-hmm.
And then you came over here to talk to us. And what did you find? I mean, what do you think about it so far?
Don't think about it. Well, I think flat earthers have a mental illness.
In what way? What do you mean? So we just don't believe what they told us about Earth, and that's why we're mentally ill.
Yeah, I think you guys suffer from a mental illness.
Right. But do you have a basis for this? Because I've been following this for a very long time, and I don't think I'm mentally ill.
Sure.
I mean, what if I said globe earthers have a mental illness? Would you take offense to that?
No, because that's the consensus. The consensus.
Also,
is
the
global.
consensus is 100% true every time. Is this your Is this
So,
your conclusion?
to reflect, the consensus is globe Earth. So you can't be mentally ill if the consensus is globe Earth.
So if everyone believes the same thing, they couldn't be under a delusion. Is this your this is what you're kind of getting at?
So, with all due respect,
Most of
Say
the
it.
world, like
I'm
most of the
saying
world, like believes in God, right? So, would you call atheists mentally ill, sir?
no. And the reason
Oh,
why I wouldn't call them mentally ill is because the atheist movement is growing exponentially.
oh, so if something gets popular, then right.
And also atheism is accepted by religious folk. Now, if religious folk consider
I bet you $10, Fusel. I bet you $10, Jerry, that this guy doesn't even know what atheism is.
let me hold on, let me finish. Now, if the scientific community accepted flat earthers, then I wouldn't call you guys mentally ill. You know, that's the thing. Like, religious people are aware and acknowledge the existence of atheists, and they
Do you think
understand
that atheism
where they're
and
coming from.
religion are two different things?
Atheism is a type of religion, but what I'm trying to say is the religious folk, the religious community, the ones that believe in God, they acknowledge atheism. They don't consider it as a mental illness. But the globe earthers, right, which is the consensus,
I'll give you.
which is the consensus, they consider flat earthers mentally ill, and that should be
All
an
right, well,
alarm to you.
All right, so since most Christians or creationists or people in creation type religions or whatever, since they don't think the earth is flat, that means that people that are creationists that think the earth is flat, it means we have a mental illness. Is this what you're getting at?
No, yes, because if the scientific community came out and said, "Look, flat earthers, they have their basis is fine with us."
Well, let me ask you this, Satan. If I showed you that there is no curvature to the earth, and you said, "Well, I see what you're saying," and I showed you the physical evidence, and you said, "Well, I don't think that the earth is flat, even though I see the shit right in front of my face," who has the fucking mental illness, Satan?
Flat earthers, because they don't realize that your senses deceive you. Just because something may appear a certain way doesn't necessarily mean it is a certain way. When we're as human beings, we're not designed to.
We're not designed to actually believe our own eyes.
Let me finish.
So the earth might not be curved.
Hold on. This guy said something really stupid. He said we're not meant to be. Okay, look, our eyes can only see a certain distance, which means we have limitations. Hold on. Which means that we have limitations. Which means that if we look at the horizon using our eyes, it's not showing us the full picture.
What is the horizon?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Horizon.
It's not showing us the full picture. So therefore, you can't say, "Why aren't you relying on your eyes?" Because my eyes are limited. My eyes are limited.
What's the horizon, Satan? What's the horizon? What is it?
Just, dude, my eyes are limited. I can't rely on my senses for everything.
What is the horizon, Satan?
You sound ridiculous. This is why people call you mentally ill.
I'm not mentally ill. I'm fully cognizant and although a little drunk. What is the horizon, Satan?
What do you mean? It's the horizontal plane.
What horizontal plane? No.
Hey, horizontal plane, huh?
That's not what it's defined as. What is the horizon?
No, but how does that work on a globe?
It's the horizontal line that
Horizontal.
it's the horizontal line that sits between the surface of the Earth and the sky.
Simple
Dude,
definition.
you need to
straight line.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
and let me finish.
sure. Yeah, you just said it. You said it. It's the apparent position
hell.
where the ground meets the sky.
Always interrupting me. It's the horizontal line that it sits between the surface of the Earth and the sky.
So
Horizontal line. How do you have that?
Is it physical or apparent?
It's relative. You know,
Not
it
relative.
depends on
Yeah,
where you are.
It's
and-
relative because it's not physical.
All I'm saying is, if you're so reliant on your senses, then you should be able to zoom in using your eyes, but you can't do that. You should be able to smell everything around you, but you can't do that. You should
But
be
it is
able to.
horizontal, right?
You should be able to. Hold on, let me finish. Your senses are restrictive, which means you can't rely on them. They sometimes deceive you.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, you may see a ship sailing over the horizon, but your eyes are limited. Once you use a camera, you can see.
But your
the ship
sense of
go
touch,
on.
if I punch you in the nose, would you sense that?
Well, so my theory is that human beings and their senses are specifically designed for short-range, intimate reactions, intimate experiences. Our senses are not created for long-distance, magnitudal things. So, if you're trying to determine, whether or not the Earth's covered, you're not going to be able to do that using your senses because the Earth is massive.
But the horizon is horizontal, right?
Wait. Hold on. Say that you said the Earth is massive, right?
Yes.
Well, how big is it?
Are you talking about the radius? It's about 60,000.
No, you're talking about the radius. I'm not. You said it's massive, and I'm asking you how big it is.
It's about 60,000.
60,000 kilometers
Yes.
in radius.
Radius, yes. From the center of the Earth to surface of the Earth.
So
it's about 60,000.
that being the case, shouldn't we be able to determine how far we can see when we're standing on the surface of it?
No, because there are a number of factors involved. Your height, position on the Earth.
So it doesn't matter how there. You said there are many factors involved. So you
Yes, sea level, your height, atmosphere. There are many
So
factors.
it looks flat everywhere. Doesn't matter where you are on the Earth. It looks flat, but it's definitely big. It's 60,000 kilometers. Definite number.
If I shrunk you to the size of an
I don't fucking bro. You're not answering my fucking question, bro.
I am.
You said no.
Listen.
I don't have to wait for shit. You're saying you won't be able to determine as a human on Earth that that is a ball that's 60,000 kilometers in circumference. You won't be able to determine that because you're too small. Doesn't matter how high you are, how what the atmosphere is. I mean, it's going to be a globe no matter what determination, because even though it looks flat, it's not flat because you're too small to see it. That's what I heard you saying. Am I wrong? That's not what you said?
Yay or nay?
Okay, then how can we find this globe? I can't find this globe that everybody's looking for because it looks flat to me.
That's where the senses deception comes in. Your senses are deceiving you. It appears
how do you know it's a globe then? If everybody with their senses can determine the Earth as a level stationary plane, where does this globe come from?
First, you have to admit that your senses can deceive you.
No, I don't have to fucking admit something like that. Where's this fucking globe coming from? Tell me where this globe is coming from.
Wow. So your senses don't deceive you.
Where's this globe that you speak of? Where's it come
No,
from?
answer my question. Does your senses deceive
Where does this globe come from? Where did you get this idea about this 60,000 kilometer globe?
Pictures from space.
Really? They measured the circumference of Earth from space?
There are pictures in
They
space.
measured the Earth 60,000 kilometers from space? Yes or no?
No, we measured it using sun rays.
All right. So they didn't do it from space. Where did they do it from?
Sun rays on Earth.
On Earth. Who did that?
I forgot what his name is. I think it's Erysinos or something like that. Aristonus.
Aristophanes. But anyway, I'll give it to you.
Oh my god!
Right.
Wait.
You
The
see,
whole
this
point-
why I
the whole
wasn't going to
point-
let him get away with that.
The
No.
whole point of this argument was that I believe that flat earthers have a mental illness, and
Because I believe you have a mental illness you have a fucking thing for flat earthers, and you actually don't even know the fucking reason that you don't like flat earthers. You think that we have a mental illness, and we have to freaking pull this freaking shit out of you. What is this mental illness? We used to think the Earth was a globe too. So I mean, I don't know why the fuck you think we have a mental illness. This is weird. What the fuck are you talking about?
simply because the scientific community does not approve of the flat Earth movement, and
So all right, well then go fucking worship your freaking scientism retards.
Go watch some TV, fuckface.
it's completely disparaging to the scientific community.
What scientific community are you talking about?
When we have people like you that believe in something without any evidence and that are completely reliant on,
Bro, I've been following science for a long time. I'm a huge science fiction fan, whether you know it or not. I love Star Trek and Star Wars and shit. I love all that shit.
sir, I want you to come back and come out of this mental illness.
It's not going to happen, bro. You know, whatever.
Can I ask your age? If you don't
Proof
mind
for
sharing?
the globe there, Satan. Linda, what do you got?
Pictures.
Other than pictures from fucking space. What do you got?
You got fake
Pictures.
CGI pictures.
You're fucking douche nozzle, man.
Look, I want you guys to snap out of it and come out of the mental illness and come back
Fuck
to
off.
where-
You're the one that's
What-
under a spell.
I'm
We've already
under a
come out
spell.
of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Satan, you are on a spell, but your name has Satan. So
Yeah, because someone changed it. Someone changed it.
Oh, let me check real quick. If you want me to change it back, I'll change it. Oh, Satan I worship. Okay, well then I can change it to something else. You want me to? I can think of something really. Satan the asshole, fucking Satan the retard. I mean, dude, I can change your name too. I'm a fucking mod here.
Are you a mod? Oh my goodness. I'm sorry for all the name calling.
You didn't realize I was a mod here?
No, I did not. I did not check your profile.
All right. Well, anyway, I don't care. I mean, it's like, and I run the fucking live stream too. So
But you have
What
to
if-
agree with me. You need to snap out of it.
no, I don't. I don't have to snap out of anything, man. I've been doing this shit for freaking longer than probably you've been alive. How old are you?
So that means you have confirmation bias.
Is there something wrong with confirmation bias?
Yes. It means
Really?
that
What is it? What's wrong with confirmation bias?
you refuse to acknowledge other sources of information that suggest
That's not what
is wrong.
confirmation bias means.
And you are completely reliant.
I'm quite aware of what other people think, and I'm familiar with their position. But I do like to affirm my own position. That's the way I look at confirmation bias. So, is there something wrong with that?
I think you have a mental illness, and I
think you're a fucking idiot.
With all due respect, I think you.
As this guy, he apologizes for name calling and then starts name calling.
And then he just fucking
no. I'm saying it with all due respect. I think you have a mental illness.
All right,
with see that premise of with all due respect, can I insult you without insulting you? No, you fucking can't.
I thought you were cool. I thought you were chill.
I am fucking cool. I'm just telling you, don't be an asshole. Just don't say with all due respect and then insult somebody without freaking, No,
because I'm saying with all
respect, doesn't actually mean you can insult somebody.
With all due respect, sir, I think you may be in the wrong here, and I would encourage that you reassess your life choices.
He wouldn't answer us when I asked him how old he is. I think he's probably like 20, 21, maybe.
So how many years have you been on this flat earth movement?
Maybe, I think he's about 13.
Maybe he's younger than 20.
Wait, how many years have you been on this flat earth movement?
I don't have to answer that fucking question because it doesn't matter, bro, to you, because you haven't even. I've been on truth longer than you've been alive, so.
Okay, but tell me how long, sir?
Flat Earth?
Mm-hmm.
None of your fucking business.
You can find that shit out. Look up my fucking YouTube channels and shit. I mean, you see how.
Yeah, but YouTube only began in 2012.
Okay.
So are you going to tell me when you began looking at it?
Dude, I was before Flat Earth. I got into Flat Earth. I was into fucking idiots like you, fucking trying to tell me how to live my life and fucking telling me that I should believe the general narrative and all these fucking government cucks. Fuck that, man.
So with all due respect, sir, I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. All I'm asking.
You just did, you moron.
All I'm requesting is that you reassess your life choices and you rethink about what you should always I always reassess. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I should look into it.
That's the same thing as telling people how to live their life, you moron.
Yeah, you're wrong.
You're wrong,
bro.
We should all reassess what we're told.
Check this out. You can benefit from the general narrative. Believe everything they say. I don't know why you're here if that's what you want to do. Why are you fucking with us? Go ahead there and then just cuck yourself to the world system. Fucking fuck off and do all that shit. And don't even fuck with, all this conspiracy.
I'm here with good faith. I'm here to awaken people to come back to Globe Earth because it's honest. It's important that we follow what everyone else is doing. Someone asked me the other day, why should I follow, if my friends all jumped off a cliff, should I jump off a cliff? I would say, yes, you should jump off the cliff, because if all your friends jump off the cliff, you'll be lonely, you'll be depressed, and then you will ultimately kill yourself anyways. So
you'll just make more friends that aren't dumb.
I just muted him. I mean, that's some nonsense. What the fuck?
I think he's just talking shit just to talk shit.
He'd been here before.
Yeah, he used to have a different name, yeah.
Suspect role, and he's got VC verified space herpes, Google Earther, and I mean, we just tell him, hey man, I'll convince everybody to jump off a fucking cliff, and be better off. I mean, he just said that, so that's why I muted him.
Yeah, what an idiot.
Asshole.
He's the guy who was claiming to be an astrophysicist. That was him.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That was him? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, fuck that shit, man.
That was him.
It's just like, I mean, he's lucky he's still even actually able to access this room, to be honest. God. He's like, oh, you're a moderator? I didn't know you was talking to a moderator. You know, fucking check yourself before you wreck yourself, bitch.
So
You're about to be in Cog Dis. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to put him in Cog Dis.
Now that just shows what type of person he is. Just
Hey,
because
you know
you're
what?
a moderator
You know
now,
what?
you got to give him respect. You know what I mean? Like, so if you're not a moderator, he just treats you like shit. What does
Yeah.
that mean? That just shows you what an
I'm
idiot
gonna
he
put
is.
him in Cog Dis because he'll get to talk to some of those Cog Dis people. Have you guys ever talked to those motherfuckers? Holy shit! It fucking gets crazy in there. How do I put this?
I don't think I don't think I can get in there.
No, well,
I think it's for golds and some silvers, isn't it?
no, I can give you the role. Hold on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
What I'm going to do is put him in Cog Dis, and then I'm going to give you the role that can give you access. Hold on.
Yeah, sweet. Because he sounds like he might be from Australia. I think he sounds like he might be like a
He sounds British.
like a Chinese or
better than I
Indian
would,
background with an Australian accent, but I don't know, maybe British. It's like a weird accent mix.
But you can only put him in Cog Dis with a bot command. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. He's gonna love Cog Dis. I think it's just this command. Shit, I forgot to fucking copy his.
Sam, I'm sorry. Unmute me. What the fuck? You come in here, treat people like that, and what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I hate it when people apologize just to get something, you know. Like,
Yeah. Pound some dirt,
you-
buddy.
Dude, I just fucked with him for like 30 minutes. I was like, bro.
That kind of stuff.
He was like, oh, you're a mod? I was like, fuck yeah. And then he's like, oh, okay. I was like, fuck.
We can't allow that kind of dialogue to take place for too long.
No.
We could unmute him if he wants to debate, maybe.
No. I don't want to hear a goddamn word he has to say anymore.
I mean, it's not like there's going to be, he's not going to have shit.
There's
All he has.
severe.
All right, before I put in Cog Dis.
There's severe Cog Dis with this guy. You can't debate him.
Yeah, I mean, no.
He's childlike, man. He's childlike.
yeah, he's a kid.
He's trying to sound like an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to end up like Matthew's loins.
Oh my god.
No. Matthew's an adult. He's I won't say he's sensible, but he's
intelligent.
He's cordial and he's intelligent.
Yeah, but he's dug his hole into never going to believe the truth.
See, I told you I don't know how to use these fucking bots. God. Fuck.
Or Matthew's loins is just a flat earther in disguise.
He's just a clown.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pro Heretic.
No problem.
Fucking do this, man. I don't use the bot ever, so. And now he can stay in here and listen, but he won't be able to open his mic again. And
that's about all.
He can sit here and listen to us talk shit about him. But if he ever leaves this room again, the only room he can have sex to is the fucking Cog Dis room.
Maybe he needs to learn something. Gee, he said if he's an astrophysicist, he surely should want to open his mind to learn something.
Oh, he didn't say that. I mean, he's obviously not, but whatever.
He did say that at first, but he's just a joker.
Yeah.
He's just clowning around.
Yeah, so for now, you can listen to us here, talk shit about you, but once you leave this room, you still have access to the server, but there's another room called Cog Dis, and there's a bunch of other shitheads that you can talk to and bitch about them, you know, that have been banned like you, and that's a fun room.
How does that work with the Discord terms of service? As far as like, does somebody have to report something, or do they just monitor the behavior if somebody threatens somebody to tell him to kill himself? Like, who monitors that?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask people that go and talk to those fuckers. I don't know.
I'd say if it's a reporting thing, nobody here will report them.
I mean, hopefully, you know, I mean, we all talk shit to each other sometimes, but I mean, if you like the server, I mean, just don't talk shit about us and don't report us, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're pretty respectful until we're disrespected.
But you know, for the most part, I mean, you know, as far as some of that goes, that's kind of like background admin stuff. You know, we don't talk about it on this room or anything like that.
That's cool. I dig it.
But he did say that the horizon was horizontal, and I asked him, how does that work on a ball? He wouldn't answer that. He's not saying that works
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I was going to ask, hey, if you wanted to ask him, you know, just unmute his mic and ask him again, because I already fucking talked to him about it for like 30 minutes, and the motherfucker just made up all kinds of crazy shit. You know, whatever. And then you guys want to hear, I already had nobody was in here. It was just me and I think it was Davey in there earlier, and I was about to play Mick West old school like chat. And as a matter of fact, I've been doing this a lot lately where we'll just play a live video, and I'll turn the volume lower, and then people that jump in just give a commentary over top. As long as we have some people in here that can kind of regulate it and just not make it stupid, we can just like listen and then just be like, oh my God, I just give a little bit of commentary. Oh, I can't believe you said that, you know, that kind of thing. Or unless, you know, if you don't want to play something, if you think more people will join, it's 10:50 p.m. here in Central Time zone, which sometimes late at night it gets pretty heavy traffic here sometimes.
Yeah, just let something play as the crowd grows or as people got something to say.
Yeah. If I'll go ahead and start an old recording that we have that I think you guys will enjoy. If it needs to stop, other people that have bot control can stop it, and then see, a lot of times when we listen to some of this stuff, a lot of people will join, and then we can stop the bot, and then that will trigger a conversation. It's all good.
Yeah, that works.
So what I'm going to play is Mick West when he came into. You know who Mick West is?
I don't know.
No, he's an anti flat earther. He has a complete website, you know, with globe curvature calculator stuff. Anyway, he showed up one day, and make sure my links make sure I got the right link. So I've been talking to you guys and sharing links and stuff. Let me do this. Okay, that shit's not working. Hold on, let me try it again.
For the 200th time,
Yeah,
Zanuck.
Hang on.
He already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you, Chocolate.
I don't know.
So I paused it for a second. This is it takes about 5 minutes before he joins, but yeah, this is if you haven't heard it yet, this is going to be cool. And I'll turn the volume down a bit if you guys want to just give a commentary on top. Don't just throw all kinds of shit all over everything, but like, oh, that's crazy, or just little commentary on top, color commentary while you're listening. Good stuff. It's always fun.
Cool, man. Right on.
Yeah, you guys are, if you haven't heard it before, this is going to be cool.
Got to jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, that would be way better than fucking
Yeah,
with
behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the
Is
first.
he like famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah.
Isabel got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
just a
ears
second.
are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe you
no
could
No one
DM.
cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah, we are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
I'm not trying to confuse you, just letting you know about how you can't leave a reference frame.
I just reduced
but you
the
can
volume to
go to another
65. Or it's like, if you want to give color commentary above,
All about observation frame.
it's about to get heavy. You know,
Could we talk of rainbows while the Midwest is coming?
How about crepuscular rays?
If it's too low, I'll turn it back.
How about these observations and long distance measurements that are defying the very model that you are preaching here, Zanuck?
Okay.
How do we deal with those on a ball when they directly contradict the supposed curvature that we should be seeing according to their story?
In the measurements of large mountains at a distance?
Well,
as well
yeah,
as
just long range observations in general, right? I mean, there's
Mick
so
West
many-
is coming. Sorry, got to reiterate. Mick West is literally coming in a minute now.
Nice. I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Hello, buddy.
So, yeah, those are interesting observations, right? And a lot of them aren't very accurate. They're looking at, I see the light that should be 100, 200 feet below the horizon. How do we see that? And the answer is, from my perspective, not perspective, no.
Yes, perspective.
Refraction
What we
has
saying?
only a small effect, but there could be something called diffraction, which could actually allow those. Yeah, diffraction can actually
Could
bend around
be.
objects. Could we don't? I'm admitting that I don't know, and I'm interested in that test in replicating it myself.
Could it be that we see what there is without anything?
Yeah, until it's shown otherwise, that's the logical base assumption. So that's where we leave it.
Well,
I'm
that's-
sorry.
that's the first step in science,
It looks
right? The
like a
observation.
beaver. It looks like a
Until-
beaver. It smells like a beaver. It has
No.
a tail like a beaver.
No, but how come? Then answer me this. Then answer me this. So when I shine that same laser to an 11,000 foot peak, 123 miles away, what do you think we'll see when there's less refraction or diffraction involved? Do you think
Well,
we'll
the fact
still see
I don't know. The fact that they shine the laser
That's
up
Kosho, of course, but
however many miles
yeah,
away.
Mick West is coming.
If we use a laser targeting device to aim a laser at a target, we'll probably hit the target with the laser if you've got a direct line of sight to it. Now, refraction over vast distances will have to be taken into account because quite possibly if you're viewing this mountain over a vast distance, it's going to be refracted to you, the observer, anyway. So you'd have to take account of it, wouldn't you?
But you've shown 200 feet over 20 miles, so we got to see. I mean, a huge amount of refraction that's going on over 100 miles, right?
Well, yeah, more distance, more atmosphere, right?
Yeah. Well, that would play into my case here in that when we show a mountain 125 miles away, why is it angularly much lower than it should be for that given distance?
My biggest refraction is as big as your biggest refraction.
This observation of the mountain, you're observing it. The light is being refracted through that atmosphere. More atmosphere, more distance, more refraction, possibly, right?
Lines and lines.
We're talking about
refraction over long distances is 7 to 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh, Zanuck, I'm sorry. Yeah, Zanuck, not Kosho.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it due to the alleged curvature.
Refraction, two factors, right? It has your angle of incidence as well as the material you're shining light through. If it's air, it's very low refractive index. Then you have the angle of incidence on top of that. That no way accounts for the amount of sink those mountains would have at 125 miles.
Sink? What the fuck is sink?
We're seeing they should be we're seeing them being angularly at 7,000 feet. Where did 7,000 feet of that mountain go?
Mick West in the house, people. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah, Mick knows this. Mick knows this very well.
I know. Yeah, I do actually. I know all about the refraction problem. It's very interesting.
Also, welcome to the server.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it too, Mick. It seems like the only time you can get light to bend down is in a tank full of sugar water.
Oh no, you can actually do it fairly easy in any type of thing where the refractive index is higher the lower you go down.
Can you demonstrate this?
Hey, PH, have you heard this one before?
Ooh, no. Well, then do it. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see laser light bending down in air. Can you demonstrate that, Mick?
Okay. Yeah. No.
Just gonna make more announcements, guys. Make some announcement, guys. I understand we've got Danik and Mick West.
Keep changing fucking letters. I know you
as long as possible before you start getting involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You should get married.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. Mick West here is very informed about the. No. Mick West here is really informed about the refraction problem.
Fucking knew it you right after I
very
said
simple of him. Can you demonstrate laser light bending down in atmosphere, not a tank of sugar water, please?
Yes, I can.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
All right. Well, I have a video showing how to do it actually, but really simply, the way to do it is just to kind of cool the air lower down, and the laser light will bend down towards the cooler air. And the easiest way to do that is with a large ice pack, just like the type of thing you put in a cooler or an ice chest. You take that and you shine the
when it's really cold, and conditions are just right on the lake for us to observe a mirage of a skyline that's about 36, 40 miles away. So those are perfect conditions.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously conditions vary, and sometimes they're better than others. But yeah, if a lake is very cold, the light will bend down towards that because it cools the lower air and makes it denser. And more dense air has a higher refractive index. The light bends towards the higher refractive index, so towards
He knows. He knows.
Which is why on a hot road, when a road heats up, the air expands, it becomes less dense, and the light bends up, which is where you get that kind of mirage refraction.
Does he have friends that friends in
typical like mirage, like pool of water in the desert type thing? That's because it's hot down there, but when it's cold, it bends in the opposite direction.
Is it the same reason that I saw an experiment done with laser and the iron? Iron was heated normal, like an iron what you iron your shirts or whatever. And iron was put next to the laser, and it changed the direction of the laser.
Yeah, it is. With hot things, it's kind of tricky to do because hot air moves around a lot more because it rises. Cold air just sinks, so it doesn't move so much. So you get a lot more turbulence.
I'm
with
Mick
hot air.
West,
But you
and I
can do-
know that
I
hot
have,
was different
a
than
video.
cold, and the air knows what to do. And I know what air does, every time it moves everywhere.
Hey Mick, I got a question for you.
Sure,
One of
yeah.
the things the flat community has done is they did an experiment out there at the Salton Sea, and they basically it was really simple. Guy sitting in a chair with a camera, guy across the Salton Sea 20 miles had a mirror and was changing the mirror angle up and down, up and down, up and down, and they were shining the sun off the mirror to the person holding the camera, and they did see a flash when they got the right angle from 20 miles away, which would be about 150, 200 feet below level. So my thoughts, and that's when I kind of was interested in, because refraction would only account for so much in air, as we know, 0.003 or something.
It varies though based on the conditions.
Right. But in this case, it was a fairly warm day. They saw the light flash from the camera. We all saw it. Is it a chance, because the light is traveling over an object, water, that there could be diffraction involved?
No, diffraction happens around the edges of things. It doesn't really work over a surface like that. Diffraction is when basically when a wave kind of spreads out when it goes up to a corner or something like that. So it's not really an issue, other than I suppose atmospheric diffraction, which is just kind of glow, which really isn't an issue. What they're seeing there is an actual line of sight from the camera or from the guy's eyes all the way to that mirror, and indirectly to the sun, because it's reflecting an actual beam of light. But because the lake is cooler than the air, the water just above the surface of the lake is cool, and it curves around that curve of the lake.
It seems like given
hold on. So it curved that much around over 20 miles, it actually followed the surface?
Yeah, well, it's not really that much.
The question doesn't curve in the first place.
So large. The curve really isn't very much. It looks flat because it's curving so little. So it doesn't really bend the light very much.
It doesn't blend the light at all.
It's not that great, but over long distances, it was enough to where it would.
Yeah, exactly. So over 10 miles, it's only got to bend a few feet, which is hardly anything really.
This implies duplication of the image, a real image that is giving light rays that are coming more or less straight from the object, and a duplicated image from the light rays bending up and refracting. It's a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a duplicated image essentially of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took the object and drew a ray in every single direction,
nothing in refraction is bending.
Yeah, the ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved, and then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's it got a curve?
Bending of the.
This is
not on your regular air.
I can understand.
We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
We're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it.
It's been proven it's not been. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction anytime that there's a difference.
No, there is not.
Refractive.
No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Let's let West respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah. Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh, well, yeah. Why are you?
Yeah, right there. There's the there's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Mick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question. There seems to be quite a lot of change in the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize, because at some point the refraction bends down, at some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it
laser light bends up. We've
but
seen
you
it.
can
It
actually
bends up because of the humidity rising off the water if it does. That's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me. Or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video
No,
of me
you
actually
haven't. Not in
showing
the
it.
atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use like an ice
No,
pack
you
to cool it
haven't.
locally because, well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't need
Exactly.
to,
Just like
accuse you,
Dr.
but you may be
Dr.
mis-
John D called you out big time
I have
for
one
your
question.
calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh,
I have
let's
one-
look
I have
at.
one
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
But
I have
if
one
you're
question.
just saying I'm lying, then like, how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here? Like,
Are
like,
you a
let's-
government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick,
Yeah.
going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors. Oh, there's a bit of an echo. Sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus say bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena, one where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way. Some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John D used two different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction with
Jesus
different colors
Christ.
is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. Now, if you look through something like a magnifying glass,
No
or some
shit, and he
spectacles-
took this into consideration
well,
over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot. It's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So that the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening is by using different colors? So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it. And that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sunset?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's being refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this
Lasers don't
refraction is
bend like
applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you could have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it
that
works,
the range is travel. If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how is this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
That
So
means
it works.
which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may
right.
only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light, which is why I actually use ray tracing when I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator. You've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I posted that picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? All you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focuses rays.
Okay, I get it.
It's
I get it.
there.
Lemon, nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion.
There's compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing
Usually
there.
is compression down at the bottom.
The boat at the bottom is completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck, why do you guys think that we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you I want to know if I'm wrong. Am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been high enough?
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough?
You don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace back in the 1800s was actually a really, really good experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court. We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Mick,
And Dr. John Lee redid the Bedford level experiment anyway.
No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Dr. John didn't do it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So.
But do I think it's? I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? All my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations are all of a flat Earth, right? Are your observations?
You've seen things like. No, my observations are of a globe. The observations I've taken show that there is.
Doesn't look flat to you, and it's just
you've never seen curve in your life with motion with your observations.
You've never seen anything. None of us.
Oh yeah, I get it.
No, he just wants to beg the question and apply a model to it. It's like the model thing.
But you've never seen it, right, Mick? You've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like us.
See it every day. Here it is.
Nobody has seen the globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, man.
You go to space every day?
Hollywood, if you see the picture I just posted.
Guys,
just
taking it out of hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe? Rather than just repeating the question and shouting it, just ask Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
Well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that.
No, Zanuck, shush. That was directed at me.
My problem is I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't deny that anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Well, I see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing is
not the evidence, the observations. What do you observe?
Okay, the observations, I observe, say, Catalina Island. Like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
I just posted.
Hold on, Zanuck. Zanik, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the
I
curve.
can't hear. I can't. Shut the fuck up.
Santa Monica all the fucking time.
Shut up.
You're talking about.
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon is about
Oh
3
my
miles
God.
ahead of you with the naked eye.
The horizon is a horizontal line.
Who's this
That's why it's
extra?
called a
Mute you as
horizon
well.
and
I'm
not a
asking Nick a
curve
direct question. What's the
It's
horizon?
not a physical thing.
I'm not asking you.
By the curve of the ocean.
Platypus.
He
Platypus.
said
No
no.
one is talking
It's
to you,
what
dude.
you see of essentially
I don't think he
the
can
sphere
hear
of the Earth.
anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
Who's
so I
talking
can
to you, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, shut your ass
Me.
up.
Sorry,
Alright.
y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize
Yeah,
a
let
little bit.
let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we
Alright,
should let
so-
but we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both sides.
I live in LA.
Yeah.
I got a
I
picture.
want to
on
know.
the chat.
Fuck me.
Check out the.
Oh, what happened?
I paused it, Paul, because I saw you were talking.
I was just saying this conversation started to go off the rails. What's
Yeah, I mean,
I forget his name. He was having enough. He was tired of that shit.
Yeah, it's just like everybody went to town on Mick when he jumped in, and it was fun. This was like 2 years ago. It's fun. I mean, it's one of my favorite convos we had on here with Mick West.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one. It's funny.
Yeah, it's cool. Well, I was just pausing it in case you wanted to say something. Because
You know what I love? You know what I love is this what you're playing right now? You said it's 2 years old, but we had conversations like this a couple days ago. You know what I mean? It's
every fucking day,
Yeah, it's great. Anyway, I'll shut up.
No, it's cool. Cool. I just want to make sure that if live conversation is preferred over the playback. But anyway, all right.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to it then. Here we go.
Picture I posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all know what the horizon is under the standard model. You
No,
understand?
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing.
But
The
philosophically,
horizon
that's
is
what
the
you're doing with all
limitation.
observations.
The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere, and nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy just
But
claimed-
it
so
matches
this guy just claimed that
exactly
you saw
the standard model.
Wrong.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across a
Right,
flat
but-
surface.
You can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the ocean that's 35 miles away. It's reduced in angle of size.
You've been to Santa Monica.
The angle. Next person who ever talks to me is going to get
You've seen
muted.
a bulge. You've seen the water curve up and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore.
It's just a smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing, and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like, there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Of course. Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. That's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view, is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface.
Literally.
Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real.
Because you're not,
All you can do is all you guys can do. All you guys can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Say that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on, Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. I know everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. You know, like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but like it would be good if we could actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say that the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it if you go up about like 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop. You'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet. And you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Sorry, are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's
right.
too
So
heavy.
you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation for a curved surface.
Infrared photographs?
I'm not talking about. What I'm talking
Can
about
I get a
airplane.
concession to this?
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through a curved
use
lens.
an infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So
It's really
through a
hard to
lens,
do
through
on a
another
curve
two
with
curved
a
lenses.
ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah. So through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved, and then.
I want to point out something that Mick just said. What he means by rectilinear lens is right when he said that you could detect curvature if you were about 700 feet. You could point it straight up, straight out toward the horizon, and you would be able to detect the horizon from left to right with a rectilinear lens. That's absolutely not true. It's been done. And I don't know if that got past some people in this conversation, but that's actually not true. I would have to ask, Mick why he thinks that's true, but that's difference between rectilinear lens is it's still convex, and so it could still anyway it could still actually show curvature. Camera's not going to show you the real Earth anyway. All right, let's continue. I just wanted to call bullshit on that one.
Through the window.
That would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet.
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like to. You should unmute him.
You're misidentifying what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another.
Mick, I also posted a picture of the HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line.
Oh, there's a contradiction to what he just
below you is curved.
Dude, that gets so
or sloping away from you. But yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like 2 tubes that are connected, and you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
So parallel horizontals that
miles
big.
away of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what
from above Dubai. Above
question
Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the pilot admits it. 2,800 miles away, and then tries to explain it away.
Hey, Mick,
Dubai?
Can I just get
Yes, from Dubai. Himalayas and Mount Everest from Dubai. 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's being
watch
claimed.
it. Watch
So,
it.
Mick, did you?
But you say that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect.
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but you're going to say though that was cloud. No, it wasn't clouds.
Jason Tolan actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in some of his videos.
Do you disagree with
Have you
Neil
measured
deGrasse
it with a
Tyson when
straight
he
edge?
says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he
So
was
that's-
saying that
that's-
it
that's a
looked
big
flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's
No, he said
technically
he was.
wrong. Yeah, it's
So
wrong.
you say
So he was
1,000
wrong.
feet. You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from
You
120,000.
you can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and a
So have you
clear
done that?
horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have
What
any?
about,
Do you,
is it possible?
I'd
Is
be
it
interested
possible
to
that
see
it's
that.
a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras,
Okay.
and they share the same thing.
Didn't he see? You could say that you could see. Didn't he just say like
It's
2
irrelevant,
minutes
though,
ago? You could see the curvature
because vision is
from
irrelevant.
Earth
What's relevant here is photographs.
with a rectilinear
Photographs look
lens
like what we see. So let's talk about like how
right
a
on the
photograph is made.
surface.
You can
Do you
make a
wanna know how to-
photograph.
That's not true, mate. A photograph is not what we see. A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks
Did
like
see that right, didn't I?
if
That
you take a
helps us
photograph of
see.
something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole
Different
camera.
cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day.
Pinhole.
This can be observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the
You know what a pinhole
midground and the
camera is?
near ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play. But what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera, which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
Yeah, at distance.
So,
Why
Hold on. Real quick. Do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you going to provide us with anything like, or do you have any like conspiracies that you kind of think are real, or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
Hollywood, you must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails in 9/11. So
He's on the
he
far
runs a
side.
website called Made
I
Up.
think there's a lot of corruption in the world.
Mick West. Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theorist. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
So do you have any?
That's why I called him a shill.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints?
Can y'all all
other than the
stop
official
talking at the
narrative?
same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust
Just give me
anything
an
a
example.
politician says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians, so they will pass laws like the drug laws
That's
that
not
end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and
You can do
affecting
it with the water level.
precession and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take
Yes.
like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level
Yes.
from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
Depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4 foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes,
that is something I have done.
done that, mate. Do you want me to get that
View
video?
distance, okay.
Can I just
It's
ask
a visibility concept that you're just totally disregarding.
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
Long
also,
post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up. I'm going to do it
okay,
right
I'm
now.
interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Flatopus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
I'm
So-
just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But
So you
Mick
can
West
look it up
in the
right now.
chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish, Lemon. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver
moon
pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct on
Hey,
JFK?
Mick,
Is it-
Mick, was your dad?
Oh my God.
Wait, just a couple more and I'll be done. The
Hold
moon
on.
landings
Happened.
happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught
Dude, you're
fire.
an
5 hours later
absolute
collapsed.
buffoon. You're an
Just getting a
absolute.
quick,
Yo, this-
gauge on that.
Hold
Yeah,
on. On the link you said that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
My
no,
name is
that's all
Mick
right.
West,
Let's
and there's
go back-
nothing here
let's go
to.
back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick,
Well,
if we're sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all
No,
we
no, no,
know,
let
he's
me- go on,
literally
go on,
like
go on.
he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, Yeah, no,
Oh, I kind of feel bad. No joke.
He makes some money.
Yeah, it was
I'm pretty sure the
No, I
government's
don't.
paying him.
I don't make money. I'm retired. I actually, I
He's
used to
just
be a
been
video game
he's just been
programmer.
threatened. He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired. They
But Mick, you
pretty good
agree?
sum.
You agree that right now people
Look,
around the world.
can I just address this real quick? Like you say, like I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just like, do you
I
know
said
like
that's
what
a
my history
possibility.
is?
I never said you were.
Right,
I
right,
said
right.
it's a
Go on, let him
possibility.
respond.
Okay,
Mick,
okay.
go on.
Well,
Mick,
let me explain like why I'm doing this. Like I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular back in the day.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So
I
it was a very
fucking
popular
love that
game. I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests,
Well,
and this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds that
I mean, most
are
are
around.
flat. Though. Would you agree? Most are.
Yeah,
Completely
they
flat.
are, but you
the
know,
water's
as-
flat.
as
Everything's flat. Like, yeah, I can show you a cool
Well, of
video
course
of
they are.
like
Why
a lot of
wouldn't they
different
be?
maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be
Sorry,
I used to be a
Mick.
video game programmer.
Wait, so
Mick,
wait, so
Mick, could
what
I-
is this? Your
Could
dad
I
was
jump in and ask
FES?
a question?
So because
Really?
the video game is flat,
Hang
the
on,
Earth
guys.
is flat.
Hang on, guys.
I'm seeing this.
Okay, guys,
Anybody-
I've got to ask
here to
this
program.
question. Was your dad FES,
Anybody
Flat Earth
stop.
Society, Mick West?
No, okay.
Huh?
There
My
was a
dad-
question. There was a question
dad,
in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello, can I finish? Can I just
Weird
ask
that
this
he doesn't.
question?
He can't answer that
Yeah,
question.
yeah. Hold on.
No,
let Emma.
You guys hear Emma? You guys,
They just asked him a question.
When
Can you
somebody
please answer?
pauses,
Wait.
unless the answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
All right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
1 month, huh?
Oh,
That's
that's
interesting.
ironically.
Emma, go and ask your question.
Well,
It's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah, guys, everyone,
I think
chill out
Mick
and
dropped-
let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well,
Well put, Emma.
the thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
Yeah. You're talking about like 2007.
What's funny is that he's putting all these
2007.
pictures that could be
You're
Photoshopped.
talking about you're talking about shit that we've known since 2007.
wait, what happened?
Why
Did you
you-
scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were
No.
all shouting over. Like, I think this is what I warned when I said
Yeah, I
calm
think
down.
maybe
I
it
think the
got a
fact that we
bit
were all
much.
shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we
No,
needed to be
he
respectful and
didn't
shut
just
up and let
leave,
everyone
he
ask
got
the question
banned.
one by one.
What?
Who
Oh,
the
he
fuck
got
banned
banned.
him?
Yeah, this
You're
isn't
not
okay.
paying
Yeah,
attention
for
to
the
chat,
okay.
are you? Somebody
Yeah.
pulled the trigger.
Yeah,
Why?
for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and yeah, just before he came in here, there was like 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, like 40 people joined. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool. Mick West, the tool.
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well,
So,
he presupposes
he says he
the
made
Earth
all
is
this
a
money
reason.
making video games. Shit, how do you know that's even true?
Look,
He could just be
look at
sitting
this
there
picture.
being a paid shill.
I don't care
We don't
about
know.
that.
Look at this picture I just posted. Look at his leg.
He
His
presupposes,
leg on that picture.
he presupposes that the Earth is spherical and has a certain radius.
Dude, he
Out
just
of
told
that-
everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
Hold on.
Metabang side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so
What is it?
2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35-mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
Well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. That entire
35
idea
miles away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Well, Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You can just see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days where you can see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats. And
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his load lie. That's it.
Although
That's
you
all
think
he
he should
came
be
in
a
here to
ban on
talk about.
site, not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site,
No, he is.
not all of us
Bambi.
have
This is
spoke
the
to him
case.
before.
No,
It would have
his
been
dad
nice
was
for
a
us to
member
ask
of
him
Flat
a
Earth
couple
Society.
questions. There was
McWest
a
is
bunch of
banned on
people-
site. He's an
I
idiot.
didn't finish my
I
thing.
don't.
There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth Society
I don't
member.
give a shit.
McWest is a
We're-
ban
we
on.
are
Yeah,
trying
okay. Yeah,
to ask
yeah.
a
This is
question.
no. It's ban on
So
site.
since you're
Okay.
deciding who we
Flat
should
Earth
talk to,
Society is ban on
But
site.
he
Yeah, Flat Earth
wasn't a
Society is
member
ban
of
on
Flat
site.
Earth Society, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's associated with anyone who.
Hold tight. Let's
Then
try and
Mark
calm
Sargent
it down.
wouldn't be
There's
welcome here,
gold to three moderators. Come on, guys. We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Mick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose R. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator, the presupposition that it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I
The way that
definitely
he
agree.
The part is if he is in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are
not
people who
worthy to
want
be
to
here.
hear this
It's not
discussion
worthy to
who
be
now
here.
no
He's
longer
too
have the
stupid to be
option.
here. Bambi,
I mean,
he's too stupid to be here.
It doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how his dumb conversations are. I mean, it's just that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the Globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
Could have got a lot more out of
He's
that.
better than
With
Zanuck.
calm conversation.
Why
but
Exactly.
there you go.
We could have
Why
got a lot
didn't
more.
To be fair, I like Zanuck more than Nick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Never mind.
I don't think
Listen,
so. I
listen.
was talking.
It doesn't matter.
Who banned him?
Come back or
Well,
not.
somebody message him and tell him to come
here's
back.
the thing. Here's
Somebody
the thing.
banned
It's
him,
really
didn't they?
hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, oh, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question,
But
and
you have
he
to
and he
take
left and
control.
got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
So
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity came around for them to ask.
The moderators need to moderate then better.
Yeah.
Well, see, okay, so Bambi, so now you know though.
Guys,
So, but now you know. Now you know.
Talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey,
times.
listen, guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter. And if there's
I
50
doubt he'll
odd
come
people in
back.
here, there's plenty other people to speak to. And if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So let's not.
Yeah,
dwell
But he can't
on
come
it.
back if he's
actually
banned.
listen to what the
Well,
moderators are
just can't
saying
come
when
back
it
if he's
comes to that
banned,
sort of
so.
thing.
I mean, to
the
keep
guy
the
has a huge.
conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have people come in with all of their concerns, as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be
But
able
Lemon,
to, honestly
Lemon,
deal
why-
with
why-
people.
Lemon,
Yeah,
why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
left or something."
statements were so ridiculous, and like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
Yeah, he was hanging himself anyway. So leave it to
That's
the
why
mods to decide, and we'll see
Well,
what
I
happens.
mean,
but-
well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group. So we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, then me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person so we don't have 10 people asking the same question. And, keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive. Eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Lemon, it wasn't that bad though. You just asked him a couple of simple questions.
You need to
Well, you-
elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how you
know-
gotta handle it. You gotta get Eric Dubé and.
Can I
You
just
know,
be
you
honest?
guys-
To be honest, we're usually
Can I
pretty
say
good with
my
this stuff, but
opinion?
it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when like other flat earthers come in that are kind of like, well, no, and it's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. McWest, right? McWest.
At some
Okay.
point, I'd like
Is-
to make a point. If someone will let me.
Okay, I
at
got
some
you.
point.
I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, McWest is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get McWest in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay, it's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
not a lot of globe earthers, not all globe earthers like
don't like
McWest
'em.
either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma,
Seems
can you speak
okay.
now, please?
Emma, what are you
sorry,
saying, sir?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma,
yeah.
can you speak now?
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on? So no,
Of course, there's an agenda. Either he was
it
trying
was
to
a
feel us
complete-
out or see what's up.
No, it was a
nowadays.
complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty. And what happened? They came in here and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though
We
it's not.
proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well, the
No,
word got
Well, you
spread
haven't seen
around
what's been
town.
going on
I
in the
think that
background.
we
I'm
should have
telling
done
you
that.
this. I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That
Well, the
a few
thing
of
is-
us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.
Well, it's very disheartening because right now the move is to demonize flat earthers. Even O.M. Benjamin's appearance at the Flat Earth Conference may be used to peg, flat earthers as, crazy anti-Semites or whatever. There is a move to demonize flat earthers and push them out of society on some level. And if we can't get it right here in a friendly space, there isn't much hope for out there in the real world either, with people that are much less, prone to give us the time of day. We need to set the example. Show that, hey, we can have a productive dialogue even if we don't agree with everything that they're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Lemon, but do you think that he didn't have a productive dialogue? Did you hear the shit he was speaking?
It was very productive. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't ad-homming. He was maybe his answers were BS or whatever, but he was answering and being productive. If we can have other people on here that, a straw man even more than him, I just don't get it. Well, even with the Flat Earth Society, with good information.
But the hard part is to find an individual like him because he's clearly trained in this. So he's well versed and good at what he does.
Right. Well,
so it's nice to nice to have a worthy opponent, but I kind of get.
Well, if that's the case, let's not give it more time than it deserves, especially when there's so many people in the room. Let's open it up. Is that Gem Panda in the house? It's a full party tonight.
I am indeed. I would be a very, very poor man's Mick West, I feel. But, but I'm here if you.
I would give it to these last half the time of day. They're a waste of space. Gem Panda, total waste of space. Mick West, waste of space.
Well, here we go.
If you want to read
Gem
about
Panda.
what they talk, just go to school.
Gem
Everyone
Panda.
knows what it is.
Gem Panda.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let's show
Gem
them
Panda. Gem Panda. So you're saying you don't get paid as much as Mick West?
Yeah, are you just tag Timmy in? What are you doing? Like, is this how this works? The Globe guys just tag.
The word spread through other discords, guys. It's not a big conspiracy. This one.
I just thought it'd be interesting to hear what. I thought it'd be interesting.
We're under attack.
I thought it'd be interesting to hear Mick West get challenged on a few things and see what he had to say.
No, they do what I do.
Too bad he ran off with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, we've got people from Gems in here that
got
watch
banned,
what we
not ran
do,
off.
and then
Hey, can I say
you've got
something?
me in here that watch what they do. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Can
So
anyone hear
Gem.
me?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you?
I just want to say, Mick's been unbanned, so if he wants to come back, he can.
I don't
But,
know him. I don't have any line of communication with him.
I'm
Well,
just
there you
saying,
go.
if anybody can get the word or whatever,
I'll get
he's
it.
just been
Guys,
unbanned.
don't worry.
Well, there you
Anyhow,
go.
I also want to comment on him generally. He's obviously a crazy shill, and he does believe in conspiracy theories because he believes the official government conspiracy in 9/11. So he is a conspiracy theorist. It just depends on who the conspiracy comes from.
Ooh.
Yeah, so just let the guy talk. Let him.
But he said a lot of things which are utterly just nonsense, and
Yeah.
he needs to be challenged on them.
Yeah.
Things
But
like
he's not a
that
conspiracy
pinhole
theorist,
camera
Indio.
is just like an
His-
eyeball.
No,
Or a
his
camera
This
is
is-
just like a human eye.
Yeah,
Just,
this is for
that's
the,
just ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, this is for the audience, guys. So when they come in here, we want them to say what they say so that the people can hear them. The audience all the people who are listening. So when we challenge them on those ideas, they could hear how ridiculous it sounds when he's presenting the globe nonsense. So it would behoove us to let him come in here and kind of spew his nonsense so we could tear it down. One at a time even. Like Lemon had the right idea. So he was calm, collected. We could do this. I mean, just let him come back in here. Let him say what he's going to say. Take one question at a time and then answer him appropriately. We could shut this down. I mean, if we do it collectively, I mean, I do believe that we can do it. You guys are very intelligent. And you're able to, take any argument down. I've heard all of you, speak your mind on the thing. So it's not really a big deal to let Mick West come in here and, say what he's going to say.
Yeah, you guys have to understand what his argumentation is. He's the ultimate hand waver. He will just make claims and assertions without any type of evidence to back it up. Correct. And the best bet is to just expose it. Just demand his evidence for those things. That's people like him. You're not going to change his mind. All you can do is expose him as a disingenuous person. That's pretty much.
Well, yeah, I mean, he does run a website that's an anti-conspiracy website. Yeah, he is like an ironclad wall who doesn't let conspiracy even get past him. So yeah,
I'm banned from his website because he had this long post about Canada in his forums, and I stated something about how Snell's law is not applicable in a single medium, and he banned me for that. So, you know,
yeah, he's totally
not an honest
mainstream.
person.
He's not. I don't like him. I never have, but
Sure,
he's
yeah.
way mainstream. Like,
Right.
won't bend at all. Does not have an open mind at all.
Right, and this is the place where Indio could have got his word in right here. I mean, when he comes into this server, he could have told him, "No, why did you ban me for putting this on there?" And people would have to listen to his response for that, and he would have got exposed in that one single argument. So there's we got to let him kind of speak what he's going to say so that people can tear him down with the truth.
Listen, the title of the post had the word refraction in it, Canigoo refraction, something like that, and he banned me because he said Snell's law was off topic.
Well, what did he
Now
even
think
come
about
in here
that.
for,
If you
though?
look up Google refraction, the first thing I'll talk about is Snell's law, and saying it's off topic to refraction just shows,
Well, that's what
he just muted me for no reason.
asking to apply the refraction at the origin or at the end point, because you're going to have a huge angle if you do it at the starting point where the light quote unquote emanates, which makes sense. But if it just affects the observer's angle, it may just be like half a degree, which is nothing. Based off of the observer. So, there's a lot of ways that we can apply this. I like to build, him back up with the truth, for the people that are hearing this stuff and don't know what to believe, because there's a lot of stuff to dissect.
Why didn't you put him in Cogdish?
You honestly think that Mick West is going to hear the truth?
He may.
Nah, I think he's a perpetrator.
Well, it's a conspiracy in and of itself to not believe any conspiracies. So by that, like, Mick West is a total.
Yeah.
Well, and then also,
what caused Mick West to come here?
Maybe he's thinking about it. But if there is infiltration, a healthy amount of paranoia is, possibly necessary. But, let's just use the truth to fight bad speech with better speech.
But I mean, Bong has a point, right? Why is Mick West, right, concerned with fleas like us, right? Why does he even entertain? Why does he? Okay, well, but dude, we're fleas. Yeah, no, literally, this is like a chat full of like 100 people. Like, this is nothing, right? Okay, so why does he even come here?
And to answer Indio's question earlier, to make light of what he was talking about when he was talking about how he didn't want to talk about Snell's law, with the refraction and everything, and it's because of what we were posting and what I've been posting, what Indio posted in here. Was it earlier this week or last week? The refraction index. That at the time they took the photo of Canigoo, refraction was on its way down and it drops off rapidly. So the amount of refraction they would need for that photo to work out is not possible at that time of the day.
Mick is back.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, welcome, Mick.
Oh, yeah, Canigoo. That's one of my favorite photographs. It's actually amazing how much of the mountain is missing with Canigoo. It's just this tiny, tiny bit that's visible over the top. And it's very difficult to
definitely
explain.
more than 4,000 feet that's visible. You shouldn't even see the tops of them. If you actually calculate in the height of the mountain too, and then put it in with the 16,000 feet of missing curvature, that leaves you with almost a mile of missing curvature to even see the tops.
I don't think so, but like,
So,
let's go with
it
that.
leaves
but-
4,000 feet, basically a little over 4,000 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,280? Yeah, that's pretty
something
close
like
to a mile, man.
So what's with all the missing bits of the mountains? Why is there
There's mountains
hidden?
in the foreground. There's mountains in the foreground.
So what about when you get
125 miles away, there's 1,800 meter mountains in the foreground.
Yeah, but there's other mountains which are only visible over the ocean, where there's nothing in between, where literally thousands of feet of the mountain are hidden apparently behind the ocean.
No, that's the blur
Okay,
line. That's where your
where do you
eye
think the
can't
horizon
make
is?
out
Where do you
what's
think the-
going on there. Do you understand
that image?
perspective?
Right.
Where do you
Well,
Holy shit.
I do understand perspective.
where do you think
don't-
the horizon
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do it one person, all right? Because this is getting annoying. Indio, go ahead.
Oh, if you look at the image, so I'm going to talk about the 443 kilometer one, right? So I'm sure you've seen that one. From
From Pic
so
de
it's Peak
Finisterre?
Fenestrel to yes, that one exactly.
Have
So
that
where do you
photograph
think
on
the
my board in
horizon,
front of me.
horizon is supposed to be in that image? The edge, this leading edge of the ball, you think exists? Where do you think that's supposed to be? In the
It's that kind of like darkish line you can see just below the peak.
But okay, so that's what you think. But if you look at the math, it's supposed to be 128 miles away, and 128 miles away is the far shore of the ocean.
I'm not sure. I have to see the actual picture you're looking at, but the real issue here is that there are many thousands of feet that are hidden that should actually be visible if the Earth was
flat.
flat.
I told you why, because there's 4 mountains in the foreground that are 1,800 meters high.
Not with the Pic de Finisterre Barre de Ekrin's photograph. It's
Yeah,
like all ocean.
if you look at the topographical map, right, and actually look at it, there's mountains that are 1,800 miles or 1,800 meters tall in the foreground. Before that mountain,
is this guy?
If you get the angular size, it's going to block off 3,000 meters of the other mountain.
Hold on, but is this guy asking it with the naked eye, or is he asking with some type of optics?
Naked eye. It's an image. It was taken. I think that image was taken with a apochromatic telescope in a Nikon.
Yeah, but what the guy's asking, he's saying it should be visible with what?
You should be able to see the whole mountain.
Visible with the naked eye. Is that what you're asking, guy? Or are you talking
if there's mountains in the foreground, you can't see the whole mountain. That's impossible.
Yeah, but if there are mountains that you can't see over the top of, but we're looking at things that are over ocean.
Flat. Yeah, he's saying it's flat, so you should be able to see all of this. How?
If it was flat.
That's what I want to know.
Hey guys, hold on a sec. Let Indian have a little exchange. Let him get some groundwork because you guys are interrupting and throwing in other ideas, and it's taking away from the points.
Well, I'm going to just give my general opinion, then I'm going to shut up, right? So my general opinion is you guys only taking. When I say you guys, I mean people that believe in the globe. When they look at these images, they are only looking at one particular data point, right? They're not looking like the whole prediction of the globe. Where's the horizon in this image, and where is it relative to the peaks, right? And what distance is it away? So we can look at topographical maps. Well, yeah, just listen. All you have to do is come up.
All right, I just paused it. Josh, I talked to for a while in VC check-in. If anyone wants to talk to Josh, I talked to him for 20, 30 minutes. Josh is really cool.
Hey, what's up? I have some questions. All right.
I mean, you already talked to me. I'm just wondering if anybody else wants to talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's just going to be me and you again, we just talked for 30 minutes. So I want to any of the other guys because they were asking me about you, and if they don't open their microphone, I'm just going to resume that video.
Yeah. Anyone got any answers for me?
Ask a question, Josh. Let's see if we can get them triggered.
Did you bring those units up?
And you guys are just asking me about Josh. And I checked him in, and now he wants to talk. And now you guys ain't going to say something. Come on.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello. Yeah, so I understand a lot of the theories behind it. However, like I was saying it to Helioskeptic here, I don't really understand like why they would spend so much money, like billions of dollars, on building rockets and stuff just to prove that the Earth is flat and faking going to space and then getting in on it with other nations and stuff.
Right. Yeah. And I can understand that. But it is argument from incredulity, isn't it? Like, it's coming from a point where, I can't fathom an explanation for this thing, and for this reasoning in my mind. So it's not really an avenue that you should be pursuing until you've established that that there is a deception, that they have lied, because the motive. If you're going to base your standard of evidence on motive alone, then you're not going to get very far. You're just going to dismiss it, and you might miss important information and important evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's best to question the evidence and anything that's in the information that's presented to you, and test that and hold that to scrutiny.
Yeah. So
before you decide on the motive.
I've watched a lot of videos, and I have a friend who was explaining it to me earlier. So I got a lot of the questions out, forgot the main ones. But one of my questions was about gravity and stuff and all that. So I kind of understand the basis of the arguments for the flat Earth theory. So my main question that I just kept coming back to was I just didn't understand why.
Right, and like I said, you're kind of working a bit backwards, because gravity, right, would be as a result of Earth being a spherical object,
right,
spinning and whirling and twirling through an infinite vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we want to establish is the Earth a spherical object?
Right. I thought gravity was one of the ways that people use to disprove the globe Earth model. Or wait, no. Gravity was just... Yeah, never mind. Keep going. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that the fundamental aspect of that defines a spherical object is curvature.
Right.
Would you agree?
Yep.
Right. And so we should start there, and based on the dimensions that they claim the Earth has, we should be able to test to see whether it has that curvature.
Hey, Twat, when I was checking them in and we talked about, when all that you guys were listening to Mick West and everything, I was like, all right, I'll listen and I'll let everybody listen to that, and I'll talk to Josh for a while. And I was explaining to him the difference between Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity. I don't know if he really got the concept. And I think you did, Josh, because you said, hey, yeah, we can utilize Newtonian gravity on Earth, as far as physics goes, as far as weight and measures. But as far as the Einsteinian outer space kind of gravity idea, that's really not relative to... It's only relative to outer space ideas.
Mm-hmm.
That's the two different gravities. Am I wrong about this, Twad, or am I explaining it wrong? Because you can't apply both in the same way. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're kind of relative, but they're not applied in the same way.
Well, gravity was kind of just an example. I'm not really curious about that anymore. But more about I guess the main answer would be Or wait. You were saying earlier like about the curvature. I think we like talked about that earlier a little bit in lobby or something.
Right.
And that's what made me think about it, because like that website that they linked, it was like if you're 10 feet off the ground, you should be able to see 4 miles. But you can see past 4 miles. Like if there's a boat 5 miles away, that should be hidden by the curvature.
You can see boats. You can see boats 30 miles away if you zoom in. Yeah.
So like that kind of like made my jaw drop a little bit. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Where's the curvature? Right.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we're flat earthers, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, as far as the calculations go, their numbers of Earth, 3,959 miles radius, with the drop value, there should be a big hump of water between you and where you see that boat. But you can zoom in and see the whole damn boat from 30 miles away from shore.
That's true, actually. Shit.
And if people say, well, keep watching it, it will eventually look like it's disappearing bottom up. Now, the problem is...
but we know where it is.
That has to start occurring at a specific distance, right? So if it's not disappearing bottom up at the given distance, then either we're on a much larger sphere than they claim, or it's not.
And that changes the whole solar system if it's a bigger sphere.
Right, or there are other factors that are not being investigated, other variables, other conditions, weather conditions, optics, all that.
That is very true.
And just like I was saying earlier, Josh, I mean, nobody here is trying to convince you. We're just pointing out, discrepancies in their heliocentric model, and compared to our natural observations.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just wanted to come in here and learn a little bit, because I was never really super into conspiracies, but then I started looking.
This isn't even a conspiracy; it's something you can observe for yourself.
Yeah, no, that's one that I really, really believe in is fluoride. So I started thinking about that one, and that's one of the conspiracies that's you talk about fluoride and people look at you like you just said something.
It's good for your teeth. Come on.
It's good for your teeth. It's good for your teeth, so you should just ingest it and put it.
As much as you can.
That's one of those conspiracies that people will look at you like you're crazy if you say it. Same with flat Earth. So then I realized, damn, I've been thinking about fluoride wrong this whole time. And I was just brainwashed into that. How am I? Maybe I'm the same way about the Earth.
Fluoride. The funny thing about fluoride too is it's actually labeled as a poison, and if you ingest too much, it's supposed to call poison control.
There's studies that show it can be extremely harmful in higher doses, and it's just not regulated by the government how much they put in water.
And I looked into that about 8 years ago, and I've been drinking distilled water ever since.
Yeah.
I drink spring water. They don't add fluoride to it, but I like. There's a certain spring water I drink. It's really good.
Yeah,
I have a well.
Yeah,
you have a well. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I drink well water, but it's community well, and I don't like the water from the well. I'd rather get the.
I live in the country, so we have our own well.
Yeah, I don't have my own well. I don't know, community well. I don't like the water from the well. But that doesn't matter. There's no fucking fluoride in it.
Anyway, that's a good one. That's a good place to start. I mean, Eddie, you're all right, man. If you bring up fluoride, they all flat Earth wave you away. Yeah,
well, I mean, it's just what are you, a flat earther because you don't like fluoride?
It's wow.
Yeah, that's one of the big ones. Even though it's just like flat Earth is one thing that takes a lot of research and stuff and a lot of disproving, but fluoride is kind of a very basic thing, and people just people like just like wipe you off, just like it's an extremely complex conspiracy, even though it's not, and that just makes you realize like how brainwashed people actually are.
Actually, I mean, fluoride is a little more complex than you might think if you really look into it. I mean, and who's involved and how they put it into different communities and stuff. You know, fluoride.
Yeah, but just like on the basic level of it, A, being very toxic to your brain, and B, it being unregulated is enough to prove the conspiracy itself.
And which type of fluoride is introduced into different communities and stuff. Because I don't know if I can actually even talk about it on this channel. Because
okay, so can I ask Josh a question about that? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
From does the mainstream, or give a narrative that that's just a crazy conspiracy theory? We've done tests; it's safe. We do regulate it,
safe and effective.
Yep.
Do they right? They do, right? Why would they lie?
Yeah. Well, no. So that is a little bit different because I think I phrased my question a little wrong for the flat Earth one. I understand why they would lie. Like the government lies all the time. It's more about like they spent billions and billions and billions of dollars. Well, with fluoride, they didn't really spend much. Like it wasn't really much out of their pockets. They just had to convince the people to lie. But they didn't spend much money, but with Flat Earth, they spent billions of dollars.
Did
to
they?
convince people of this lie?
Yeah,
Did they?
Well, they spent
they built a rocket.
They spent $1 billion trying to make us look really stupid and shitty.
Hey, what? Josh, are you following the live stream voice texts? I got a gift for you.
Helio, man, what happened with the stream? I mean, it's back up, but
no. Yeah, there was an issue with my internet yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I had to call them when I got home from work. I called them, and they said, "Oh, we'll come and fix it tomorrow," and they fixed it. Back up. Yeah. I paid my bill. God damn it!
Well, I thought it was a strike, man, or something.
No, it wasn't. No, it was just some fucking issue with my internet, man.
Okay.
You host your bot on your home internet?
No, I have a computer that's dedicated to the live stream.
Oh, you should get a VPS.
My name is Jeff.
No.
I should get a what, Josh?
Why not? A VPS.
Hold on, check this out.
BBS.
If I have no if I have no access to the internet from my house, how's that going to help me?
Because it'll keep the bot running when your internet goes out.
It rarely goes out. It only happens like once a year, maybe.
And it won't take up bandwidth on your internet.
Interesting.
I got
I'm
this.
sure it won't take up that much because it's just a music bot.
No, I got this. I have one PC dedicated to the live stream.
Gosh, Helio's a boomer, man. Don't even.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like a VPS. I'm sure I could, but
you could do better. But it's working, so why fuck with it, right? You know what I mean?
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh shit!
At all. Right. I'm not a fucking boomer. God damn it!
All right, you Xer, hit it.
All right. Well, tell me about this VPS thing. What is it like?
Well, it's VPS stands for Virtual Private Server. Essentially, it's just like a web host. Like it's a website that you can host your files on. So you have a bot running like.
All right, so I know. Yeah, I get that. So I have to pay. I have to pay a certain amount.
Yeah, but it can go as low as like $2 a month, which would probably outlay the electricity costs that it costs to run this run your laptop.
That's probably true. Yeah. That's a good point.
So send me a link.
All right. I used to use DigitalOcean.
Cool, man. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, because this host that I have, I mean, for the server, I don't use that PC for anything else but for the live stream.
Right. So that's an entire PC you just have running. I'm sure, like.
Yeah, that's how most people do it, man. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can just keep it running on your server, so you don't have to worry about your laptop dying or whatever.
So I could just, if I could do it, if I could host it somewhere else. But would I still have to have my internet running to have that one? No, because I'm paying them to have it run.
Right. So all you need, the only reason you would need,
but I would have to have access to that either from my phone or another PC.
Yeah. So basically, how it works is you pay them for the website. They give you an IP for the website.
I have access to this PC that's running the live stream through
remotely.
Chrome remote. Yeah, Chrome remote desktop.
You can access it on any computer. They just give you the IP for a website, and then you can enter the website through different methods.
Send me a link to that shit because
okay, I put it in.
I'm not sure how long this motherfucker is going to hold up because
you can use it to mine Bitcoin, but the processing power probably isn't.
I ain't trying to mine fucking Bitcoin. I'm just trying to keep this fucking stream up.
Chris asked that question.
There was a question in the chat, Helio.
Yeah.
Okay.
if you got an expensive one, then you
Chris, if I transfer it over to this fucking virtual platform, I fucking might use this fucking PC to mine Bitcoin. Fucking hey, I might be able to.
Using your PC would probably be better because I think at any tier of the
I was at the mall today, man, and I'm cruising. Been
you motherfucker.
My shop
Chris
is.
He always talks shit. So
this fucking.
Ignore Chris M. If he types anything in the live stream voice text, ignore that motherfucker.
They got the you can buy Bitcoin ATMs. Have you guys seen those?
Oh, anyway. To be honest, I'd rather keep this stream on my own desktop as long as I can until it turns into a shit show. But I know it went down yesterday, but that wasn't my fault. It was my fucking ISP's fault. Everything's been working great, so fuck it.
Yeah. That's first time or second time in 2 years. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so fuck it,
Mm-hmm.
And I dedicated that PC just to the live stream. I don't even fucking use it other than for the live stream.
So I saw my first Bitcoin ATM today where you can buy Bitcoin from it. And it was right next to my workshop, man. At the mall. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? That thing is never... Where did that come from? I mean, I've been in and out of this mall for 2 years straight every day. And it just showed up out of nowhere. And I was like, fuck. The digital money world is being pushed heavily. Just like, a lot of other things too, man. But anyway. What's Bitcoin at right now? Anybody know?
It's a lot less than it was a year ago.
Yeah.
19,000.
19,000? Yeah.
Holy fuck. It was like 52.
It was like 60
a year ago.
65,000 or some shit. It's lost 2/3 of its value. Yeah.
I almost bought in at 4,000 before the 60,000.
Me too, man. I was getting ready to, and me and my buddy were hooking it up, and he died, and it was like,
fuck.
I just all went down the fucking drain.
Damn. Sorry for your loss.
It's all right, man. But yeah, we were just starting to get some Ethereum and some Bitcoin and all kinds of shit. And it was like Ethereum was like I think 375. Bitcoin was like $4,000 or something.
Yeah.
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 It's those Mongos that got in at fucking $4. Yeah.
Yeah. A few before Bitcoin blew up, there was these they might still exist, but there were these websites where you could go on.
How about them dollars though? I mean, them dollars ain't doing too well either, ain't?
Yeah, the dollar's kind of fucking tanking. The English pound, the euro's fucked up. I don't know. Everything's fucked up.
Everything's just inflation. Motherfuck. We all fucked, ain't we? Hey, but just wait it out. She's coming back. It's gonna. We're gonna be good. We're good to go, right?
I'm back, man. I think who knows what's gonna happen, man. But they want to switch over.
No. Hey,
this digital currency thing ain't going away anytime soon. So.
No. We have to use it. No, well, we don't have to utilize it, but. The only people that have the advantage that are the people that know how to use it. So they're going to take advantage of everyone that doesn't know how to use it because cash is about to be discontinued.
Helio, there's probably more people on this server than that there's so few people into Bitcoin compared to the overall population, man. I mean, it's, maybe 1%, maybe 1% of the people really use it, know how to use it.
What?
Bitcoin, any fucking
digital. We're all in digital because
NFT,
it's just cards and
all that shit, man.
Yeah.
You can ask 10 people tomorrow, man. You'll be lucky to get one who will say, yeah.
Dude, I mean, it could be tomorrow cash doesn't exist anymore.
Right. It's probably, a good idea to have a little bit of something laying around. Who knows?
Yeah. I got no idea what you guys are talking about.
Buy gold.
Fuck. I don't want to, we're flat.
No, I mean, gold might not even, I mean, it's shit.
Well, gold has a value.
I'm telling you, within the next 10 years, we're gonna have some very confusing shit going on as far as currency goes.
Yeah, definitely in the next 8 years, we're gonna see a lot of changes. But they're bringing them in slow, man. I mean, I got a Bitcoin.
Shit, 10 to 8. That's not
coming.
slow. That's fucking fast. Everybody's. It's gonna be like,
dude. Things have sped up, man. They did that cocoa shit overnight, man.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's war, man. Especially when it comes to currency, bro. When it comes to money.
Tomorrow, your bank might be closed. You don't know.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I ain't done.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
No threat. No threat. Let's not do it. Let's not. Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm not scared, but I'm just saying I ain't got no money fucking anyway. So
exactly.
I ain't scared of shit.
Right. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I love that attitude, man. That's proper. That's the way you got to roll.
You guys want to hear something crazy?
I never wanted to roll that way. I always wanted to have money, but I don't.
My really good friend Mose Allison said, "Hey, man, I don't worry about a thing because I know nothing's going to be all right."
I like that. That's holy shit. That's a song lyric.
It is a song lyric. It's Mose Allison, man. It's a Mose Allison. I don't worry about a thing is the name of the song, man. It's funny. It's funny as hell.
Nice.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to say something real quick.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Hi.
That's my fiance. I made her say hello because I'm always talking about her. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys.
Oh, she sounds
good,
sweet.
Paul, man.
Oh, that's cool.
We're just talking about shit, Bitcoin.
It's like we're talking about the death of the world, and hi.
I've been trying to get her to chime in once in a while, but she's extremely shy.
It's all right. Well, welcome anyway. Have a listen.
No,
you'll find
you'll never find more honest people talking about the end of the world than you'll find here.
That's a great introduction.
Yeah, come back. Stick around. Yeah, please come back sometime.
Or at the beginning of the new world, right here.
All right, Paul.
I think I have something to offer here.
Does
knowledge to offer?
Go ahead, Josh. Yes, you do. Of course, you do.
All right. So, the backstory for this is important. All right. Actually, the backstory won't make much sense. But anyways, so
well, it makes sense, or we're gonna. It wouldn't make sense.
Okay. Let's keep. Okay. So basically, the most powerful computers we have nowadays can predict.
They can write news articles, man.
They can do very, very powerful.
They can make videos.
Wait! They're already doing it.
And
make up stories about the moon and shit.
No. I'm not getting into that at all.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is they're very powerful, very, very, very powerful. There are processes that can, with a very relatively good degree of accuracy, predict stocks. With just the processing power we have today, right?
Yeah, they do that. So, it's called analytics, and it's done in so many markets. Everything now, it's all analytics now, man. That's the only thing. But people are.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Analytics, yeah. So we know about that, Josh. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
right.
They use it in baseball, football. They use it in banking. Right. Yeah, it's everywhere.
So there's algorithms that can process that information.
Yeah.
But
right.
So
pressed out if you have power. It's pressed out if you have power, just like you were talking about earlier. Power.
Right. Yeah. So the idea of quantum computers.
I know the idea, sure.
Yeah.
Right.
But hold on.
I know quantum physics pretty good too, man. But carry on.
No. The quantum computers only are accessed through companies and influence. Maybe I'm interrupting.
Josh.
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, so
quantum computers. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Right. So there are quantum computers that exist today. They're just
that we've heard of.
Right. So there's
it's kind of like step algorithms that move upward. I don't know. This comes in my spirit. I don't know.
Right. So there's quantum computers that exist today. They just aren't stable enough yet to be used in any practical applications. I think IBM has come out with a 128 qubit computer, and qubits are essentially quantum particles that are fused together, and they can have tens of different states. And the amount of states that they have is how many can be processed, and it's exponential. So,
Josh,
the
super ass kick computers sounds like outer space.
Did Josh find us, bro?
I don't know, but it's got the same unbelievable possibility as space does, right? It's no different.
This is naked truth.
So this is what gets crazy.
No, it gets crazy because it's all hearsay, man. None of us have actually worked on any of these things, man.
Right. But
you know what I'm saying?
In theory,
yeah, exactly.
The qubits. So in theory, 2 qubits could process twice as much.
Right, we get that.
Yeah. So
yeah, but that's
star,
naked. That's naked math. That's naked math, right?
The closest star is 26 trillion miles away. Okay.
Okay. So then you get up to the higher amounts of qubits,
right?
And it
nothing to do with outer space at all.
Matthew.
Just wait, nothing to do with space at all.
You know who's got a PhD in computer science? Is Matthew.
So, wait, this doesn't have to do with space. I was just going off topic.
I know, but it sounds like space. See, it sounds just as incredible as space. I mean, space sounds incredible.
Yeah, you know what? Hold on. Hey, look up the definition of incredible.
I want to get one of my hands on a quantum computer, man. See what it can do. But if it's not stable, man, that's a problem.
Well, okay. So let me continue.
Go ahead. I'm fucking you up, man. Sorry.
So as these qubits increase, the processing power essentially doubles, which means a quantum computer with 128 qubits is 2 to the power of 128 times the processing power of a regular computer. And IBM says
is this theoretical or
these quantum computers exist. They're just not stable enough for entire algorithms yet.
Who gets to run these? Who gets to work on these?
Theoretically,
massive corporations like
Right.
IBM.
But they don't work.
I don't think they work.
If they actually physically
they're not
work,
stable enough to work yet.
What would happen if they could actually?
Right. That's where I'm getting. That's what I'm getting.
All right, well, then fucking hurry up and say it.
Yeah, we'll get back to
it. I'm being interrupted.
Doctor's here. The doctor's hitting the house, man. This is
right. So anyways,
chill out.
IBM says that by 2023 they will have developed a 1,000 qubit computer. And 1,000 qubits, that would mean that quantum computer is a quintillion times the processing power of our
most
powerful computer.
Blah, blah, blah. What would happen? What would happen if they did it?
We got to bring it back down to Earth and into the stars, if you don't mind.
No, it's right.
Okay. So now,
hold on. We're getting to Earth. They did this on Earth. So I'm curious about what they did on Earth with these qubits.
I guess what's the point? Like,
so the point is, all right. So with all of that processing power, I brought up earlier that even with the processing power we have now, we can predict with a reasonable degree of accuracy stock markets. So imagine
predictions based on math.
Yep. That's what it's called, statistics, man.
All right, so we don't have any physical evidence for this.
They just put the statistics into the computer. The computer says, "Hey, man, on this day, the shit goes up. On this day, it goes down."
So the same sort of people that are involved in manipulating the stock market in the first place now have computers that can predict it. And come on, that doesn't even make any sense. They don't need to predict. They already know what they're going to do and manipulate.
They do have the ability with energy, with a lot of these powers, and
they can do it.
I'll show.
That was just an example. The point is that the processing power exists.
Where?
In Japan.
Yeah, flat up, dude.
Here in Japan.
The hypothetical situation you're talking about, and the people that control these systems are the same people that control the markets anyways.
And the outer space.
No, this is about markets. I don't think it's about markets. This dude's talking about is something else.
Okay, so it's not necessarily about markets. That was just an example. So another thing is the fact.
Man, don't argue with man. Dr. Phil is the man.
Hold on, Jen.
How you doing?
Hold on, Jen.
I want to hear the rest of it because I want him to go backwards from his whole spiel.
Okay.
How did this come about? All right. Well, okay. If you guys want me to shut up, I'll fucking shut up. Go ahead. Because I heard everything that motherfucker just said. So.
Hey, quantum computing is a lot like outer space. Just say that, Josh. It's a theoretical. It's kind of like we've never been there. We're not really there yet.
Right, so
that kind of thing, right?
Right. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
That's
but we've had glimpses into it. We've had glimpses.
We got glimpses into Star Wars and Star Trek. And,
So where are we going? Because I thought he said Marcus, but then when I brought up Marcus, he said it's not about
naked
Marcus.
fucking virtualism.
But
It's
this is
naked
real, man.
virtualism. There's no physical reality to it.
Can we go back for a second? Because he mentioned markets, but then when I was talking about markets, he said, "Well, it's not about markets." Well, then what are we talking
No,
about?
Markets was just an example. So another thing.
Hollywood?
No. Encryptions. Well, this isn't really is a conspiracy. I just
Not
think
a conspiracy.
Well,
You gave a concept. You introduced a concept, and we listened to you introduce it, and we followed the concept the entire way.
Okay, it's kind of.
I don't think I don't think that's even possible. But anyway,
What's the point of the concept? Like, where are you going? What's the end game here? What are we talking about?
So, so let's use the Coco 19 as an example, right? They've taken all the data from Coco 19 on how everybody reacted to every situation, and they put all that in the computer, and they can predict. They make some predictions real fast, man. They can do it like overnight, boom, and they got predictions how people will react to certain situations, man.
I want to hear him say that better, dude.
It's very much a real thing, man. They use it in baseball. It's called analytics.
So
in baseball, it's a huge thing, man. It's an absolute.
I'm going off the topic of analytics, though, into a completely different thing, which is encryption. Because, realistically, every company has all of our fucking data. So, my bad. But anyways, so
you're such a what do you call it? What's the guy that narked about all that? Anyway,
Snowden.
They still got him locked. They still got him locked up somewhere. Snowden. Didn't he rat out? Hey man, they're getting all your data. I gotta leave town. I gotta leave town. I'm on the run, man. See you guys later.
Basically, what I'm getting at is,
shit.
The only thing that keeps anything secure nowadays is encryption, right? If we didn't have encryption, everything would just be fucked, right? Now,
that's true. Banking would be totally fucked.
Right. Exactly. Everything would be destroyed. Right. So, encryptions we have nowadays, well, a lot of them are what they call quantum secure. But a lot of the encryptions we use are not quantum secure and could be cracked with brute forcing. So there are a lot of encryptions that could take billions of years to crack nowadays, and they're a thousand qubit quantum computer has the processing power of a quintillion times the processing power.
So they can. I get your point. So if you have a really fast computer,
if you have a 1,000 qubit quantum computer, then you can
unencrypt everything.
Yeah, and there are encryptions that are quote unquote safe from quantum computing. But
all right, we gotta move on to Jin from Japan.
Can I give a rundown? So he just said,
"Am I wrong?" Real quick, before you get into that, am I wrong when I hear this talk about encryptions and all this shit? Why don't I think of like Santa Claus? Like it just sounds like fantasy, like something people want to believe that their information is secure. Their banking information is secure. No,
because encryption can be cracked. It's only a matter of time. There's no encryption that is 100% secure, and as we get faster quantum computers, the speed at which we find the decryption algorithms, the speed at which we find those decryption algorithms exponentially increases.
Is my mic working?
Timbo, what's going on? Hey, are you upside? Are you upside down? Are you upside down
Yeah, I was
still?
just I'm trying to give this guy's rundown. So he's talking about computers that don't exist,
That we
existing
don't.
with quintillions of information
Outer
and
space. It's
Yeah.
total outer space. It's the same as outer space. It's the same as
but
like.
nothing exists.
Well,
But
the
It doesn't exist yet.
computer exists, just
But it
not
doesn't
in a
work.
state in which it is stable enough yet to perform those operations.
My computer's working. You guys working?
Wait, how does it? Wait, you said how does it work?
No,
No,
I
I
said
said it
mine.
doesn't
Mine
work.
Doesn't work? It works.
you-
It does work, just not in a stable enough condition to.
Well, that's a story. We're
That
gonna.
means it
we're
doesn't
gonna go
work.
this- It's a good story,
does
Josh,
work.
man. I appreciate the story, bro. It's just like outer space, man. You got to put the context together and say, hey, man, what's the closest star? Oh, it's 26 trillion miles away. Oh, okay. Wow. Did we go there? Or what's it made of? I don't know. It's
Okay,
a light.
but the technology exists. It's just not stable enough yet.
Do we have
so-
technology to go 26 trillion miles? I mean,
Yeah, my technology exists, but I'm not stable enough.
26
either.
trillion, man. That's the closest one, man. Forget the other ones, man. They're so astronomical. You can't even come up with a number. It's too many zeros.
To me, it sounds like an
Ridiculous.
example for me that is actually real is I have a lead foot, so I used to invest heavily in radar detectors for my vehicle, right? Until
Right.
I found out that the same people that make the radar detector that goes in my car are the same people that make the detectors in the police cars to pick me up for speeding.
No, see, there you go. See, that's
you
how,
don't use
that's how
radar detectors anymore?
That's how the system rolls, man. Exactly, man. Whatever the opposite is, you think you're getting protected, you're probably just exposing yourself a little bit more, right?
Wait, so you don't use radar detectors anymore?
Not anymore. I don't.
Why not?
I never have used one, man. I got a keen eye and a good vibe for the road, just like my friend there in Japan, Jin from Japan. He is 6,000 miles away from me with the sun coming up doing his laundry. Are you there, Jin?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I done the
Doing your laundry, baby.
Yeah,
It's, baby.
It's cloudy here. It's cloudy
so-
here, heavily overcast. No
so
sun.
so good to see you here, brother. So good.
Yeah,
Warms my heart. Warms my heart, man. We go way back.
Again, flat up dude, man.
We go
way
back.
back, man.
Yeah, we do.
They
Yeah.
finally shut down Hangouts, didn't they? They finally shut it down.
It's a goner. Yeah, thanks for that freebie that was fucking like Nets. It was like Netscape for video conferencing.
This room is fucked.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was promising
It
to
was
shut down for
unbelievable, right?
3 years.
Not
3 years
Netscape.
to shut down.
It was it was
Took about 3 years.
it was so good, and it was like, oh, it's so simple, and it works, and the audio and video was great, and fuck,
It was perfect. It was perfect. It was still working right up to when they shut it down. It was working all right.
You could hand over the controls. You had a mixer. You could control everybody's mic. It was beautiful, man. Free. And it was free.
It was free as well. It was really good.
But this, I gotta say,
it's
Discord.
a flat Earth, people. It's a flat Earth, and we got 44 government agency documents that state flat Earth. You've got to assume or understand that the Earth is flat and stationary. When you're flying your weapons of mass destruction, flying an aircraft, sailing on a ship, launching missiles, you have to consider Earth to be flat and stationary.
Dude, we got 150 documents, man, that say that.
Oh, really? It's inflated then.
I think so, bro. It's kind of like obvious because they have to use flat stationary to build bridges, planes, everything. Yeah.
Can you imagine trying to
It's a
live on
bummer,
a
man.
spinning ball? You got to start doing all your spinning ball maps.
That's why Brian Mullen was questioning this stuff, because he builds bridges And he's like, dude, wait a minute. Where's the curve?
He was asking for help, wasn't he?
And he's like, dude, I'm an engineer. I build bridges. I don't calculate for the curve at all. You know, please come help me.
Please come and help me. That's right. I like that, Mullins.
all of you, you know, engineers out there, you know, come help me figure this out.
That's right.
And nobody ever did, man. The only thing they could do, man.
They're coming on board slowly. They're the Johnny-come-latelys. If you go to the documentary called Flattening the Curve, which was released in May this year, they are the Johnny-come-latelys.
Yeah.
Engineers, flight instructors, jet fighters,
fighters,
aircraft carrier, naval personnel. They're all coming on board now. The Johnny-come-latelys, they're coming. So they're coming gradually. They're coming.
I love it.
9/11 as well. What is it? Engineers and architects, or architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. The engineers are finally coming on board. Finally.
Well, I think this the thing we went through the last almost 3 years is really, really opened their eyes too, and they're like, "Oh shit, something's going on." What else are they? What else isn't not right?
Yeah. And where the hell am I living?
Where the fuck am I, man?
Yeah. What the fuck am I living in?
What the fuck am I living in, Paul?
World.
It's clown world. Clown world.
It is clown world. It is clown world. It really is.
It's a clown world.
Like we were locked up for so long, and now no one even talks about it like it never happened. It's so weird.
We can't let them never forget.
It's cowardice. It shows a little bit of cowardice because they're going to start. They're going to start voting. So it shows you that humanity's scared. Yeah, they're going to vote for more of this shit.
If I forget what we just went through and I don't, you know, use it every day in my life and try to expose it, then, you know, I'm not doing my job, man. The doctors failed.
That's it. I want those days back. I loved it. I lived my life just as I always did.
I want those days back.
And I could drive everywhere. There was no traffic. I could go wherever I wanted to. It was great.
It was pretty cool, Paul. I'm gonna say the traffic was so nice, man. And
because there was no football and no sports. They were losing their fucking minds. It was great. Yeah, I thought it was hilarious.
It was.
Thank you all for the help.
Josh.
Josh, man, really, like,
thank you for
about
coming
what
in,
we
bro.
talked about tonight.
I'm gonna give you. Can we give him a fucking computer roll or a Bitcoin or something? If I can give him something.
I mean, he has VC verified. I don't know. Hold on, Jen. Any other recommended roles for Josh besides VC verified? I mean, he hasn't really. To be honest, I don't think he really.
Nah, dude, I'm vibing. I'm gonna call it and say, just give him one roll of, like, you know, super cool dude or something, man.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Give him something.
Let's go.
Just besides
I think he was about to start trolling hard. But
no, dude. Josh ain't gonna troll.
I wasn't trolling.
I know you weren't trolling, but there was something you were about to just get like hard.
Well, we just stopped you from going over the edge. That was all.
Over the
edge. And we were trying to just like.
But anyway,
I know this server is, you know, pretty good at this point, man. You were right there, man, on the really perfect trajectory, but we had to kind of intercept the process. But come back and back and bring some more processes.
Yeah, with the VC verified role, he can come in.
You can come in anytime
and talk.
You never know who's going to be in here, man.
I have to leave.
This is late night for Helio and I. And
I have to leave. A friend of mine called on Facebook, and I have to call him back. So I have to leave tonight.
All right, cool.
Good.
Hey, Helio.
Talk to you guys.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I'm a dick. I'm a dick.
Using your computers right now.
Hey, you know what's funny? I was listening to Jen. I was listening to the Jen on Jen Panda's server earlier today, and if you need dick power, he's got all the energy. He's got it.
That's it. Well done.
Holy shit, Emilio!
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude!
I had to fucking.
That's, oh my god!
Yeah, I heard that shit, Jen. So anyway,
Yeah, brilliant.
Bro, I got a serious question real quick about.
Yeah, go ahead,
right?
Paul. I'm gonna jump off. See you guys later.
All right, here.
Cheers, man. If I went tomorrow and bought a computer, they would try to sell me some antivirus software with it, right? Say, oh, you have to have this and you have to have this on your computer in order to keep it safe.
That's right.
But how come when I buy a cell phone, they don't try to sell me the same type of antivirus software, even though my cell phone works the same way?
Paul, you answer your own question. I'm not even going to help you on this one.
Yeah, you got it. You sussed it, so you don't need it.
You've already sussed it, and you're right there, man. Just go ahead and finish your.
So I'm not wrong in the fact that when you buy a computer, when you buy the antivirus software, you're actually downloading viruses.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Right.
Totally, 100%. I believe that since the 90s, dude. I was like, no, I don't want any of that anti shit because it's gonna fuck it up, man. My shit's working good, man. I ain't gonna put.
No thanks. Let me get a virus first. Let me get.
Everybody,
it's the same thing.
Dude, everybody I knew, man.
With the magic needles.
They
same story with the magic
virus
needles.
shit on there, and their computer would be like, dude, man, I got a error on this or some shit. And I'm like, oh fuck.
That's such a simple thing, though. How come normies don't question that? Every time your phone is just like any other computer, but you don't have to download no anti.
Where do you? It's a slice of a computer.
At this point,
it is. Yeah,
Jen, you'll agree with this, Paul. The phone is a tracking device at this point, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
What else would it be? You know? However, it is absolutely convenient in communicating with my tribe, and it's just absolutely necessary at this point. Now, if I lost all that, man, if we all lost all of our communicative devices that we have now, man, we would, I'll
be writing letters, making phone calls.
We'll do something.
We'd survive just like we have throughout all these other ages. We'd be all right.
But the digital thing, man, they can shut this whole thing down, man. I don't know if they will, but they could. Somebody could.
Yeah, but it would just wreck everything, wouldn't it?
It would wreck. And those people, elites, man, I learned this from Frank Zappa. Those elites, man, they don't like total destruction, man. That's not, nah.
No. Well, then it wouldn't serve their cause, Flat Earth Dude, because it would. This is their best tool that they have for propaganda, right? This is the best medium they have to reach people.
So they can't wreck the whole fucking thing. Yeah. They just can't wreck the whole thing. Now they can disrupt it all the shit, man, with wars and fucking cocos and whatever. Somebody's got to wed. Anyway, they can. Just cuck around everybody's brains through the TV, bro. It sucks, man. The manipulation potential that they have it's been obvious. Go ahead, Timbo. Go ahead, man.
Oh, sorry, mate. I was just saying there's someone called Scoot that's just jumped in. Or...
Yeah.
Are you new here?
That's a Scoot. That's a Scoot.
Been in here before. I'm just listening.
What's up, Scoot, man, baby? Are you scooting?
You know it.
And there's someone called Hack Z as well. Hack Z.
Hack Z, man. No rolls, man.
How you doing, Hack Z? How you doing, Scoot? Welcome to the server. How can we help you today?
I'm just kind of listening.
Excellent, man. You up for a couple of questions, or?
Not at the moment, no.
All right.
Are you a flat earther? Or you believe in the globe?
You're definitely not a flat earther.
Well, let's have a conversation then. Nice, even conversation. No giving each other, calling each other names.
Out, man. We're just
a nice
hanging out.
combo.
taking a piss. You know the term taking a piss?
Get on with it, arseholes.
Get on with it. Okay.
So what's your story, mate? What's your proof of the globe?
I don't really know, to be honest.
Don't
That's
you
a good
find
answer.
that interesting?
Good answer.
That's a good answer.
I like that answer.
Yeah, honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good answer
I mean,
because
why wouldn't it be a globe? I guess.
okay, that's a good question. That's a good question. I'll ask you this: when in your lifetime so far have you seen the curvature of the Earth? Where and when was it?
With your own two eyes.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess never.
Good.
Good
Good
answer.
answer.
Good
That's a good answer. Now, I don't know how old you are, but I'm not religious, okay? But the creators, the law of the spherical ball Earth that we're supposed to be living on is that you will see and experience curvature. Otherwise, you are not on a ball. That is the law. That is natural law. It's impossible not to see or experience it. And if you haven't experienced it right up to now, you should start to be thinking. And you're in a flat Earth server, by the way. What do you think to that?
I don't know.
Basically, what Jen said is that to see the curvature of Earth with your own two eyes is a factual thing. Just like if you go out on a boat, we see the horizon as completely level, horizontal, flat. Okay. And
now you put a naked woman.
How high up?
Well, but I feel like if something so big as the Earth, you wouldn't be able to notice it with our eyes.
That's a typical kind of practical answer. I dig that. It's so big we wouldn't be able to see it. Well, here's where we get into the weeds, man, a little bit. Is that what is the distance of how far we can see before it starts to curve? Right?
I would assume less than a mile. Or about a mile.
You're right there, about a mile. You're right. You're very close. At 1 foot above the sea level, we see 1.22 miles is where that curve starts. Right?
Supposed to start. It's supposed to start.
Geometrically, man. If they told us how big the globe is, man, they told us.
Yeah.
They gave us all the documentations for the globe, and we just took their measurements and we used those against our observations. And how far can we see at 1 foot?
30 miles. 30 is an island.
Well, we got about 30, anywhere between 30 and 15, man. Easy. Yeah.
What would be the point of lying about the Earth?
Oh, wow.
Why would they lie? Yeah.
We can go there later.
Yeah, because it's all about controlling the human race. We're slaved, the Earth's been hijacked, and we are cannon fodder for their war games, and etc. etc.
Provide though.
Sorry?
What do we provide?
Oh man, labor, all the resources. We dig the dirt, we build the wood,
taxes,
we do all the work, man.
And our money, and we pay for it, and we give them the money free.
Yeah, we give them like half our money back. After working my ass. What a cucky shit system, man. Damn.
What a horrible cycle that is. What a horrible cycle that is.
Can we take a step back, Scoot, and worry about that later? Yeah. So, the Flat Earth dude was telling you about the curvature, and you said it's too big to see, but by their measurements, it's not too big to see. So, what do you have to say about that? Well, they
will be the heliocentrists.
Well, what we in here on this server actually measured what we can see.
Yeah.
we've done it. We've gone out and done the measurements and the lasers and the lights
I'd like to add this little anecdote in there. Look, if you put a naked woman on that horizon, you'd see every single curvature of her body and the breasts and the thighs and the buttocks and the hips. All those curvatures from those distances away, okay? So you recognize curvature when you see it. I guarantee you.
Nah.
Let's not get ourselves in.
Based.
I can see the smallest indentation on a finish on a piano. The smallest.
Hey Twad, Hack Z wants to. Can you meet him up in VC check-in?
Who's that? Yeah, sure.
Hack Z wants to go.
Hack Z
Hack
wants
Z.
some.
Yeah. If
All
you
right.
go up to VC check-in, Twad will meet you up there, mate, and you can have a chat with him.
Oh, we lost. There's Scoot. Okay, you're still here, brother. How does this work? How does that work? How does anything that you see in reality work, man? That's why this server exists. And we break it down to the most minute PhD level, thesis, evidence-based. We actually do reality in where we live here on Earth. And I want to preface this that we live on Earth, therefore we can check out Earth, man. It's not some outer space thing above my head, okay? But the Earth, we can check out because we live here. And that's my point. Carry on.
So what explains the moon having like some parts blocked? You know, like crescent moon, like
You're up in the sky, which I don't know if you I mean, we all observe the moon going over our heads. We get that, man. It's there. It does not account for all the tides, by the way. And there's quite a bit of evidence that there's many places on Earth that do not ever get tides at all.
Yeah, that story's a bit weird.
Yeah, that one's a bit.
They say it pulls the Earth and pushes the Earth. It actually doesn't move the water, so it's even stranger.
Right. So yeah, and big giant lakes never have tides, you know. So there's that. I mean, there's some pretty big lakes, man. As big as ocean lakes, dude. So big, gigantic, hundreds and thousands of miles long. Beautiful. No tides on those bad boys. That's interesting.
Hey Scooter, you've gone up into the sky. We were telling you about the measure on Earth, and what do you think about that? So we see too far, and you're going up in the
really
sky.
just, like,
Let's go back to Earth.
take a word for it, you know what I mean?
Oh, we can show you if you want.
Like, I mean, I don't care.
Yeah,
you don't care about the Earth, or you don't care.
I don't care if you do that. It's up to you.
Okay.
Scooter, we love Earth because we live on Earth. We love our trees, our waters, our lakes, our rivers, our oceans. Man, we're on it, bro. Man, we are humans.
Yeah,
we're out there enjoying it. We're fucking. This guy here, Jin from Japan, Jin CBR1, has climbed Mount Fuji. Don't get me. You at least scaled it like 14 times. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, man. That's right. Bang on.
Bang on, right? 14, baby.
Yeah.
Mount Fuji.
And there
all right?
no curvature to be seen anywhere.
Going up to Mount Fuji, famous mountain, man. Love that. Anyway, at the top of that, yeah, man, we don't see any curvature. That's a fact. If we fly in an airplane at 35,000 feet, we don't see the curvature. We send up balloons to 120,000 feet, and it's flat, man. It's like, wait, what's going on, man? What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Where is that curvature, man?
There.
Where is the curvature? Where?
I almost wish it were there.
I wish it was there too, man. I looked for it for like years, man. I was like flying in planes, and I'm like videoing and taking pictures, and I'm like,
and it's just not there.
Just not there, man. You know, I stick my face up to the glass of the window. It's 11:11, motherfucker. So I stick my face up to the glass of the, you know, and I'm looking out the plane window, just sucking some glass. You know, I am eagle-eyed, bitch, flat earth motherfucker. You know, I never took my eye off the horizon, man, and what was below us. You know, obviously, but once you're a flat earther, you start looking at the horizon out the window, and you're like, "Fuck, man, there it is."
Like, isn't it supposed to curve in every direction?
Where's the left to right curve, or the, you know, back to front curve? Where is this magical curvature? Where the hell is it?
Yeah.
I look and I go out and videotape, and I'm like, I'm driving through the desert. I can see like 100 miles in front of me. I'm like, there should be 7,000 feet of fucking curvature around here somewhere, man.
But
I'm driving 80 fucking miles an hour, man. Where's the curvature? I'm not experiencing the curvature, man. Straight highway, man. 120 miles, man. You put a level on my car. Dude, there's many roads in Australia and America that are like 120 miles long, man. Flat, straight, right across the desert.
Yeah, dude, direct Scoot to the live stream voice text. Give him the rundown on the Black Swan, beautiful Black Swan. It's right there. Give him a rundown on that.
Oh, sure, man.
Wait, what?
No.
Live stream voice text.
All right.
Can you see?
Yeah, I'm in there.
Beautiful shot.
It's
have a look at that shot.
This is I'm going to say this is a snapshot from a video that was taken at a place off the coast of California, close to where I live. And the guy was videotaping the day and these platforms, and he took the camera down to like right at the water level.
No. In this case, it's 8 feet. No, this is from 8 feet.
This one's from 8 feet? Okay, he was on the platform. He was on the platform.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, there's a couple of... This is not the Black Swan, man. This is a different... He took the camera down.
Yeah, it's still like the Black Swan because
it's like the Black Swan, but it's not the Black Swan, man. So
yeah, the guy's in a restaurant, right? He's put it between the railings of the restaurant.
Okay.
Looking out in the same direction as the Black Swan, but only he's 8 feet high up, right? And from that distance, that height, the geometric horizon should be no more than 4, because he's up higher than 1 foot. He's 8 feet. Brilliant shot, though. Notice how clear you could see everything and the horizon.
The horizon is so far behind the oil platforms. Oh, yeah. Way beyond.
I think it's better than the Black Swan. No argument there.
I would not disagree with you. It's as good or better. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the other shot you were talking about, Flat Earth Dude. The 120,000 feet up, 24 miles up. Look at that horizon, man. There it is.
Yeah.
High altitude balloon, 24 miles up. There she is. Beautiful Flat Earth.
I'm not going to say it's evidence, but it's just in the pile of information that we've gathered. There's a tremendous
Here
amount.
comes my last shot. This is the best one coming up now. The Piece of the Resistance. Here it comes. There it is. This is what we're doing as. This is what's going on.
All right.
We're currently.
I got this. You're roboting. You're dropping in and out.
2 miles per second. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, you're roboting really bad.
You're roboting. Hey,
yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Am I any better now?
All good. It's all right.
Don't be sorry, man.
Okay. We are currently doing 622 miles a second right now. Look at that last image I posted. That's us. That's what we're doing, boys. Whilst all that's going on,
it's so ridiculous, Jen. It's so ridiculous.
It's
Come on,
absurd, isn't it?
Absurd, man. It's absolutely absurd. This is that.
Yeah.
Come on, nobody's traveling 600 miles a second, man. Fuck off.
Right.
Fuck off. Yeah, we don't play that shit around here, man. No evidence, no proof. You got nothing that shows that we're traveling 600 miles an hour versus 1.3 million miles an hour, whatever. Yeah,
that's right.
You don't have shit.
Wow.
Come on. So why, like, what happens to the sun when it gets dark? Like,
it's out of your perspective, man. It's a very close sun, man. The sun is very close. We measured it a couple of weeks ago out at the what we call the equinox. Anyway, we went out with Matthew from the server. He's a math.
Wow, brilliant!
He's a math professor at a university here in Southern California. And we measured the sun in the distance based off of the equinox and where we were. And we measured it at 3,477 miles away.
There you go. What's his name?
Oh my God.
His name is Matthew Learns, and he is a math professor here on this server. You guys all know who he is. And we measured it together, and we did the math together. And he will back me up on this. Carry on. Next.
Wait, how'd you measure it?
We used a plumb bob and a string and a knot. Plumb bob. A plumb bob.
What is
plumb bob?
A plumb bob.
It's a weight at
the end of a string, like a heavy weight at the end of a string on a tripod.
Used for verticality.
Verticality, exactly.
Yeah.
And we measured the shadow of this tripod on the equinox, which was back last month. Anyway,
brilliant.
Anyway, we just did the math together. He did the math. I had another guy there to verify what we were talking about, and he did it right in front of me, man, and showed that it works both on the globe and on flat Earth, guaranteed.
I don't know how that shows the distance.
How dare you? No, I'm just kidding.
It works both. How dare you ruin our globe? How dare you?
Oh, you.
Yeah.
No,
Can you
good.
see the?
I'm just kidding.
I don't understand how.
Can you see the last two images, Scoot?
Yeah. That doesn't make sense though.
It does make sense. That's the yin and yang, isn't it? The sun and the moon doing their dance on a flat Earth. The Chinese have known a long time. That's what the yin and yang means. The yin and yang. Get into it, man.
It definitely. Scooter, man, it definitely works. It's not like you can. It works on both, man. I mean, it works on the globe, works on this too. So at some point, you got to realize that.
Yeah, but they said that on the globe, they say it's 93 million miles away, then it wouldn't work. If it's 93 million miles away, it's not going to work.
Well, they had to make it really, really big, Jen. It's like 100.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's like so much bigger than Earth. It's like super, super, super big.
It's a ginormous massive.
It's like ridiculously super big, man. I mean, 400
But the thing
times.
is, it's all parallel lines.
400 times bigger, man. 400 times.
We would only get parallel rays from that. We don't get that.
Hey, when I go outside, man, and I see the sun right there, and this big cloud comes along, I don't feel that big heat anymore. You know what I mean? It totally cools the area off, like instantly, right? Instantly, man.
Instantly.
Fucking like, bam.
Like a
that's
switch.
right. Yes.
Yeah.
And when you see that and feel that in person, you realize how close that thing actually is. It's like a campfire. It's like a big campfire. If you get really close to the campfire, man, it gets super hot. But if something comes in between you and the campfire, you're not so hot all of a sudden, right? It's the same thing.
You start to shiver.
The
shiver and shake.
The clouds deflect that heat away from you. And you can check this out for yourself. Don't believe me, man. Next time it's like, hot out and the cloud comes by, man, you'll see the temperature difference, man. You'll feel it.
You got to be honest. You got to be honest to yourself. That's the only thing. That's the only way you're going to get around it. And everything we presented to you is the truth. The globe has no evidence. Not one evidence leading to proof. It's not there. You can't see the curvature.
But Jen, I got gravity. Yeah, Jen, I got gravity and pictures from NASA, and I got the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah.
I got
You got the 24-hour sun.
I got Hollywood, man. I got Hollywood.
24-hour sun in Antarctic, in the Arctic Circle, North Pole, but you don't have the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. No 24-hour sun at the South Pole.
Yep.
That's because the Earth is tilted on its axis.
No,
you can't even establish an axis. What are you talking about?
Listen, Scooty. Axis is 23.4 degrees. Okay, that's what they call the axis, 23.4. So if you divide 23.4 by 2, it really it's just flipping back and forth. What is it?
Yeah, and you can't. There is no tilting a spherical ball anyway. How do you tilt it?
This is observations, dude. Scooty, man. This is all observations that we've all measured on what we see in the sky, bro. No doubt about it. 23.4 degrees, either side of the equator, or divided 23.4 degrees divided by 2 because it only goes, it splits the equator. The equator is the dead balls giveaway, man. You can look at Polaris, man. Polaris doesn't move. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm not Polaris, but Orion's belt on the equator, it doesn't move. Both southern and northern hemispheres can see it, and it doesn't move ever.
And that there is an Achilles heel.
Yeah, it's a balls buster, dude. I just realized this the other day, man. I was like, oh shit. Orion's belt, man, it's right on the equator now.
And then they said that the Polaris is 430 light years away. 1 light year, 6 trillion miles.
That's right.
1 trillion seconds is 31,729 years. That's a long way.
So they had to inflate these astronomical numbers in order to make everything work for them. And once you realize that they did this, man, you're like, oh shit, those cock bastards fucking tricked us all. And we all got tricked, man. We're not saying, believe us or you can go out.
How does it make sense that they can measure something trillions, millions of miles away, but yet we can't measure curvature here on the surface?
Paul, bringing it back down to the reality.
That's
I love
the
that.
Truth. Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the truth?
I'm going to stand on that rock for the rest of my life, man. The curvature and on Earth. Where's the curvature on Earth? That's it. Those are my cement shoes.
I just still don't understand how the yin yang thing works. Because how would the sun's light not just take everything?
Have you not? Like,
Can't you look at the yin and yang picture that I post? Look at the yin and yang images. It explains it clearly. Look and learn, man.
How would the sun's light not go into the darkness?
Because it's local. It's like if you're in your bedroom and you have a tiny little light, like from your mobile phone, and you aim it on the ground, it's not going to light the whole room up, is it? It's not, is it?
Yeah, but how does it go behind the darkness? You see that? Like,
what do you mean go behind the darkness? What are you talking about?
To the left of the moon, there's light. How does it go that far without having light in between?
Now you're making problems.
It's really close. You got to think of it like just like Jen said, man. Take your cell phone light and just like put it like an inch from the ground, right?
From the carpet, yeah.
And see how much of the room you can see. You know,
See how much luminosity you have.
It's going to be very little, man. It's so if something was very close over a large area, it would only light up part of it, right? You get that?
That still doesn't like prove your point.
I'm not trying to prove a point, man. I'm just making an observation, man, of reality.
On the picture to the left,
natural law. That's natural law.
How does light not go in between?
Well, it does. I mean, you get twilight, you get later night, you get complete darkness because the light source is too far away, man. You have to have complete darkness. If the light source is way over there, man, you won't have light, man. That's all there is to it. Man. You can prove this in your own bedroom, man. I'm not making up physics here, bro.
Where's the sun's light when the moon disappears every new moon and you can't see the moon? There is no moon. It just disappears. Where's the sunlights then? Where's the sunlight? Why isn't the sunlight reflecting off that moon at that time?
There you go.
Dude,
there you go.
That's a big one with me, man. Personally, man.
The moon is its own self-luminary. That's the thing.
The new moon thing is that's a deep dive, man. You guys, that's a different day, man.
That's too advanced.
Hey, Scooter, man, did you change your name, or did somebody else change your fucking name?
Somebody's changing my name, and I don't feel very welcomed for doing that.
Dude, I'm totally,
that's not nice. Who did that?
I want to put you back to Scooter, man.
Come on, don't stop fucking around people. Yeah, don't mess around with people's
Scooters, man. That's just the coolest fucking name. My nephew, I used to call my nephew Scooter, man, because he was always just scooting around on his scooter. I'm like, what's up, Scooter?
Let's not make a mockery of his name because I hate that.
Yeah, I don't like that either, man.
Come on, man. Who the fuck?
Don't do that shit. Fuck, man. Welcome to the server. Welcome to the server. I'm in Southern California. Jin Japan is from 6,000 miles.
African London.
Well, he's from London. You're from London, but he lives in Japan for the last.
London, Japan. Okay.
He's lived in Japan for
23 years.
3 years. And he speaks fluent Japanese and English, bro.
Yeah.
And he's one of the greatest flat earthers in Japan, period.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not.
He's one of the greatest in Japan.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
He is without a doubt.
I am the greatest.
No,
he's not.
I am the greatest.
We're hearing some objection. I'd like to hear this expanded upon, apart just beyond. No, he's not.
Yeah, we're a server of evidence and observations, and
he's been banned on over. He's been banned over 10 servers.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not banned.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have.
You are lying. You are lying.
No.
This woman's lying.
I'm not.
Hey, flat up, dude. How many servers am I banned from? Flat up, dude. How many?
0.
None.
I would say you've had timeouts, but not banned.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it's only 2 servers. This one and Gem Pandas. Finished. That's it.
What about Earth Earth Awakenings, no band there, right?
I'm not banned. I've got no timeouts there. I'm fine. Absolutely.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm good.
So I don't know where this lady,
I don't go to
silly
pandas.
cow is coming from.
I would never
I don't know
go
what's
to
got her. She's got a bee in her knickers or something. Who knows? Get yourself out of here, lady.
A bee in the
knickers. You're talking to. You don't even know who you're talking to, and you're spreading lies. You're spreading lies. You are a very bad Christian. You're spreading lies.
No, I'm not.
You're a very
I was
bad
in
Christian.
matters anyway.
I was in a
24/7
room
live.
and you were
Only one
being
that matters.
told that no, Jinsey, stop it.
Stop fighting.
This woman's on drugs.
Knock it off.
Oh,
No,
hold on. Let's calm down. Okay, if you got a squabble with each other or something, okay, it can be out. You're not. It's okay. If there's problems, take it outside of the live stream. Sort it out.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah, I've got nothing to say. The woman's the one that's attacking, just defending my position. That's all.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
You're the worst flat earther ever, man. I swear to God.
Oh no, he's not,
dude. I gotta shout out Jen just for a minute, man. Give me like a minute, man. This guy is what we call the super flat earth cheerleader. He is intensely resilient, consistent, and knowledgeable and fearless. I mean, this guy will go anywhere and talk to anybody anytime about flat earth. He doesn't care. And that's above my level, dude. I mean, it should be Dr. Jin from Japan at this point.
Thank you very much indeed.
If you guys don't doctorate Jin at this point, I'll be pissed.
Then you're getting that funny feeling. You're getting that funny feeling. Is it a racist thing or what?
No.
Just kidding.
Dude, you are a doctorate of flat earth, guaranteed twice over, probably.
Thank you. With the information that I have, I'm a walking internet. Don't mess. Like we say, don't mess with the best till you pass your test, because the best don't mess. And when the topping gets going, that's when Jin CBR starts a coming.
Oh shit!
You got it.
You got it, man. And
don't be messing.
There ain't a lot. I've only met a few people like Jen that can just. It doesn't matter. They're going in. They're bringing reality, just like Del from Imaginary Curve.
Yeah, Scotland.
He just brings like, hey, man, what do you observe in reality? What actually you can't. I mean, he brings it back down to the basic visualization of what you actually see versus what they tell us, and
the integrity of your position.
Exactly.
That's all you got.
That's all you got.
Yeah.
So enjoy your integrity of your position with the evidences of your observations of reality.
That's
smoke
right.
Smoke that one, man. And
smoke that one.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And then that's it, man. That's all you got to do, man, is come and say, hey, man, what am I actually observing versus what they tell me?
Exactly.
And if you can do those two things, man, you're doing great, man. It doesn't matter if it's in flat earth or in finance or whatever you're into, real estate, baseball, whatever. I don't give a shit, man. But
car spraying, whatever, man.
What you can realize and what you can visualize are two different things, man. And I hear a lot of the new age people, man, hey, man, you just got to visualize your own, like, destiny, bro. And you can be cool like me. Yeah.
Spinning on a ball that he's never proven, you know?
And you can spin on the ball just like I am, with like a brand new yacht and a fucking Ferrari. Yeah, just send me $29.95. and I'll make your dreams come true. Yeah, hucksters, man.
Yeah, thanks for the flat out shout out,
But
dude, man.
the real hucksters, man, are these Mongos in NASA,
We are the hardcore. We're soft in the
academia,
center.
the academia.
Hey, yo, they're swinging on strings, therefore they're in space, all right?
Hey, sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the Apollo missions, especially Apollo 15, you know they're on cables. It's just too obvious that
Dude,
they're on cables being dragged along the surface.
Jen and I have seen like 20 videos of the cables on the fucking moon.
Yeah, on the moon, man.
Oh, it's bad.
It's really bad, yeah. Yeah, you've got to be blind. And the other thing is this. Why train people, astronauts, in a swimming pool where you've got resistance slowing you down and you're going into an environment that is 1/6 your body weight, no atmosphere vacuum? You're going to be moving quickly. So you're going to have more, you know, it's the wrong training procedure, don't you think?
Well, it's the yin and the yang. It's the yin and the yang, Jen. It's the back and the forth. If they're showing you that it's this, it's the complete opposite. That's how those motherfuckers roll, man.
Yeah.
All those videos of those astronauts bouncing around on the moon, but not one video of them turning around and looking at the Earth.
That's right. There you go. Deliberate whistleblowing, I would have to say then, perhaps.
That was a big thing with me, Paul, is that when I realized that there was no what they call the fourth wall video.
Wall, yeah. Yeah.
I kept looking for it. I had my nephews looking for it. I had my neighbors looking for the fourth wall. I'm like, dude, is there any video?
Tell me when you find it, yeah?
Can you find me a video?
Here's my phone number.
Like some dude with an iPhone spinning around going 360, bitch, check it out. And I couldn't find it, man. And I was hitting up normies. I was hitting up anybody that could potentially come up with this video that showed the fourth wall, man. I was like, show me the fourth wall, man. And we're going to, I'll be good. Nothing, man. To this day.
Yeah.
Not
Can
a
you believe this? Can you believe this one?
Wall video.
There isn't a photographic portrait of Neil Armstrong on the moon. There isn't one. A portrait, straight on, camera, face on him, picture on the moon, 0. Not one.
Not one?
Not one. No. There's an accidental one.
I'm going to disprove you. I'm going to totally disprove you, Jen.
No, all you're going to find.
I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find
You're going to find this one.
Oh, whatever.
You're going to find this one. Listen.
I'm going to destroy you like an ant.
Nah, you ain't. Because you're only going to find this one. The accidental one that Buzz Aldrin took when he was doing the panoramic view.
Accidental.
And there was one more from the left.
No.
And Neil Armstrong was busy doing something else. He was deliberately avoiding that camera. Deliberately hiding. No selfie,
funny.
nothing.
I hope you guys get the satire, man. If not, man, good luck.
Well, you're being satire with him too, so that's funny.
Really funny.
The satire.
The
satire exposes the ridiculousness of.
Absolutely, that situation. How can there not be a photograph? How can there not be a photograph of the first man on the moon? It's absurd again. Come on.
Not one, man.
You got his footprint, but
fuck off. Fuck off.
Ridiculous.
Gotta be one, man. Fuck off.
How dare you deny the moon landing? I can't believe you.
Dr. Florida?
Yes.
Yeah, you sound like a fucking dumbass.
Thank you.
No,
I
you're the
appreciate
dumb
that.
one,
you,
mate. Come on.
you sound stupid as hell, man. Like what? Like you're retarded, man.
Nah, come on,
I
man.
appreciate your insight to my
what do you
my
think you sound like
mental
saying
health.
that to somebody over the phone?
No, man.
What do you
I sound great, man. What are you talking about? I sound beautiful.
great? What do you a telephone tough guy?
Oh yeah.
You are?
He's done, man. He's done.
Get him out of here, ahead of him. Hold him an ass. Get him out of here.
fuck him off.
Get him out of here, dude. What is this guy doing?
I just got him
really
out
impressed with you.
Maggot.
Oh, I bet.
Tough guy out of here.
Oh yeah. Shut up, Scooter.
Hey man, the fact is the sun is pretty close, man. You can check it out. Don't believe us. It's really close, man.
3,500 miles approximately.
Approximately 3,500 miles. I measured it a couple of weeks ago at the beach on the Equinox, and it measured it at 3,477 miles. That's the measurement we came up with the professor.
He's a real tough guy, huh?
With
What an idiot.
You're a real pussy, aren't you, man? Real pussy.
I did the measurement with the professor on a live stream, and you can check it out, man. Or don't believe me.
This guy's a real bleeding pussy because he's no use to it.
No, he left. He left.
You need to put a tampon in there. All right, he left.
I don't know why these guys spend so much time trying to get into voice and then do something like that. Like, how fucking what a waste of time.
Timbo, man.
What a sorry life they've got.
We've seen this shit up fucking.
I mean, it was kind of funny, but
The dude was in here for like all of 5 minutes. He's like, "Oh, Dr. Clutter, dude, you're such a stupid." He doesn't even know him.
That was cool, man. He can single me out. Good luck with that.
Yeah, but he's singling himself out as a head of a dick, though. Whole of an ass, head of a dick.
If you have to single somebody out,
ladies and gents,
you're fucked.
Yeah.
Anyway, back
There's nothing wrong with singling somebody out as long as you're going to single out the information that they're talking about. If you have something to say about that, well, then have at it. But to just try to do a personal attack, what are you doing? What?
He was just straight up attacking and not bring up any actual point.
Yeah, that's cowardice of the highest order. Cowardice.
I mean, one of you
Of the
did
highest
change my
order,
name a few
Jim.
times,
Of the
and that was
highest
pretty.
order.
That was pretty rude.
Online as well, of all places.
Online.
Wow.
Wow. Embarrassing.
I'm glad I'm not you, mate.
Poor guy.
I'm usually pretty even keeled on here and keep my calm, but when I hear things like that, I mean, I get triggered and I want to jump.
Yeah, me too.
Paul.
Me too.
Paul, don't
Because
get
they
triggered.
wouldn't do that in public. They wouldn't do that if you're in the same room.
Exactly. That's
because they know
what
they'd
upsets
be paid.
me.
Somehow there's
I
going
hate
to be
that.
paid.
I
Hey,
hate
Jim.
that telephone tough guy shit.
Jen, Paul,
Exactly.
let me ask you guys a question, man, about being triggered and keeping your cool. There is a balance of the beautiful energy that we bring to defend ourselves, man.
Yeah.
I get that, man. But there's also an energy that we have to let the other person, have their peace, right?
Yeah.
Have their moment of awakening or whatever.
Well, he was.
No,
There's
you're
a
right.
balance.
I think I understand what you're saying. Is I'm letting that dude's negative energy and his thing
Right, he was
bring me lower.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not gonna.
Yeah, you're right.
We don't deal with those Mongos, man. We fucking crushed them out of here that fast, dude.
Yeah.
They don't.
Back in the Hangouts days.
Back in the Hangout days, exactly right.
8 hours non-stop onslaught. 8 hours.
You could back in the day you couldn't kick people out. You kind of had to deal with them, and they got really nasty, wicked, man. Non-stop, man, for days.
And I'm smashing
For
them
days, dude.
Yeah.
For days,
It's
people
times
would
like
be,
that though. I wish we was all sitting around in a bar or something, and he came up and says,
Oh, that dude
There
would
you
get,
go. There you go.
that man would get rocked.
he would get rocked. Yeah, not one punch would be thrown. That boy would leave crawling, man. He'd be like, "Oh my god, I'm fucking done.
Welcome to the flat Earth, buddy.
Welcome to the
to the
flat
flat
Earth,
Earth, buddy.
Mongo.
What if he was
Welcome.
a UFC fighter?
We don't. UFC, man. I think the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Yeah.
Am I wrong there, man? I could. UFC. I don't know, man. That's way over my head,
Ultimate
man.
flat consciousness.
Ultimate flat consciousness. Somebody write that shit down, man, motherfucker. That was a grand slam home run.
That was a Tyson to the jaw. Mike Tyson to the jaw, man.
Yeah. Dude, that was all the fucking marbles put together. Fucking.
That was a Mike Tyson uppercut. Mike Tyson uppercut.
Please, somebody put that in the chat, man. Somebody. All right, that was ultimate, bro.
Yeah, it was.
Ultimate flat consciousness. Are you kidding me, man?
That is
I love that.
silky smooth.
That's the kind of shit that dude. That's the kind of shit that AI will never catch on to, ever. It will never, because it can't keep up with us, bro. We are so fucking much better than those fucking AI cocks, man. But yeah, the UFC, baby.
If the AI tried to do that, it would
ultimate flat consciousness, man. Come on. Who keeps laughing like a fucking clown? Stop that.
Yeah, it's good.
No, stop it.
No, it's
that
not
was
you, Jin. It was somebody else.
It wasn't Jin. It was. I think it was Scooter, man. I think Scooter was doing it, man.
Yeah, Scooter's being a little bit of a joker.
Trolling us, man.
He's putting a bit of a joker there, isn't he? Because he can't win. Because he knows the earth is flat. And we've completely knocked him out. And we reversed and knocked him out again. And we reversed and knocked him out again. And now he's doing the jokey bit now.
He's been to the UFC championships, man. The ultimate flat consciousness.
Flat consciousness.
I was laughing and I'm getting dogged on.
Flat Earth truth. Flat Earth truth. Flat Earth truth. Flat Earth truth.
Hey, observation is the detrimental piece that you need to come to your full realization of who you are.
You need to embrace it.
You got to embrace the observations of what you could see in reality.
Yeah.
That's all, man.
And then you'll become one with the integrity of the situation, because it's all about integrity, man. If you got it, you're a flat earther. If you haven't got it,
it's honesty. It's more honesty, being honest with yourself.
Exactly.
If you want to defend some other people that did shit, long ago, whatever, or yesterday, or they went to the moon, or whatever,
2,000 years ago.
If you want to defend all that, man, have at it, man. But objective reality, man, you can. How far can you defend objective reality? How far? Really? I bet you can't defend it very far. Is my observation. Prove me wrong. Objective reality wins every time.
Yeah. Every time.
Every time. It doesn't ever disappoint, baby.
It's 100% subject to your disapproval. That's why.
It's 100%. Objective reality is 100%.
Yeah. It's not subject to your disapproval.
It's not what somebody told me in a book, in astronomy class, whatever. It's not that. It's what you actually observe in your own reality. And once you get that in your head, you'll be good. Right, Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is things I've learned, things Jin's learned. We've gone out, we've done the hard time and research and
we put in the hard work now.
We put PhD level work into this stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
And PhD time into this shit too, man.
We really have.
And we're still kicking ass, bro. You and me, baby.
It's easy.
I tell you what, man. If somebody said, "Hey, man, pick one flat earther to come with you to a meetup," I'd be like, "I gotta have Jin from Japan, bro."
Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, "Oh fuck, I'm bringing that guy because we're gonna flat smack half the fucking county."
Yeah, man. And it's gonna be fun all the way.
Yeah, and we'll laugh. And we'll just go, "Oh, these Mongos." Yeah, it would be epic, man.
I did LA, didn't I? I did LA.
You did LA, man.
5 in the evening or in the afternoon to 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning, non-stop, flat smacking. Los Angeles. I love it.
Man. So there's warriors that go out there, man, and they get embarrassed and they get knocked down and they strike out like 3 times in a row, right?
Yeah.
But then they come up, later in the game and they score the winning goal and in overtime or whatever, right? And you are that, Jin. You're that guy that comes in, that got his ass kicked for fucking 3 weeks straight and does something amazing that you never expected, man. And you're like, oh my God. It's like the walk-off, the win of all age. Yeah.
Man.
But you're like that, man.
My English accent was working for me, man, because I had a crowd, and it was just non-stop flow of people coming up, discussing, asking questions. Yeah.
If I had anybody to flat smack with, I'm picking Jin first.
I mean, look at my avatar, man. Look at my avatar, man. That's Diamond Head, Hawaii, shouting out, flat Earth.
Yep.
You've got eyes you ain't seen, man. Look at that. Take my picture. Don't forget. I said to them, who here has heard of the flat Earth? Look at it. On Diamond Head, man. Yeah. And then within 30 minutes, I'm flat smacking a whole load of Jehovah's Witness after climbing that mountain. I ran down. Yeah.
Hey, man. I love it when the preachers come to my house, man. I'll be like, yeah, man, let's talk about some stuff.
Yeah. You know what I said to them? I know all about the Jehovah's Witness. In the 70s, they used to come to my house every Wednesday. And the man's name was Frank. And why did I remember him? Because he always came at a point when I wanted to watch a program on TV, and my dad would turn the television off, cup of tea, and now we're talking Jehovah's Witness. So I know you guys, but please pay attention. Look at that horizon.
Hey,
where's the curvature there? Yeah,
I gotta pee.
Yeah, go on.
Shout out to Scoot, man. I got a PhD in Earth. You guys ever heard of that?
PhD in natural law, Earth and natural law.
Where we live, of course, where we live. It's called Earth.
Of course.
Anyway, I got one of those. You got one of those? Maybe not. That's cool.
That's weird, Jin. You mentioned that the other day we were talking about Jehovah's Witnesses, and I was saying how during the lockdowns, that's all I want to say about that, is that they were mailing out invitations and pamphlets and things in the mail. They weren't knocking on doors. And I hadn't seen one for so long. And like 2 days later, they knocked on my door. It was like such a coincidence. And I got into like a 10, 15-minute discussion with them. And, I raised the topic of, the nature of reality and the shape of the earth and everything. And then they were like, well, whatever it is, and try to get it back to the, like the whole religious thing. Yeah, I know. It was funny. It was actually good. Yeah, I enjoyed that little bit of a talk. They gave me a card, and I was like, yeah, please don't think, that I look, I respect you and everything. I admire your
Right.
zealotry, but I'm not going to be joining any organization or anything like that. But it was an interesting discussion, to say the least. But it was just weird that we'd mentioned them and how that they hadn't been knocking on doors for so long, and then suddenly they were knocking on my door. It was crazy. It was like, oh, what?
Well, I love when people knock on my door and try to sell me shit. I immediately tell them about the flat Earth. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't mess around. If somebody hits you up on the street, like, "Hey, you got any change?" I was like, "Hey, man, I got a good tip for you, though, bro. You're not on a spinning ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. You're not there, man. I mean, if you got any evidence to this, I have a Discord server, man. Be glad to let you in and help you out, man, and present your evidence of the spinning ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour." We lost the Scooter, man. He bailed. Damn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's soaked up a lot, though. He's soaked up a lot.
He's got a long way to go, man. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
He'll be all right. He'll figure it out. Might take him 5 years, but he'll get there, man. Cool. Jen cheerleads for Flat Earth, man. Doesn't matter what forum
Yeah.
is
Doesn't matter
available.
where I am. It's
Doesn't matter where
always
you're
in
in.
your face, people. Got the maps on the walls when you come to the classroom. They're on the table. It is unavoidable for you if you come to my school and where I go to teach at other schools English. It's unavoidable. It's on my T-shirt. I don't wear a suit. I wear my Flat Earth T-shirts. I don't go to school with a suit on. There is no tie around my neck. Yeah.
Beautiful, man. That is inspiring. That when I first met you, you showed me what you did in your classrooms and how you would have a helium balloon that was
That's correct.
Equal buoyancy is the term, right?
Yeah.
And it would just float in the middle of the room. And also, he also had made the kids draw the horizon.
Yeah.
Right? And he would make the kids, the students, excuse me, I call them kids, my bad. The students, he would make them draw the horizon, right? And we're all going to draw the horizon today, kids. Right? And every single student in the class drew it flat, right? And Jen drew the big circle, like here's the globe, right? And when you told me that story, man, I'll never forget it, man. That's like one of the most epic stories where, and all the students started freaking out when you showed them the curve, right?
Yeah. On the whiteboard and the green board. They were laughing, and the teachers.
They were like, no, it's flat. It's like totally flat.
Yeah, Jim said, you're wrong. I said, but then I said to them, but we're living on a globe, aren't we? Look at the globe, though. And then it went quiet.
Yeah.
It went quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Yeah, it went dead quiet, man.
Well,
and then I said, yeah, you're right, I'm wrong. And I rubbed my one out.
Sure.
Yeah, man.
You're right. I'm wrong.
I proved the point. None of them have seen a curvature at all. None of them.
None of them see curvature. That's it, man. I mean, we never see curvature.
The adult teachers and their students, they've never seen a curved horizon except for my one. And my one made them laugh.
I'm still laughing. Yeah. So the students, it's kind of a reverse psychology,
Exactly.
what call experiment or whatever, right?
That's what I was doing. Yeah.
And sometimes that's a great way to introduce people to critical thinking.
Exactly. And then the T-shirt saying "Dare to research flat Earth," right there in their face at the same time.
Yeah.
So the teachers will be thinking, flat Earth.
That's pretty ballsy, man. But
man.
you're an independent teacher.
Yeah, that's correct.
In Japan, teaching English, which is, if they learn English, they can make a lot more money and expand their
their knowledge as well, because they're going to learn about history. I teach them their own history properly. I teach them flat Earth, the injections, the Holocaust, you name it, I teach it, and they learn it. Because it comes up, it all comes up in the textbook, you see. That's why it's unavoidable.
So you have a certain curriculum that is kind of a standardization of teaching English in Japan this way. And you're going to talk about these things in history that happened. What a golden opportunity, bro. I mean, you realize, you realize that, oh my goodness, since we're talking about this, let me bring up this.
Exactly.
I bet you ad lib, though.
And that is brilliant, man. And I think that's brilliant.
As a teacher, do you get to ad lib a little bit? Like, it's you're following a curriculum, and a method of teaching, but do you encounter times when how they want you to teach isn't working, so you have to ad lib, you have to
I do that all the time. I redo the curriculum all the time. I am that man. Because I say to them to their face, do you know what? I've had them come to my school or to a class and they line up. This is the education board. They're lined up watching how I'm teaching. They're watching.
Yeah.
Of course they are. They have to. They want to see my techniques. I said, yeah, come in, line up. Okay. Sometimes I invite their parents into what as well. So they can see how English teaching is done as I learned it at school in England. That's what I told them. This is how I learned at school in England, this way. And when you hear the kids singing, if you close your ears, you think they were English kids singing it. Yeah. Because the one thing I said to them is, don't be shy, and don't speak in a low voice, because when you learn English, it's all about protecting your voice and speaking out. It's not speaking within and being timid. That's not how you learn the language.
Ooh,
and I want to know, and please start thinking what you want to be in the future. Go ahead.
Is your accent having an influence on their accent? Is your accent having an influence on the way they pronounce English words?
Not really, no, because they're Japanese, so they're going to have a little bit of a Japanese accent when they speak. But my point is to be confident speaking. But when they're singing, it's different. When they're singing, it's a different accent again, because they're listening to the nursery rhymes, the little elementary school kids, so they easily copy. They can pick it up pretty quick, and that's what's been good. So when they come in and watch the education board come in and line up, and you're talking maybe 6 to 8 of them, all lined up, standing to attention, all in a row there, and I just carry on doing my lesson. And then they make their notes and they walk off. Yeah, I love it. My classes are the noisiest ones because the children are free to express, and the interactive games are required of shouting and moving around the classroom. Yeah, it's not just sitting still and listening to the teacher only. They got to interact with each other. Quizzes and everything. Love it, man. They love it as well, though, I have to say. I've taught them the best drink on earth is water, then your green teas. Milk, last on the list. And the teachers are looking at me. I said, yeah, well, look at my kids. Look how big they are. They don't drink milk at home. Yeah, so it can't be the milk then, can it? There you go. When I go to the parents' evening, right, at the high school, and the junior high school, and they're asking me, what do your children eat? I tell you what they don't eat, they don't drink milk. They don't drink that. So all this milk for your bones, and I said, that's not working. They eat Japanese food, of course. Are you there? Can't hear you guys. You've disappeared on me. Shame.
Yeah, you're good.
What's happening, guys? Oh, okay. Yeah, you went quiet for a second.
No, I've been hearing you the entire time. You're good.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, I couldn't tell there. It was just dead. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what it's like here, really, basically. You know, I've cut out a niche for myself. When I went for the interview, they asked me, "Are you nervous?" I said, "No. Why? Should I be?" Do you know what I mean? Because I've come here for a reason, and that is to teach English and the history of the world to the best of my knowledge. I said, and I will teach that, and I do properly, teaching them properly about Pearl Harbor, properly. Even in Hawaii, I did that twice. Shamed the guides, shamed the tour guides. I said, yeah, but didn't Roosevelt know about that? He knew the Japanese were coming, didn't he? So I explained it to the Japanese tourists. The look on their face, the look of why. That was the look they had. Why? I said, yes, now you know, okay? Didn't tell you that, yeah. Showing you all the ships they missed, but they didn't tell you about that. Roosevelt knew that they were coming. Yeah. So I said to the tour guides, just explain the whole truth. Yeah? Because if you don't, you're dishonoring the dead that are just behind you. Just behind you, there they are, 3,000, yeah? You're dishonoring them when you don't teach the truth, yeah? You're living a lie. That's what I said to them. And then I said, come on, kids, let's move on. Yeah, twice I've been to Hawaii like 6 times, but Pearl Harbor I went twice. Yeah, and both times I impacted the Japanese because the tour guides weren't giving them the real truth properly. People died, you know what I mean? People died, and you can't be going there every day lying to the tourists. That's wrong. So for the 2 times I was there, I made sure that the truth was spoken out. And the funny thing is, the first time I went to Pearl Harbor, all the parking was gone. Guess where I parked up? Right underneath the sign that said, Pearl Harbor veteran only. It's written right there. My rental car was right there. And coming out the car is my Japanese wife and the kids coming out. Do I look like a veteran? No. I went straight into Pearl Harbor, straight in, bought the tickets, and I had no problem. Because my wife said, well, what if the police come? I said, I don't care. Okay, I'm parking up. That's it. You know, what are you going to do? What can they do to us? We're on holiday. Yeah, don't worry, man. Let's go. And the spirit of those who died protected me in the car anyway. I had no problems. Yeah, because I knew I was on a quest. I was on a quest to learn the truth properly and then to get the truth out. Yeah, and it worked. I looked at those soldiers and I looked at them. I said, you're not telling the truth, man. You're just not telling the truth. You know, they died, yeah? You're disgracing the people who died by not telling the truth, yeah? You're just not. It's wrong. And I was a soldier myself, so I know what I'm talking about. And they could tell. They could tell. I wasn't a flat earther then. I wasn't a flat earther then, but I knew the moon landings were a hoax, and I knew it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. Okay, wasn't completely wet behind the ears, but I wasn't a flat earther. But I was on my way, because that was in 2010. 5 years later, Jin's a flat earther. Ultimate power, loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. I'm telling you, you don't know. Huh? Man, the people I've destroyed when they tried to destroy me. That's why I go into Jen Panda server. That's training, that is for me. Training. So when I meet people, it's always amicable. But if they want to get silly, they get it. But it's amicable all the way. The highest degree of honor to the people and respect. Because I was a heliocentrist for 53 years. So, you know, I've got to give people the room to wiggle and, try and get to grips with the idea, with the truth. So I don't insult them. I don't belittle them. I try to uplift them. But when you go to Gem Pandas now, well, you're going in for insults. As soon as you walk in, what the fuck do you want here, kind of thing? Who the fuck are you, kind of? And then that's it. You're on your way. Yeah, let me slap you up now with the flat earth truth. Now that's who the fuck I am. I've come here to kick ass and slap your faces, and both my hands are ready.
Well, I used to kind of, slap globe earthers around like harshly, and it just doesn't work well.
Well, in Gem Panda server, they've got the live stream YouTube going, so I speak to them and I say to them, remember, you know my name and you know my face, I'm on YouTube. But the people in this room, you don't know their name, you don't know what they look like. Where's the integrity in that? Okay? Start thinking. Start waking up, yeah? When you hear my voice, pay attention, because I'll be giving you material that you should go and research and look at. I'm a walking internet. I'll give you the videos, the length of time, and you go watch it and come back and say I lied. All right?
And no, nobody wants to listen to you when you're being so hostile, you fucking idiot.
Nobody. I'm not being hostile to the people in the YouTube.
Dude, your tone, your attitude needs a fucking checkup.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Nobody wants to listen. Dude, I am a flat earther. I'm a stationary
I couldn't give a shit what
geocentric. And you sound like a fucking idiot.
Shut your fucking mouth. You are missing the point. When I'm
Dude, nobody wants to listen to you.
Shut up, you fucking
Hey.
Nobody wants to listen to you.
Scumbag. You're a scumbag. Shut up.
No, that would be you.
Yes. Shut up, you scumbag.
Eric, that was not needed, mate. So just
thank you. Because when I go
nobody wants to listen to you.
It's a hostile.
And we just all get
out
along.
of the server then. Get out of the server then. Get out of the server then.
Chill out.
Yeah. Get out of the server then, man. If you don't want to hear my voice, get out of the server. Get out of the server if you don't want to hear my voice.
You and your fucking
Get out of the
2020
server.
made
Get out of the
username.
server. You cannot be a flat earther. You cannot be a flat earther. I'm sorry. You cannot be one.
I was FB before
This guy's
you.
not a flat earther. His attitude stinks. He cannot be. Because
No,
he's missed
that'd
the
be
point.
your attitude.
He's misunderstood me completely. You've misunderstood me completely. That certain places I go to, it's hostile. And I go there with the highest
the one who's
respect
hostile.
and manners. I'm not hostile at all.
Oh, you're
I'm
not?
only hostile. I'm only hostile when people are hostile with me. Generally, I'm well-mannered when I'm introducing Flat Earth. I never, ever go
You were
there.
sitting there talking shit for the last
No, I
10
wasn't.
minutes.
No, I wasn't.
I don't know,
Shit to
Eric,
you,
mate.
it might be.
I was kind of
Shit to
enjoying
you.
that.
Thank you.
I was enjoying it.
Because you're not a flat earther. You're not a flat earther.
I was very interested in what he was saying, and then you jumped
What did
in.
he say? Name
Well, he
one
was
thing.
talking about how he went. He was talking about how he went to Pearl Harbor and told them that they were lying, and I was really interested in what he was talking about. And you jumped in. I didn't find him hostile at all. Why'd you have to do that?
Yeah.
What the?
I don't understand. What was that all about? What happened?
What was that all about? Why did you attack me? Flat earther? You're not a flat earther. You cannot be. Because
you're
flat
not
earth.
gaining
Because
anybody's
shut up.
freaking
Shut up.
observation.
Flat Earth exposes all the lies. That's what Flat Earth does. Okay? Flat Earth is the key to the light of the truth. And it
Your
exposes
2020
every
account.
single deception. So shut
What a
up.
joke.
You're not a flat earther. You scumbag. You're
I've
shit
been
on my
repping
shoe.
FB longer than
You
you.
are the shit on my shoe that
You
I scrub
fat
off
old
on the
piece of
curb.
shit.
That I scrub off on the curb. And then I look for a puddle to rinse the shit off. And then I look for a patch of grass to clean my shoe on. That's what you are. The shit on my shoe. You scumbag. Get out of here.
Been repping FB longer than you,
Shut
you
up,
fat
you
old piece
idiot.
of shit.
You are a hole of an ass, a head of a dick. Get out of here.
Nope.
Yes. Get out
Nope.
of here.
Nope.
You
Go
are
fuck
a
yourself.
sorry human being. Less than a blade of grass. A blade of grass has excellence and integrity. You don't
can't
have that.
even tell me
And
your
as
name.
Bruce Lee
You
said,
fake piece of shit.
try to be
piece of
like
shit.
water, my friend. Try
Fake
to be like
motherfucker.
water. Try to be like water.
You don't have a fucking name.
You are not a flat earther, you scumbag. Shit on my shoe. Shit on my shoe, boy.
You don't fucking gain
You're the
people's
shit I walk
attention
on.
for FE by sitting there and fucking attack
You are
them.
the shit I walk on, sir.
And you're not going to win with me by attacking me.
Insignificant shit cunt is all you are.
I was FE before
Get
you,
the
you
fuck out of
fake
here.
piece of shit,
You
nameless
drunken-
faggot.
You drunken bum. Drug addict, drunken bum.
Loud nameless piece of shit. Nameless piece of shit.
Anyone. He was just
spineless American.
One
He's not a
talking
flat earther.
came in and attacked him. So do you have anything constructive to say other than just to attack Jin?
Oh, is that his name?
Oh, that's my name.
Bet you it isn't.
CBR1.
The dude doesn't even have the courage to say his fucking name.
Why don't you ask, you scumbag?
Why is that important?
Howard, 100%.
I don't even want to know your name. Your name is
Yeah,
shit.
I already told it
Constructive to bring to any conversation because
You're
Jin
a
wasn't
coward.
talking to anyone. He was just speaking out loud his own thoughts. He wasn't having a conversation with nobody. He wasn't being rude
And
to anyone.
I'm tired of him attacking Glover, even though I don't agree with him at all.
Globers. He's a Glober. He's a Glober. How
No,
can
I'm
you be
not a
tired of
Glober.
attacking Globers? How can you be tired of that? That would be impossible.
I've been FE longer than you fucking
No,
idiot.
you haven't. No, you haven't, mate. No,
Oh, really? Look at your account, you 2020 faggot.
I'm not from 2020. I'm not from before that.
Oh, so where are you from? Where are you from, you
maggot.
nameless idiot?
You maggot. You're a maggot, man.
You don't have a name?
You're a
No
maggot.
name? No name?
Hey guys, this is
No
getting
name
fucking
at all?
boring, yeah.
My name is Jim.
Stop it. That's enough now, yeah.
Nobody wants to listen.
Why don't you ban this
Nobody
guy?
wants to listen to
This
this
guy should be banned. He should be kicked out because he's not a flat earther. I've been around longer than he has.
FE longer than you piece of
No,
shit.
you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't, mate.
Hey
Oh,
guys,
you
come
keep
on.
saying that, but you can't prove it, you nameless faggot.
Oh, there's people in there who know me longer than you. You're the new boy in the club in this.
Oh, I'm the new boy, even though
You
I'm
are
the
the
one
new
with
boy,
the account.
You are the new boy.
Who's been
You are
repping
the new
FE
boy,
longer
I
than you?
guarantee that.
What's
You
going
don't know
on?
me.
This is stupid.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
doesn't know me, does he?
this idiot is stupid.
Yeah. He
No, I
doesn't
said
know me.
the whole argument's stupid.
Attacks.
Yeah, he started it. He started it. He doesn't know who I am. One. Not
No,
that I
you
care.
started.
No, I didn't start anything. I didn't
Yes,
start
you
anything.
did.
mate.
Yes,
I
you
finished
did.
it. No, I finished it. I didn't start it. I finished
No, you didn't finish shit. You
I
fucking
finished
piece
it.
of
You put
shit.
shit on my shoe like I said you were.
Fat boy.
You're a scumbag. You're not a
Fat
flat
boy.
earther. You cannot be a flat earther. How can you be tired of flat smacking heliocentrists? How can you be? That's crazy talk. I'm fed of him slagging
You
off
clearly don't know who I am, you fat boy.
You scumbag.
You
You're a
clearly
liar.
don't
This man is not
know
a
me
flat
at
earther.
all.
This man
We're
is
before
not
just
a
talking
flat
about
earther.
people being tough on the internet. Let's stop it, yeah.
Yeah,
Come on.
sorry about that, guys.
Yeah,
You
shut
know-
Yeah, no, that's all
fat
right.
ass up.
Come on, mate, that's enough. End it.
Yeah,
Just end
but
it there.
anyway, as I was saying, flat Earth exposes all the deceptions out there. Once you become a flat earther, people will wake up to the other deceptions that are going on. That's what's going on here. But I came the other way round. I came from all the other conspiracies, and flat Earth was the key that just unlocked my energy, and I rose like a helium balloon. That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. Okay? So I'd come from the 9/11s, the Kennedys, the fluoride deception, atom bombs, you know, that way round. 9/11, that way round. Moon landing hoax. And then finally, 2014, flat Earth is being offered. And I ignored it. 2015, I click on the video for a laugh, thinking I was going to get entertained. I was a complete donkey. Within 3 minutes, I realized I'd made an error in my life for 53 years. Okay? When it comes to expressing flat Earth, I am very, very careful when I introduce it to people. Like walking on eggshells, basically. Only when I go to a certain server where it's hostile, I will give the most energy that I can in that server. And that's where I spend most of my time, because they're so toxic and they're lying to the listeners. So I have to be hostile in there, because they're
Dude,
they're
you are
hostile
being
to me.
hostile to Globers. And yes, I am FE.
Not to the listeners in the
very hostile. And if you want to get hostile, then bring it to me, motherfucker.
That is slander. That is slander, because
it's not slander.
Dude,
go ahead.
Hostile
Rewatch
to the Globers who are insulting me. They're calling me a retard. They're saying I'm lacking education. Yeah? Yeah? And personal attacks. I go in there, I absorb more attacks than I give to get the truth out to the listeners in the YouTube live stream. And I say to them,
I don't want you to have a heart attack, for goodness sake. So
I'm never going to have one. I'm never going to have one, because I exercise every day. I'm never going to have one of those, ever. Okay?
Oh, really?
You don't know me.
You
just
seem to
don't
be on
know
the edge.
Remember, you don't know me. But people on this
And you
side
don't know me either, you piece of
I
shit.
don't want to know you, mate. I don't want to know you. If I saw you, I'd kick you all over the road.
Yeah, you
okay?
wish you could.
I would.
You wish you could. I'd drop you like a bad habit.
Yeah, I'm sure. You'd need a gun. You'd need a gun, mate.
This is
need a
impossible,
gun.
gentlemen. This is
Yeah, do that. But like I
Jump.
said, I go to these servers. I go there with respect to these servers, and when they disrespect me intellectually, I'm going to have to give them what they deserve. The truth.
You don't have to defend yourself. We understand. But I just want to ask this gentleman a question. I think his name is Derek. Like, why did you come in here just to hurl attacks? Like, if you have something to say.
I didn't. I've been here before this dude was in here.
Okay, but your mic wasn't on. You haven't said anything this whole time. And then as soon as you turn your mic on, you come in here, you just started hurling insults.
I was talking with Dr. Flat Earth Dude for hours. What are you talking about?
Now, me and Flat Earth Dude go back like 6 years.
Okay, that may be, but you've been silent for, I don't know, maybe the last hour or so, because Flat Earth Dude's been gone for a while now. So I'm just confused. Like, is there something you want to talk about? Like, I don't understand. What is your beef?
Well, my premise is that you cannot be freaking hostile to globe earthers in order to gain their freaking understanding.
I never am.
Oh, really?
Look, there's a server called hang on. There's a server called Debate Flat Earth and More.
Why the fuck are you yelling then?
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up and listen.
No, you
You're
shut
not
up.
listening. You're not listening.
You're not fucking listening to what I'm saying. Listen to this dude yelling.
There is a server called Debate Flat Earth and More. Okay? Now, I go there because they are lying to the public. They are heliocentrists who are lying to the public. So I go there as a flat earther to level it up. And they insult me more than I insult them. Okay? Okay?
If I can real quick, too, I mean, I've been here for a while now, too, and I've listened to you talk quite a while, and you're a very passionate man. I think he's misinterpreting your passion for anger, and it's just the way you talk. You come off that way, and it might sound angry, and it might sound like that, but I don't think that's not how it is. He's just a very passionate man.
It's not.
You know what I mean? I think you're just misinterpreting his passion for, anger.
I've been kicked off of every Globe Earther server ever.
No, I haven't.
You're going to try to tell me that I'm not a flat earther?
You're not a flat earther. Where do you get the idea? This is a plant, man. Where's he getting the idea that I've been kicked off servers? I haven't. I've been kicked off this server twice, and both times I was reinstated because they made the mistake, not me.
Well, then you're behind me because I've been kicked off here 3 times, so kiss my ass.
Well, I couldn't give a shit about that.
Well, don't make it a point.
You said that I was kicked off of several servers. This server and Gem Panda server only. That's it. I haven't been kicked off any other server.
And
So where'd you get
all of
that
that
idea
is
from?
all of that is meaningless, anyways. If you guys have a personal, private beef that you want to air out, you need to do
I
it
don't know this guy.
Here
I
on
don't
the
know
live
this guy at all.
No,
Don't
I'm
know
not
him.
talking about you personally. I'm talking about, I'm mainly talking about this other guy who came in here and started this whole
Yeah.
thing.
What an
You-
idiot.
I
Yeah,
didn't
don't even know
start
who
it.
he is.
He did.
You
I
need to
don't know
take
this
it up
guy.
somewhere else. You guys can't be having this conversation here on the live feed. We
Yes,
already
I
went
do
through this
apologise again. I do apologise.
A
I
young
do
lady came in
apologise.
here and was yelling and screaming and
I'm
talking
not
about
the one treating
Yeah,
other
no, I do
people like
apologise. I
shit.
think this man is a plant because
See?
no decorum at all. I would never do that.
I'm just trying to keep the integrity of the feed
Yeah,
right now.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Productive at all.
Yeah, good one,
don't even know
Paul.
why he was attacking
I
me.
agree with you, mate. If we can just both maybe just
Yeah,
stop. Yeah,
let's get back to flat Earth anyway.
Yeah, if
The
people are
integrity of the
listening on
truth.
the live stream, it's going to look a bit silly as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Give someone else a chance to speak anyway. Give someone else a chance to speak. I'm dropping the mic just for a few minutes because I can
Yours
see
is
that we've got
level.
somebody in here who's being a bit of a wally. But
Water is
there we
level.
go. Water is always level. It can never.
No shit.
It's always level.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Level. So why don't you educate the listeners in the live stream? Put your
Well, that's
energy
it.
into that.
Maybe you guys can talk about flat Earth. Maybe that.
Well, I was.
Yeah, I know.
Everything I had to say happened on a flat Earth. Everything. Didn't happen on a globe.
Me and him are in agreement as far as a feed.
Yeah,
Just
maybe you guys
I
can
don't like his
discuss some
treatment of
ideas.
Globers, even though they're delusional.
I don't do that. I don't scream at heliocentrists who are delusional. I don't. Only those that insult me. Do I not have the right to defend my honor and integrity when I'm being insulted, especially as I'm being polite? Do I not? Do I not?
I'm not defining it.
Excuse me. Do I not though? I'm being insulted.
Okay.
But I mean, if it came to a fight, it ought to be another FE and not some heliocentric piece of shit.
Stop.
Look, I go to the Flat Earth server to discuss Flat Earth and I'm being insulted. Do I not have the right to defend my honor? Do I not? Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't go up to people on the street and start slagging people off. I don't have the right to do that, and I don't do that. I introduce Flat Earth in a gentle and polite manner. It's totally different on the street. But on this particular server, you go there, if you're a Flat Earther, you're going to get insulted straight away, instantly. Okay? And I don't like to be insulted when I'm telling the truth. All right?
Oh, I know you don't. And just
Right, so your attacking me was totally pointless because you got the wrong end of the stick. You don't know me, and yet you're throwing.
And you don't know me, so
yeah, but I didn't say anything to you, did I? I didn't say anything to you at all. I said nothing to you at all. You attacked me. Remember that? I said nothing to you. I didn't even know you were in the server. I don't know who you are, but you attacked me. Started saying you hated my voice.
Let's move forward. You know what?
Yeah,
If you
I
and me
think
actually
you owe me an apology.
Hey,
I think you owe me an apology, sir. That's what it is. Thank you very much. I think
if you and me actually met on a street, we would be in so much agreement. It would be mind-boggling.
Well, if you attacked me the way you did, I think you'd be spitting out.
No. And if it were in real life, it would be like we were walking down. It'd be like we were walking down a street and we would encounter globe earthers, and you'd be like, "Oh shit, you motherfucker!"
That's not me. That's not me at all.
It's like I have to stop you from attacking them.
No, that's not me at all. I don't do that. You don't know me. That's what I'm saying. Have you been drinking?
Well,
are you drunk?
Dude, that's what you were saying earlier. You were so hostile.
No, that's not what I was saying earlier. No, you've got the wrong end of the stick. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I don't take any pleasure in slagging heliocentrics.
I'm sure you
so
don't
I don't
take
do
any
that. Hang
pleasure,
on.
man.
I don't do that. But in Gem Panda server, who is my nemesis, they insult me as soon as I go in. Okay? You want to go there and have a look. Okay? I don't insult heliocentrists. I don't do that. That's
I've
the wrong
known
method.
Jim Panda for 7 years, and he's an asshole.
Right, but I go there to balance and cleanse that server up. Do you know what? They're talking about making me a mod. They're talking about making me a mod now. Not that I asked for it. There you
They
go.
want your attention, that's all.
Well, that's good. I'm giving them my attention,
Yeah,
of course.
okay.
And my attention is going to the YouTube listeners who want to know the difference between the heliocentric model and the globe. And I always address them as ladies and gentlemen, all the time. I said, listen up now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the situation. This guy says this. I'm saying this. You weigh it up. What do you think? When did you last see the curvature? So I always address the audience, always. That's always my method. So you don't know me. You're making assumptions that are baseless. You don't know me. I don't know who you are. But I know you're the shit on my shoe, though, because of what you said to me, you see. Okay? So be careful.
But
be
don't
careful.
ever say I'm
be
not
careful when you start
earther.
making baseless
Dude.
claims and
Hey, don't
accusations
ever.
from
Don't
people
ever.
you don't know. You'll always be the shit
Don't
on my
ever.
shoe, though. You'll always be the shit
Do you
on
hear
my
me?
shoe. I'll let you know that now. Okay?
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Oh my God, you
Like
guys
I
are
said, you're a flat earther, but you're a very bad flat earther. You're the
please,
shit on my
guys,
shoe.
this
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
conversation
And that's all I've
is
got to say on the
in
subject.
no place.
I was
Please.
knocking Globers before you were even in anything on
You
the
ain't
internet.
done nothing.
That's
You
great.
never done that. You're lesser. You're lower than I am, mate.
A dick measuring contest? What are we doing? Can we?
He's lower than the belly of a snake. It's his
Is
ego.
there anybody new in the server or
Yeah,
something?
there's I can see hello Space Crabs, a VC verified Globe skeptic. Looks like got a few roles actually, so Globe skeptic, VC verified, space aid, space herpes may be interesting. Do you want to open your mic? Hello, Space Crabs. No. Maybe not interested.
That's a shame. We need to cleanse ourselves here. That was too much nonsense.
I never do that. I go into a server, I ask questions.
I'm not pointing at any finger. Just
Yeah, I've heard you heaps of times, so it's always valid information. So.
Yeah.
I concur.
Very important.
Anyway, Jin, much love to you, bro.
Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, dude. He's trying to troll you. I think. Don't do that, dude. Don't.
He's offering. It sounds like he's offering an olive.
After all the insults, just stop poking the bear. What the fuck? I'm gonna check 24 live.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
And that's just childish, anyways.
Yeah, it was really. I mean, where did that come from? But like I said, man, I don't do that to people.
It's just. Oh yes.
I haven't got time. And I don't want to lose the possible flat earthers that I want to meet, because it's all about a revolution, you see. So for me, I'm moving earnestly introducing flat earth to people because I need them on our side so we can get to that tipping point. So I'm not going to be slagging them off because they are ignorant of the fact or they might be displaying cognitive dissonance. I'm not, I'm just going to leave them stewing in that. At least,
that nonsense conversation, because who knows who might have been scared away that just tuned in and was like, oh, what is it? Oh, and then immediately jumped off because
that.
Whatever.
Always leave the door wide open all the time. I do. Yeah. It's only when I get insulted that I fire up, and they wish they'd never done it. But other than that, it's always polite, nice as pie, because that's how you have to bring the flat earth to them, nice and gentle. You ask them, can I have a moment? Like one of my methods is like, and I'm in Japan here. Can I have a moment of your time? So that will be sumimasen, chotto ii desu ka? And then they'll say hi. They say hi, which means yes. Internetで最近に人気なお話はflat earth ですけど. Now, what did I say to them? I said, on the internet, the most popular conversation is about flat earth. Okay? So you can see that my manners are there. I don't slag people off. Don't even know who I am. Silly ass of a man. Honestly. Some people, got no idea. But yet they throw their insults out there. No idea of my methods at all. I know when to be abrasive and when to drive the point home and when to be gentle. I'm a father of 4 boys. Fuck.
Yeah, you're all right. I don't think you don't need to defend yourself to the people that know you're around here.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Just that back in the day, that guy would have been injected out. Boom, you're gone, mate. Or cog this. Boom.
And I've been on here for the last, I don't know how many hours, even before Flat Earth Dude got on. And I don't remember him in here at all talking about Flat Earth Dude tonight. So I don't know.
Yeah.
What he was
just thinking,
maybe
the first thing I felt was that he was a plant because he can't be a flat earther. Flat earther.
I don't know.
You're not flat doing that. No. Doesn't make any sense.
I've been
especially when you don't know somebody
for the last 7 years. How about you?
Yeah, 7 years. Me too. 7 years. Big
on
deal.
Discord, yeah.
I've been a flat earther for 7 years. Not on Discord. This Discord maybe 5 years. Maybe.
So no.
I'm a little bit bewildered about how you say that how long you've been around here, but yet at the same time, the way you jumped in here and started just hurling insults and attacking, doesn't sound like somebody that's been in here for a while, because that's not what we do to each other. Even if we disagree with each other, nobody comes in here and behaves that way except for Glovers. I mean, in my experience, you kind of threw me off a little bit.
So that's why I said he was a glober. He can't be a flat earther.
Hey, Paul, how long have you been in a flat earther?
How long have I been a flat earther?
Yeah.
Or how long have I been connected with this Discord?
Why do you have to think about it?
Because you get off on being on Discord. Well, you get off on being on Discord a long time. That's why he's asking.
2015 for me.
I became a flat earther in 2015, and I've been
me too.
on the service.
Why did you have to think about it?
I didn't have to think about it. I was trying to clarify. I was trying to clarify your question. If you want to know how long I've been a member of this feed, or how long I've been a flat earther, I answered both.
I only asked you one question.
Oh my God, you're kind of a dick, huh? Yeah, and I didn't understand what you meant.
And you tried to pretend that I asked you 2.
Well, no, okay. Ask your question again. What was your question? I'm sorry.
I said, how long have you been a flat earther?
2015.
Yeah, and it took you 20 seconds to freaking come up with that, didn't it? You're like,
Is that a problem? Is that a problem?
Yeah, because I can answer instantly.
It doesn't matter. Is it a problem?
How did it take me 20 seconds, first of all?
You didn't answer right away, did you?
because I didn't necessarily hear your exact question. I didn't hear you if you were asking how long I've been a flat earther or how long I've been in this Discord, the 24/7 live flat earth. That's why I was hesitant, and that's why I asked you what exactly are you asking?
Oh my god!
What's
That's
your
what
point?
I mean.
What's your point?
Why are you existing, sir? What is the purpose of your life, mate? That's what I'd like to know. Why do you exist?
Excuse me?
What is the point of your life? What is the point of you being on this server?
To tell the truth. How about you?
Well, you're not doing that. You're ribbing the flat earthers. So you're not doing a good job of that at all at the moment. Okay? So I'd rather you shut up, park yourself in the corner, and come off with the buzz you're on.
Don't. I keep the flat earthers in check.
Well, you're not keeping me in check.
Well, you don't even have a name to us.
I don't need you to keep me in check. I do that
nameless,
myself.
faceless piece of shit.
You see, but you can see my face. That what you see is me.
Oh, that's your face.
And my name is Jin. That is my real name. Jin is my real name. That is me you're looking at. Okay?
And so what's your name?
My name is Jin. Jin, that is my name. Jin. And then the
CBR1?
Yes, Jin CBR1. The CBR1 is the Honda CBR 1000 that I ride. I'm a motorcyclist. Okay?
Laughing stock.
That's the truth.
Oh, yeah, that's your name, isn't it? Yeah, Jin.
That is my name.
CBR1.
Jin is my name. CBR1 is the bike I ride. I've posted my bike and myself with the bike ample of times on this server.
We aren't here to interrogate each other. We aren't here to interrogate each other or criticize the validity of our character or our flat earth status or anything like that.
Yeah, he called me a nameless, faceless bastard is what he called me. And I said, but he can see my face and he can see my name. That's the integrity of myself. So you can see me. I'm not hiding. Okay? Something's wrong with this guy. Something's wrong.
You have a problem with
I'll accept that. Fine.
I could have became a flat earther 2 days ago. What difference does it make? What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean, by the way? What do you mean by that line of questioning?
Well, it kind of matters. Like, how long have you been fighting?
Explain yourself. Explain yourself. You're not answering my question. You're taking it too long. Can you answer it again quicker, please? Answer properly.
Notice how this fucking piece of shit is talking over me?
You're not coherent. That's why.
So your point is you're better than everybody else in this chat right now because what, you think you've been a flat earther longer than the rest of us, so somehow you're better than us? Is that the point you're trying to make?
No, it's not a matter of being better. It's just a matter of... No.
Well, who keeps you in check, Derek? Because I'm about to keep you in check.
It's a matter of fighting longer.
Fighting longer.
Look at him, look. So now you're fighting the globeheads now. The ones that you're not supposed to fight, yeah? Listen to this, man. Walking contradiction.
Sounds like he's fighting flat earthers, not globeheads.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think he's a glober pretending to be a flat earther, and then he's trying to destroy the show by trying to embarrass us somehow, some way.
Dude, you were embarrassing.
I would have hit the button. As soon as you opened your mouth, I would have hit the button, bang, you're gone into the abyss of your sorry life. That's what would have happened.
As you judge, you stupid piece of shit.
There you go.
As you judge, it will be unto you.
Listen to that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
listen
as
to
you
the
judge.
integrity of the situation. There you go. I would have hit that button like that, bang, you would have been gone.
All right, Derek is server muted. Derek is server muted, and we don't want to do this. All right, I don't want to have to mute more people. All right, obviously he's a bit of a trigger for some people, and he's not here to. It's obvious he's not here to add anything constructive to any conversations. It's just about critiquing and people's integrity and their flat earthness. and how long they've been trying it. No, that's not what we're here to do. That's not what we're here to do. We're not going to go into these debates here amongst each other. That's not the purpose of this channel. So
That's right. So goodbye, arrivederci, sayonara, button, and you're gone. Boom, bye. That's would have been me.
That was very strange.
So if we can steer the conversation back to some, something more constructive.
Some decent. Did you know that Bill Kaysing wrote a book called We Never Went to the Moon? Did you know that? Great book. I'm reading it on PDF for the first time. I've been aware of the book for years, but I'm reading it for the first time. Nice book, good insight. He said that it would have been good if the astronauts that were on the moon sent a visual signal of where they were on the moon, like a flashlight, something they could light up so they could see them from Earth through the telescopes. We didn't get any of that. That was Bill Kaysing. That was one of his go-tos as to how he knew they weren't on the moon. And the other thing he exposed was NASA said that the Apollo 11 landed on because he said there wasn't enough dust on the landing pads, okay? And the 10,000-pound thrust should have kicked the dust this way from Sunday, he said, or whatever that expression is, right? And he said when it landed, there wasn't a single grain of dust on the landing pads, right? And then NASA tried to rebut that by saying, they landed in an area where there was almost no dust at all. And then he rebutted that with, but they left a 2-inch deep footprint in there, in the surface, right by the LEM. So how could that be? Yeah, great book. Bill Kaysing. He worked for Rocketdyne, the company that was commissioned to make the Saturn V rockets for the Apollo missions. And he said that he saw so many failures of the rockets exploding on the launch pad, 50 feet up in the air. He did the maths. He said the likelihood of NASA sending a team of astronauts to the moon and returning them back safely was a 0.01% chance. And at those odds, no chance at all by the sounds of it. So he knew they weren't going to be going to the moon. I don't know. Have you guys read that book or heard of Bill Kaysing? Very quiet. It's very quiet. Maybe I've dropped out. Ugh. Yeah, Bill Kaysing book. We Never Went to the Moon. Yes, a great book by Bill Kaysing. Another good book is from Ralph Renee, NASA Really Mooned America. There you're going to learn about the radiation and the levels of radiation and how it would have killed the astronauts had they ventured out towards the Van Allen radiation belts, of which there are 2. But before they encountered those, there's a belt that he never mentioned, actually. It's the one that was left behind by the well-known, well-documented Operation Starfish Prime back in 1962, okay, where I think it was the Pentagon, they set off a nuclear megaton bomb into the Earth's atmosphere. This took 4 years. They were doing this for 4 years. So there was Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and Operation Starfish Prime, the last one, 1962, okay? And according to the British astronomer by the name of Sir Bernard Lovell, he said that those events have created a third radio 100 times more lethal than the radiation belts themselves. So, you know, the astronauts would have had to have gone through some serious radiation before they got to the moon. And again, the Apollo missions coincided with the moon's 11-year solar flare event, where the sun, back in August of 1972, spat out radiation to the highest ever recorded, 960 rems, ladies and gentlemen. 960 rems. So that was back in August. So the astronauts were really gambling with their lives. Okay? You know, and the suits didn't offer them any protection from that level of radiation, let alone a small level. Okay? And the radiation belt, that's 247 miles from the Earth's surface. Back then, it would have been 250,000 rems. 250,000 rems. 70 rems would have left an astronaut nausea, vomit, and what was the other thing? Diarrhea. Okay, 170 rems would have been complete vision loss, vomit, diarrhea, death within 60 days, according to the experts. Ralph Renee, the book is called NASA Really Mooned America, another great book to read. You learn all about the radiation. And the company that was in charge of making all those records is NOAA, NOAA. That's the name of the organization, abbreviated. Right? They know it all. 500 rems will kill you instantly. Goodbye. Dead. Yet alone 250,000 rems, which is what the Van Allen radiation belts contain. That's the intensity. And then you've got the radiation belt that's the nearest to the Earth's surface at 247 miles away, according to the information we're given. Currently, today, it's at like 25,000 rems, let's say, today. Still there. Hasn't gone anywhere yet. Dissipating slowly over the years, mind you. Still lethal at 25, deadly at 25,000 rems. So imagine what it was like back in 1962. 250,000 rems. So by 1969, they would have had to have gone through those three belts. And we don't get any observation through the transcripts. No countdown as they entered those zones. Exit, enter and exit. None of that. And then when Alan Bean was questioned, he was from the Apollo 12 mission, and he was questioned by Bart Sibrel, famous film producer, Bart Sibrel. He made the documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. A must-see. It's about 45 minutes long. Got to watch that. It's a gem. I won't spoil it for you. And then there's the other one called Astronauts Gone Wild. And this is where he interviews the astronauts. And he's got $5,000 in an envelope and a Bible. And he asks them to swear in the Bible that they went on the moon and walked on the moon. And here's $5,000, to donate to your favorite charity. Only two of them actually put their hand on the Bible. But the rest, they ran, including Neil Armstrong. Buzz Aldrin punched Bart Sibrel in the face because Bart Sibrel called him, "You're a coward, a liar, and a thief." And then he got a right cross to the jaw. Okay, from Buzz Aldrin. They wouldn't swear on the Bible. Okay, now he questions Alan Bean, and he asks Alan Bean, "How did you feel going through the Van Allen radiation belts?" And then he said, and then Alan Bean answers, "I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts." Now, there is a lie immediately, because it would have been unavoidable to not have gone through those belts. And then when Bart Sibrel tells him they start from 1,000 miles from the Earth's surface, guess what he says? "Oh, then we must have gone right through them." What kind of an answer is that from an astronaut that went to the moon, supposedly? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm only here to expose what we learn. Okay? Astronauts Gone Wild, another video you must watch. And the other one, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Upload it onto your devices, computer, whatever you have, and enjoy it. Have a cup of tea and a scone, and it's a right riveting watch. You will learn how they did the lie. Oh yeah, and we've had a recent confession, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to say. We've had a deathbed confession. February 13 this year, a man by the name of Gene Gilmore. Jill Gilmore dies. And on his death, a video was released. And this video documents Gene Gilmore's father, whose name was Cyrus Eugene Akers, A-K-E-R-S surname. Okay? He was in the Air Force, okay, but as a police officer in the US Air Force. Okay, he was a staff sergeant, okay, and he was ordered to secure the hangars at which they filmed the Apollo moon hoax. He was the deathbed confession, okay. Sorry, I keep getting that wrong. Cyrus Eugene Akers, born 1933, he dies in 2002 at the age of 69 in a hospital, a famous hospital in America. I can't remember the name now. Excuse me. But that video's out on YouTube, 15 minutes long. Bart Sibro was instrumental in getting that video out as well. Okay, deathbed confession. A security guy and his team secured that hangar. What they did was, the hangar was in a place called Clovis, Clovis, in New Mexico. Cannon US Air Base. Airbase, that's it, yeah. Cannon US Air Base in New Mexico. And they joined two aircraft hangars together, connected them together, and then filled that with sand, and then what we call shingle stones, and then they covered that with concrete cement, powdered cement to mimic what they think the moon land surface looks like. Okay, and then the shenanigans began. And Cyrus Eugene Akers was the man who was commissioned by Lyndon Johnson to secure that hangar. He was giving his orders and list of people who were allowed in and nobody else. Okay, and he kept that list. Watch that video. Go look for it. Cyrus Eugene Akers, born 1933, died 2002. And Gene Gilmore, his video is rarely, but you'll get it either way. Gene Gilmore is the son of Cyrus Eugene Akers. Cyrus Eugene Akers, A-K-E-R-S, born in 1933, died 2002. And that is the end of my announcement and update on the moon landing hoax. We'll keep on looking for some more information and we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it. The moon landings were a hoax. No man has ever put his foot or boot on the surface of the moon. We don't have the technology. God never gave us the permission, and we will never have that permission because we're supposed to be getting on kumbaya on this earth. Unfortunately, the human race is cowardice, and we're allowing all manner of atrocities to go on, and we are voting for our demise, and we're under tyranny and dictatorship. Okay? Thank you very much. I rest my case. Oh yeah, P.S. I've never voted in. All right? I would never vote for my demise, my enslavement, or my imprisonment. Okay? So good luck with that. And I'm not going to be getting any needle pricks in my arms, ever. But there you are, ladies and gentlemen. I will rest my case now. I hope you enjoyed that. Jin CBR1.
Translucent luminary.
Say that again?
So it'd be pretty hard to stand on a translucent luminary.
Absolutely, yeah. I was wondering, because the closer you get to the moon with the inverse square law, you'd be blinded by the light, wouldn't you? You'd just be blinded, surely, the closer you got to the moon. So you're right, man. Yeah. And I think it speaks volumes when they didn't mention Earth once whilst they're on the lunar surface. And no photographic image of Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, a face-on front portrait shot doesn't exist. There isn't one. Isn't that not odd, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that not odd? You travel all that way, 240,000 miles in a nappy, and you're not eating with a knife and fork, you're not drinking wine out of wine glasses, and you're not using knives and forks and a serviette. You're eating out of or sucking it up. That's your chin roast. Do you understand what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah? Okay, right. 3 days going to the moon. You're going to say, look at the Earth. Doesn't the Earth look beautiful? Please, let's take a picture of the Earth. You're not going to utter those words. Well, I'll tell you. Obviously, they didn't go. And I think that was a deliberate whistleblower by the astronauts, because that would be impossible. You send a group of in that rocket with cameras and don't give them any instructions. Don't tell them anything. Just go and have fun, kids. I guarantee you that those children are going to mention Earth, take pictures of Earth, take pictures of themselves, and you don't have to tell them anything. They're going to do that instantly. So, obviously they didn't go to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously. It's a no-brainer. No radiation monitoring on the journey. No saying, hello, Earth. Wow. Please. No photograph of Neil Armstrong face on. Yeah? Okay. I mean, what more do you want? And then you've got the environment. You've got the radiation belts. You've got the sun's solar flare. You've got cosmic ray particles traveling at almost the speed of light. 670 million, 616,629 miles per hour. Okay? And these cosmic ray particles travel at that speed, and for every square centimeter, you have 4 particles striking that per second. So it'd be like being in a monsoon, in a rain of cosmic ray particles. And the aluminium would have offered no protection. In fact, aluminium is the worst thing to build a spacecraft when you consider the radiation that they have to encounter. Because as the radiation comes through that, it intensifies on the inside. So the astronauts would have been exposed to some seriously high level of radiation as the radiation and those cosmic particles penetrate the lunar command module. So as far as I'm concerned, there was no way they could have gone. The environment is not conducive for human beings or even their equipment. So ladies and gentlemen, it was just one massive hoax. They're hoaxing you today. They're fleecing you with your money. Yeah.
I think that they're not pretty. I feel sympathetic for them in a way, because I think in the beginning, I think they all believed that they were actually going to go to the moon. I think they really thought that, and then at some point, the truth was made evident to all of them. But then by that point, what could they do? They couldn't step out of it and tell the world or tell the public. I mean, look at how what they can do to people, how they can destroy lives and destroy families. I mean, they were stuck. They were in too deep. There's nothing they could do about it. I kind of feel,
yeah, yeah, but there's something about integrity that you just got to shout out, because Bill Casey did it, and his life was threatened like several times. They made attempts to kill him, but he said he will do it even if I die doing it. The truth must come out. So you've just got to do that. That's something you have to stand up for. Got to. So once that's done, you wake up the whole of humanity. Do you know what Bill Kaysing was saying? He said, hopefully when this comes out in the near future, the human race would rise up. If you listen to him speak, you know he was in the Navy. So he was in the US Navy, okay? So anyone who's been in the military understands what integrity really means. I was in the military myself. So you know the truth is worth dying for. Rather die standing up than die on my knees begging. Sorry. That's how it's got to be. So that the human race can be free. That's the problem. That's why if you listen to Flat Earth Dude, he'll tell you that I am a revolutionary. That's all I've ever said. That's all that's left. There is nothing left. Our backs are to the wall. They want to poison us with these horrible needles they want to give us. Do you understand? They take our money. They create the wars that we die in, and we pay for it. Nah, that's got to stop, man. Got to stop. And that's what Bill Kaysing was kind of like saying at the end of his interview. Marvelous man. Okay? Worked for Rocketdyne. He left the company because he could see that the company was wasting the taxpayers' money, and he didn't feel good about that. So he left and started to write a book because he could smell there was something was wrong, and there was some deception going on. He didn't like it, so he wrote his book. He knew they didn't go to the moon. Okay, so these astronauts needed to stand up. There was Gus Grissom. He stood up. He was 40 years old. Ed White and Roger Chaffee, they died in the capsule in a fire. And because he hung a lemon on the capsule because he knew it wasn't going to work, he gave an impromptu interview to the media, right? And that pissed off, obviously, NASA and that. So he gets into the capsule with his colleagues, right? And then the communication's breaking down. And then he then says, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't communicate between two buildings? And then the fire ensues. They die in there. Okay? You know? So the human race has got to wake up, man. They've got a lot to answer for. Walking around sleepwalking when all this truth is out there. Come on. You know, those astronauts should have just spoken out. The more they speak out, the sooner we know what's going on. And then the revolution can begin. That rising, real freedom. Because you haven't got it yet. None of you are free. Don't start dreaming. Yeah? When you're paying your taxes and they're making wars that we die in, yeah? Okay. That's freedom, is it? That's democracy, is it? Oh, okay. Took out Kennedy, didn't they? And his brother. And his son. Yeah? All right. Yeah. You got your democracy, all right. Dictatorship masquerading as democracy is what you have. You're in a prison. You're not even in a country. So you've got to wake up. Wake up soon. And then we have the change. But I get your point, though. I do get your point sincerely. In that, yeah, they feel trapped. Their lives have been threatened. Families, members as well. Because that's the only way they could have them carry on perpetrating this hoax and deception. So I understand you fully. But I think there's a time when you just
right. One astronaut that was making us think that, you know, he hung a lemon on the, I think it was like the lunar lander or something, one of the things, and they ended up killing him in front of everybody else. So, you know, they made an example out of the one guy that was trying to speak out.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Fear and probably the rest of them. So they're like, you know, shit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, that year, that made 8 astronauts that died that year. And it's over, I say that year, but it's over a 2-year period. 8 astronauts died violently. Okay? So there were astronauts probably trying to whistleblow, but they were being taken out. And when you look at their faces, this is Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee. When their colleagues died, there's a photograph of when they died. When their friends died, the sadness on their faces, you know, you could see it on their faces that, you know, we're trapped, man. What can we do? You know, you could see it on their face, written on their faces, that they're in a trap.
Jin.
Yeah. How you doing?
You read Moon Man? The book, Bart Sabro.
I'm reading the one that was we never went to the moon. I haven't read Moon Man yet. That's the new one.
Yeah.
That's the new one that's come out from Bart Sabro. Have you read it?
Yeah, I just got done with it not too long ago. It's really good. Yep. It's cool.
Oh, thank you. Can you come on, enlighten us? What revelations were? Come on, man. Spill the beans.
He kind of said a lot of it in the videos with the fellow that his dad was the security guard.
Yeah, Jill Gilmore.
That it was an operation.
Gene Gilmore. Sorry, Gene Gilmore. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an Operation Slam Dunk in New Mexico.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there were some of the stuff in the book. He talks a lot about like how the CIA screwed around with Bart a ton.
Yes.
Like it was crazy.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear about. Because he said he was going to put that in the book where they made attempts on his life.
They put him in the hospital.
On his life.
They put him in the hospital a couple of times and tried to lock him up, and then they tried to chase him around. I mean, if it's true,
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean, it's hard to tell about Bart Sabro because he's kind of an anti-flat Earth guy a little bit.
He is. He certainly is, isn't he? He bitterly hates flat Earth. He doesn't like the connection with flat Earth and the moon landings. He actually said, "What's the connection now?" Yeah.
But he's heavily into. I mean, he's a heavy Christian now, though. He talks a lot about Christ and how he's born again.
He always was, though. He was always a Christian. He definitely was that.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the Bill Kaysing book, and that's my next purchase. I want to get that book.
Yeah, that's a nice book, that one. Yeah, you get that. Is it? I'm reading that now.
So it's kind of expensive. It's like $40 or $50, I think.
Yeah. You know what? If you can watch the documentary as well, he explains why those books were at those prices. Because at the very beginning, he wasn't getting any royalties from the books at all. So it was like they were trying to shut the book down because it was such a revelation. Yeah, at the very beginning. Yeah. So,
yeah. Yeah, I just started listening there a little bit ago. I mean, that you started talking about it after that goof was on there. I was like, what the heck? Like, we need to lift each other up more, but
that's right.
I don't get it.
To be supporting.
I've listened to you a lot. I've heard you a lot on here and on that, it's like, yeah, I mean, you're one of the top guys, I think, well, I've just, but it's like, yeah, Bart Sabro, he goes on all these channels. You've probably seen all his podcasts he does. He does a bunch of them.
I've seen a whole load. Yeah.
He was on that Killer Priest.
Yeah, one of my favorites one is when he was with Jim Fetzer. Do you know Jim Fetzer?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good interview. That was a really good interview.
He goes on that Killer Priest. He was on that Killer Priest for like 4 hours.
That's right. Yes, he was indeed.
But he puts out a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But
you know why? Because obviously he wants to make his money, obviously, and he wants the truth to come out. He says it's a sin of biblical proportions. He hates that they didn't go, yeah, man.
Yeah.
So, that's his cause.
He said in that book, this is something I couldn't believe. This is one of the things he never talked about, like on any of his interviews. He says in that book that when he was in the hospital, he said that there's a group that, of course, is like we think. Like there's the Luciferian, Kabbalist, crazy government people, CIA wanting to do harm, right? But he said there's another group of people. He said they're smaller. He said they're probably, he said more or less like the good guys, right? That are trying to fight on the side of good, and that helped him. And told him that, that they would do good and pretty. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's almost like that. There's like everybody went sour, but you got this small group of guys that are still wanting to be good, like in all aspects of military and the government, paramilitary stuff. and they were going to help him, and that's what they do. But their budget is probably not as great as the other people's budget.
Right.
I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah. How would he? I wonder how he came across that information.
Well, in the book, he was in the hospital, right?
Right.
He was in they put him in a mental hospital, and they was just going to keep him there. They were going to lock him away.
Well, yeah.
He noticed that there was CIA assets watching him in the hospital. He said there was a lady that sat there and watched him 24/7, and that she was a young female, and there was nothing wrong with her. Just sat there and watched him. But these two guys had snuck in one night and had told him that they're going to help him. They're going to get him out of there, and they're going to help him spread the word. Basically,
right.
They had a talk with him. He kind of let some of that information out. Like
brilliant.
What they said to him.
Yeah.
That they're there to help.
How much did you pay for that book?
It was cheap. I think I bought it off of eBay. It was like maybe $16 or something.
Wow, because I know you can get it on audio. You just got to sign in, and you can listen to it on audio. You see, online.
Right. You live in Japan, don't you?
Well done for reading it. Anyway, well done.
Yeah.
I've seen the book, but I'm reading this one with Bill Kaysing first. I wanted to watch it, listen to it, but I haven't signed in yet. So I'll wait. But thanks. You filled in some gaps there. Thank you very much. It's Jim 66%, isn't it? Is that right? Is that your handle? Jim 66%.
Yeah, my name's Jim.
Yeah,
Jim Garrison.
Yeah.
Jim Garrison, actually.
Jim Garrison. Yeah, I love that guy. He was a man of integrity, wasn't he, Jim Garrison? Wasn't he?
Yeah, that's actually my last name.
Oh well.
I should change it back.
You got a really good name there, because Jim Garrison said this. He said, when the citizens are afraid to tell the truth, the country's in trouble. Okay,
right.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that. I haven't seen that that JFK. That was one of the really first good movies that started to kind of tell the truth a little bit.
Yeah. By Oliver Stone. Now I couldn't get it at Blockbuster Video in England, because I was living in England at the time when it came out, and I wanted to watch it. I could never get it. It was always out, So after trying for a couple of years to get this video, I couldn't get it. So I end up in Japan with my fiance in Japan here, right? In 1999, and we joined the video club. That was the first film we watched. Was JFK Night, we watched it, and it was a good film.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
It made you think about it.
It answered some of the questions, but it was also misleading. And the reason I know this is because I watched the documentary JFK to 9/11. Everything was a rich man's trick. JFK to 9/11. Everything was a rich man's trick. And in there, it highlights how Oliver Stone slightly misled us, okay, in that film.
Right. Well, he's probably part of the group, I imagine,
Yeah.
He was on Rogan. He was on Rogan there not too long ago,
Well, there you go then. There you go. His son son also does podcasts and things, doesn't he? He's Oliver Stone's son. Okay, he's quite famous on the radio waves and that. But I was disappointed because Oliver Stone was my favorite film director after watching that movie. Okay, so in 1999, if you asked me who was my favorite film director, it would have been Oliver Stone. Okay, but then when I fast forward to 2006. From 1999, well, let's say from 2000, I was doing the research of the moon landings and that, okay? Actually, 2001. From that moment onwards, I was looking at the moon landings and that, okay? 2006, I made a discovery that Stanley Kubrick was the man who actually did the moon landing hoax. He participated, and he left the clues in the movie called The Shining, a psychological horror book by Stephen King, which he used to confess to the world that he was the one that did the moon landing hoax. And now Stanley Kubrick is my number one best film director of all time, the number one.
Yeah,
Stanley Kubrick. Yeah.
Full Metal Jacket. That's one of my favorite movies. That was a great one.
Yeah, it was a great movie, that one. Yeah, yeah.
He did some of his other ones, though. It was kind of strange.
Yeah.
Clockwork Orange.
Doctor Strangelove. Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah,
Clockwork Orange. Lolita. Let me see now. Eyes Wide Shut, which was released on the 30th anniversary of the moon landings. Okay? Yeah, then The Shining, as I mentioned. And a few others. All very good movies.
He did some other ones.
Yeah, he made 13 movies he made.
He's originally from, he did it all right there in England too, didn't he? From what I heard.
Yeah, he did. Yes, that's correct. He was working in America, but he traveled the world, and then he moved from America to England, St. Albans. I think he was worried about his life. He was scared, I think, after doing the moon landings and that.
Yeah, I'd have been scared too.
Yeah. But he left. Yeah, yeah. And where he moved, a funny thing is, where he moved was right near Elstree Studios. Okay? It's literally maybe 20 to 30 minutes drive, and he would be at Elstree Studios. And Elstree Studios was considered NASA East at the time because of all the NASA and moon landing for paraphernalia and stuff that was in the studio at the time. Okay?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Borehamwood Studios. I've been there so many times myself. I was an extra in the Tarzan's Greystokes. I was an extra with my brother, and I got to meet James Bond back in 1985. No, maybe 83, even 84. Yeah. Okay.
You're pretty well traveled, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I'm talking to you from Japan now. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that goofball didn't know who he was talking to, you know.
He just didn't know, did he? He didn't know at all, did he? What a bloody... He didn't know what that's why I called him the shit on my shoe. Scrape him off the curb. Then you find yourself a puddle and you watch it. Then you find a blade of grass somewhere. Grassy patch. There you go. Cleaning you off my shoe, you scum. But there you go. Yeah. What a fool. Yeah, I couldn't understand the attack because everything I said was an uplift for humanity to pay attention to. It's uplift. I'm rallying your integral spirit because you as an individual was created by God, not to be imprisoned by man. The earth was given to you, flat, beautiful, stationary, the gift of life. God is going to ask you that when you die. What did you do with that gift of life I gave you? And if you tell him you coward and you allowed it to be kidnapped and what's the word I'm looking for there? Hijacked. And you allowed slavery to carry on. Wars. Because we're the ones who are allowing it. We are the
People
ones.
People are scared.
Yeah, you got to stop being scared. You got to stand up.
Fear is a sin, according to the Bible.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And I'm not a religious man. I don't go to the churches. I don't pray. Although I was born under the Muslim religion, I went to a Christian school, St. Mary Magdalene's school, elementary school. So, I understand the religion side of it, but I put that aside. I'm walking my road. That's the only way I can deal with it.
Yeah, we were all created. That's the main thing is that we all have a connection with the Creator, and whoever you think that is. That's your business, Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Kennedy said it as well. If he became president, it's got nothing to do with his religion, because religion doesn't come into it in the presidency. It's got nothing to do with religion, and I agreed with him because they kept, as he was on the campaign trail before he was finally elected, they were ripping him about his religion, weren't they? Because he was from Ireland and all that,
Yeah. Well, He was. I think maybe I could be wrong, but I think maybe he was the first Catholic.
Yes, he
president,
was.
maybe.
That's correct. He
I'm
was.
sure.
Yes. Good point. He was. Yeah, that's right. I liked that man. I liked him, even though he cheated on his woman. I didn't
Yeah.
like that side of him at all. But I did feel that he had integrity for the citizens of America and the blacks in America as well, and the human race. He was making plans to remove nuclear weapons, disarmament. He was going to bring back all the military from Japan back to America. He was planning to introduce for schools and universities and college exchange program where the Americans would go to Japan to learn Japanese and the Japanese would come to America to learn English and the American way of life. He was introducing business and commerce for Japan. And what else was he going to do? Culture exchange, okay? That was the plan for 1964. He was planning to come to Japan and remove all naval and military personnel from Japan back to America. That was his plan. And I got this from his daughter. Is it Kathleen? I think her name is. In a Kennedy kind of.
Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Kathleen Kennedy, Robert Kennedy's mum, and auntie and whatever. They're all sitting there being interviewed, and it all came out. The plan, things that you would never hear normally, was coming out. And I thought, wow. So that was the plan. So Kennedy was planning to come to Japan. He sent his brother, Robert, and his wife to make that announcement. And they couldn't speak any Japanese, could they? It was really tough. Tough for them because they couldn't speak any Japanese. But they did their best because the Japanese could speak some English. So it worked out good. But yeah, unfortunately, he was assassinated. So he didn't make it. November. He only had to make it a couple of months and he would have been over in Japan. And the world would have been a different place. Possibly.
Yeah, and especially if his brother would have made it, and then that's what they didn't want that either. I mean,
yeah, of course.
There would have been like 16 years or so of the Kennedys. I don't think they wanted
it. It would have been brilliant. It would have been brilliant because there was integrity there. They weren't seriously trying to clean up the mob. They tried to say that his father was a bootlegger, but no. His father was a man who was playing in the stock exchange. He moved his money in the right time. And so what if he was selling booze during the prohibition? So what? He was making his money. He wasn't breaking the law as such. He wasn't really causing mayhem for anyone,
Yeah.
There's integrity in what he did. And he became the ambassador for America and Britain anyway, didn't he? Anyway. So he did his best.
Yeah. I watched a documentary on that, Sirhan. And
So did I.
how he was pretty much MK'd Ultra. And
He was, definitely.
yeah, that was a strange thing,
Yeah.
because they interviewed him in jail after that. He doesn't remember doing anything. He remembers the lady in the dress.
That's right.
There was the girl in the polka dot dress.
That's correct.
She was probably the asset. She was probably the main asset that got him to pull the trigger, or whoever else pulled the trigger. It's an interesting thing. There's some things on YouTube and different places.
Yeah, I've watched them all. Now, what it is, you have the coroner who's Japanese, Mr. Kobayashi, I think his name is. I could be wrong there, right? And he said that the muzzle of the gun that was the fatal wound to Robert Kennedy was only like an inch away from the back of his ear. Okay? So that couldn't have been Sirhan, who was 3 feet away in front of him. He
was feet away.
Yes, 3 feet away he was, they said, at least. And all the bullets came from behind and under Robert Kennedy. Underneath and from behind. So it was impossible. So he may have had a gun in his hand, he may have been pulling the trigger, but none of the bullets hit Kennedy in the front. Okay?
Yeah, there was a guy that wrote a book. He was the guy. He was a kid who took those pictures, and they took his camera and it took his film and all that. The police took his film, and he didn't get it back till I think it was like years later or something. And that guy wrote a book.
They confiscated the camera. They took the film, and then they only gave him some of it back. They didn't give him the complete set.
Yeah,
that's right.
So that goes to show you right there, something fishy happened. For sure.
Yeah. When I showed my Japanese students this part of history, the women become tearful. Because I said his last words were, everything's going to be okay. And they burst out in tears when they see the photograph of Robert Kennedy and the bellboy in the white shirt holding his head up. And his last words were, everything's going to be okay, right? And they start crying.
Yeah, remember he had a bodyguard. That was a big black guy. Was a football player, I think. He was an NFL football player. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was kind of famous too.
Yeah.
You remember who I'm talking about? He had glasses.
Yeah, I know the guy you're talking about. I can't remember his name though, but I do. He had like you're talking about.
I think he had like a female name. I can't remember his name.
Was it Leslie?
So it was something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was there the day that he'd won, and he goes, "Let's go on to Chicago. Let's go and win over there." Then they went downstairs into the ambassador. I don't know what they call that downstairs. Well, the restaurant and that. I've forgotten what it's called now. Anyway, but
Australia.
Hello.
Downstairs, Australia.
They were in the pantry.
The pantry, that's right. In the Ambassador Hotel.
Yeah, somebody ferried them out that way. They weren't supposed to go that way originally.
That's right.
Somebody. Yep. It was a setup.
Yeah. So they distracted the bodyguard because he wasn't with him by this time. Okay, but there was a police guy. There was a police guy, and that was that police guy that shot him. Okay.
Who are we talking about?
We're talking about Robert Kennedy, who got assassinated in the Ambassador Hotel.
Oh, I thought we were talking about someone important like Tupac.
No.
I just woke up. Excuse me.
Tupac. Come, Bennett.
Yeah, that's.
I think the Tupac story goes deeper than that. I think it was because he was political as fuck, and if he had been alive today with his kind of following and hype around hip hop and the growth and stuff like that, he could have come out to a lot of people, especially the thugs and stuff like that, who would demand changes. He could have demanded. He could have changed a lot of things.
Yeah, he was on his way. He was definitely political, though. Yeah, connections with the Black Panther and everything else. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He was a great voice in that kind of sense.
Yeah, he definitely was. Yeah, and his music was cool as well. No doubt about that.
Fuck yeah! I fucked your bitch. You claim to be a what is it? You claim to be a gangster, but no, I can't even do it. I just woke up.
Good morning. But yeah, now we're talking about Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, Whitsett's he just did a show on what's his name?
Kanye.
Kanye, yeah, I can't believe it. I was like, what's that all about? But
Robert Kennedy, who is that of him? Because there is that guy with the voice that is also a Kennedy that has been running around, quote unquote, anti-vaxxing.
Yeah, that's Robert Kennedy Jr. That would be the son of Robert Kennedy.
Oh, okay. I follow you now.
Yeah, that would be the son of Robert Kennedy. A good man, a man of integrity, because he's done a lot to wake people up to the dangers of that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he wrote a good book too. He's got a good book out. It's pretty good.
Yes, he has. Yeah. What's the title of it? I can't remember now.
I think it's The Real Anthony Fauci, I think it's called.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've all, brilliant. You see what I mean, though, yeah? And you know what? He got into this thing because he's an environmental lawyer. Okay, he's an environmental lawyer. Okay, that's his job. That's his bread and butter. And he got into this needle and the dangers of all the poisonous liquid because a woman brought a whole heap of cases. He says, if you're so concerned about mercury, then look at this. All these people have been injured by mercury. And then he started to look into it, he said, and he noticed a pattern, right? And he went, wow. And then he got into it. And he hasn't let go. Books,
they put mercury.
Case wins. He's a champion,
Yeah, they put the mercury in there. as a nod. This is just what I heard, that they put the mercury in there for a few things, but
just want to highlight that we probably have to be careful about this subject.
Yeah,
you're right.
Thank you.
I was just getting ready to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to get carried away too, but it's just like sometimes you don't consider that this is live, you know.
Oh yeah.
And it's like we're not being that controversial.
No. I mean, it's never about people being stupid or careless or anything like that. It's just like common courtesy to the energy put behind this live stream and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Well, it's like an esoteric.
I always say it's all happening on the flat Earth anyway, ladies and gentlemen. That is for sure. All what we're talking about is not happening on a globe that's spinning currently.
Yeah, exactly.
At 622 miles per hour, and that's if you work that all out, that'd be 1.2 million miles per hour. We're moving, but all the stars are in the same place. Your hair hasn't moved a single out of place. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just sad that you have to be careful. I mean, I know that we're using their tools, but it's still sad that you have to hide what you're talking about or talk about it in the corners, you know?
Yeah. Don't worry. Like I said, you know.
Helio probably doesn't want his channel taken down.
Yeah, exactly. It's just sad the times we're in that we cannot even talk openly about anything on any platform because reasons.
But you can always talk on the streets anyway. They can't stop you there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So that's it. You know, just take it to the streets, start conversing. You know, and I always do. You know, I've always been that guy. Jim, you're too serious. Jim, you're too serious. Relax. I said, I am relaxed. I don't want to be so relaxed that I'm like you, all right? As I say, I don't want to be
I don't get how people can go through life with no care in the world when this is why I have ditched a lot of my friends, is because when I was together with them and I wanted to share new findings and stuff like that, it was like, oh, Tim, can you please just shut up? We don't care. We just want to talk about cars and the party last weekend, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, whereas I want to get into this because I can see the urgency of it. But they don't care, do they? Exactly. Really, stay loose, Jen. I goes, I don't want to be so loose that I pull out of my clothes, yeah? Thank you.
Yeah.
You could probably see a lot of the ocean there in Japan, huh? Like you could probably got a lot of views from Japan.
Yeah, I've climbed a lot of mountains, so I've got some really good shots. And it's all level horizon, no curvature in any of them. And this is when I wasn't a flat earther. You know, I'm just taking beautiful shots. Right. That's why I say, that's why I always ask the heliocentrists, the globers, you must have captured the curvature in your holiday snaps accidentally, because, you know, you would be moved if you saw it. So you must have it. You must have it. Go show me. Go and show me the curvature that you took. None of
That's
them
funny you said that. Because I went back recently and looked at all my pictures from when we went on vacation a couple of places. We went to Lake Erie, which is like I don't know if you've ever been to Lake Erie or not, or on the Great Lakes. They're like oceans.
I know the Great Lakes. I know them. I haven't been there, but I know them. Yeah, go ahead.
And we were looking at the pictures we went up to Lake Erie, and it's like, look, you know, of the sunrises and the sunsets and the storms and stuff. And it's perfectly flat. You could take a ruler, put it across it, you know, flat. So this was back in the 90s, you know, or late 90s.
There you go.
Flat as a pancake.
Exactly. I've done the same thing.
I was going to say, I worked on Lake Erie for a little while. And you could some days you could see Canada, you know, and it's probably 20 some miles away, you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's what I did. You see, I look back at all my photographs when I wasn't a flat earther, when I should have been. You know, right? And all these beautiful shots. And you know what? I've also watched the programs that I used to watch as a kid, like Starsky and Hutch and Hawaii Five-0. especially Hawaii 5-0, because there's a lot of sea out on the ocean and that, right? And it's all level, isn't it? The horizon is just level. And I'm sitting there thinking, and when I was a kid, I never noticed that. Wow, that lie was... They told a good lie, didn't they? I said to myself, they lied good, because I never even suspected. Yeah.
Now they want to put fisheye cameras everywhere.
Yes.
With everything. You know?
Yeah.
Everything. Everywhere. Every shot they want to use fisheye. You know? Yep.
Yeah. See, the fisheye lens facilitates that curving, doesn't it? But it's too obvious. Too obvious.
Yeah, it's super obvious. Yep.
Yeah.
It's like that one. There was a balloon thing that these college kids were, and that was like the whole big thing was, we're going to see the curvature. It was like the whole point of it, right?
Right.
Well, they used a camera with a fisheye lens. They were off the feet. They were only off the ground 10 feet, and there was a big giant curve already, and it was the same curve all the way up and back. You know?
Yeah, I do remember.
Come on.
Yeah. I remember watching that maybe 2016, 17, 16, I would say. Yeah, 16 or 17.
Yeah, it's like, we captured the curvature. Yeah, you captured it at 10 feet up. You know, it was so disingenuous.
Yeah, definitely.
And people bring that up as proof. Like, I know people don't bring that up. Oh, look, there's when they get to the top. But you can see the same exact geometry at the bottom. You know?
Yeah.
It's phony baloney.
Yeah, and then there was back in 1931, you had Auguste Piccard going up in that gondola, 9 miles, and it was all level. He said it was like a turned up pizza kind of thing, turned up edge.
Yeah, he went
level horizon with a turned up edge.
Yeah,
and that was just 9 miles. That was.
But you know, like the Globe people, they'll try to say that Auguste Piccard was the first one to see the curvature. They'll try to use that, right?
Yeah.
But that's not right. He didn't say that.
No.
He said what you said.
Yeah.
You know?
Flat expanse with an upturned edge. Yeah, that's what he saw.
They try to use him on their side, which is wrong.
Yeah. No.
He said it was flat.
Yeah.
I know. That's
flat. Yeah.
They got to lie about everything.
That's right.
You know?
They twist everything around. They twist everything around. Everything is a lie with that lot. Everything. There are servers that are just dedicated to lying to the public. And that's why I go into that Gen Panda server. Because I come in, I say, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Flat Earth debate.
I've heard you in there.
Welcome to the debate, Flat Earth and more. And I am the more you're going to get, okay? Right. The more you...
I experienced that the other day. I know it was doing Panda's roasting show, but there was 25 people in the chat, and there was no one challenging you. Even though you were pretty much just shitting on the whole bunch.
That's it. Controlling it good and proper. Yeah. And addressing the people in the chat as well. Yeah, I loved it. Just loved it, man. In the YouTube chat. Oh, sorry, no, yeah. The YouTube chat would have been off because he had his roast on. But I loved it, man. I controlled that very well. Let them have it. Flat Earth truth all the way.
Yeah, I've heard you in there before.
Yeah,
I've only been in there a couple of times listening.
Thank you. Yeah. That's why I go in there. I also recited a poem this year. This year I made a poem. I think it would have been about probably February or March. I cited a poem that I made myself. It's called Flat Earth Truth. Here we go. Flat Earth Truth. Flat Earth Truth. Flat Earth Truth. Flat Earth Truth. Yeah. Flat Earth Truth, man. No. Yeah, man. Flat Earth Truth. Flat Earth Truth today. Flat Earth Truth yesterday. Flat Earth Truth tomorrow. You're kidding. No. Flat Earth Truth, man. Bye. There you go. Flat Earth Truth. That's my poem. Crazy, but there it is.
Yep. Today, tomorrow, and yesterday.
Yeah. So I did that in March, and everyone fell about laughing. Yeah. Also, January 1st in Gem Panda server, the 1st of January, New Year. I said the year 2022 is the year we, the flat earthers, put the heliocentrist under the magnifying glass and ask why is it they are so desperate to hang on to a ball that they cannot see, experience, or prove.
Desperate.
Yes.
Desperate's a good word.
Desperate.
Super desperate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man. That's it. It was time to reverse the psychology. That's what I was doing. That's what I've been doing this year. I destroyed them on New Year's Eve. Destroyed them New Year's Eve, okay? Because they're obviously tired, man. I mashed them up. And then New Year's Day, that's what I said. The year that we, the flat earthers, put you, the heliocentrists, under the psychological magnifying glass and ask why is it you're so desperate to hang on to a ball that you cannot see, measure, or prove. That is the height of lunacy. Happy New Year.
Well, it's like a Santa for adults almost. That's kind of what it is. Santa ball.
What it is. That's what it is. Yeah. That's what it is, man.
It's like they think somebody's going to bring them a present, you know?
Yeah. maybe a rocket to go to the moon in.
Yeah. Rocket up their ass.
Yeah. So, you know, we the flat earthers, all we operate under is integrity. Because that's all that's left. And if you haven't got that, you're a walking contradiction. You're no longer living.
Yep. The truth fears no investigation. I always like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. Never too late to learn the truth, ladies and gentlemen. It's never too late. That truth will definitely be setting you free. Definitely. But I like to say setting you free to have that revolution, then you can be really free. Okay? Because you're still under tyranny. But you're right what you say. They do lie about everything. Everything. Shameful.
Hey, you know, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, my first motorcycle was an old CB 750K.
I know the bike. Very nice bike.
It was a 70.
Bike. It was 77? The first Honda's. That was Honda's first super bike, by the way. Okay? That was Honda's first super bike, and it did well in the American market. Great bike.
It was fast.
Yeah, it was a four-cylinder.
Yeah. Yep.
4-cylinder, 4-stroke, 750. It came in a metallic, kind of like a metallic-y blue, should I say, and then a gold, Honda gold color, or the two main colors that I remember.
Yeah,
gold
mine was like
that
it was like a brown.
Blue.
It was like a metallic brown.
Yeah, metallic. Well, it's more like a browny gold. It was more like a goldy brown, wasn't it? Red.
Yeah. Had the 4 big pipes coming out the back.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fast.
I had the modern version of that one when I came to Japan in 1999 June. By July, I bought the Honda CB404. Okay, it was radiator cooled, only a 400cc, but it was radiator cooled and it had the 4 exhausts coming out the back. Okay, so it was the baby version to the bike you're talking about. My first bike in Japan, and I got discount on that. I got about $300 discount on it when I bought it, cash, because I said to the guy in the shop, "How many black guys have you seen come into your shop to buy a motorbike?" None. This man, yeah, right, discount. Gotta give me a discount there straight, and he did. That's how you do it, man.
Yeah, I always get a discount. I missed that bike. I got an old Kawasaki. I got a Kawasaki. It's the twin 650, the KZ 650 twin.
I know.
I got that right now. I'm kind of messing with it a little bit here.
Yeah, that's an old bike, that one. But
I'm kind of having problems. With
Yeah,
it.
it's a classic. What kind of problems are you having? What kind of problems?
Oh, with the carburetors.
I knew it. I knew
Yeah.
it. I was thinking diaphragms. You got diaphragm problems. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
They were famous for that. Yeah.
Yeah. I should just get something newer or something.
Yeah, if you want to keep them, if you want to keep the originality of them, then you're going to have to go to online and look for people who are restoring them and you can get the bits and pieces. Or you might want to upgrade the inners but keep the body, for the nostalgia, because it looks good.
Yeah.
They do look good. Are they K&N carburetors? K&N carbs?
I thought they were. I can't remember now. It's down there in the basement. I thought they were Inkies. Inky.
Okay, it could be Inkies or K&Ns. Yeah, one of them.
Yeah.
But the diaphragms were always the problem on those.
I'd like to get something. I should get something newer. I've had Gold Wings over the years.
The Honda Goldwing. That was a nice bike as well.
Yeah. I've had like 3 of them. Older ones.
Wow. Yeah. They do the 1800 now, don't they? 1800 Goldwing.
Oh yeah.
Massive thing. Monster. That's a car on 2 wheels. That's what I call it.
Yeah. Friend of mine at work, he bought one of them big Can-Am Spiders with the bags and all that.
Yeah, they're nice.
It's huge. It's got it's like a car.
Yeah.
It's got a trunk. But I want to get something little. I want to get like a little sport bike, something like.
Yeah. Now you're talking
like a tool around.
Yeah. I ride sports bikes. Throw over the saddlebags. You can go anywhere. No problem. Modern day cowboy, I call myself. On my iron horse.
I rode a CBR 600RR. Buddy of mine bought. This was several years ago. And I tell you what, I've never been on anything faster since or before.
Yeah, it's a rocket.
It was insane.
Yeah,
it was insane. I took it down a highway here, Route 7 along the river.
Yeah,
that's probably going 130. Didn't even really just cracking through it.
Yeah, that would be kilometers because they don't do 130. Oh no, you might be up there screaming it. Yeah,
it went up.
Yeah, you'd be screaming it then. Wicked.
It didn't even seem like it, because I was used to riding my bike at the time. I had
6 speeds. It's a little nice rocket of a bike that CBR 600. I got the 1000cc 2008 model. I've done 183 miles an hour on it.
Wow. Yeah.
This is where I argue with people now, with the Globers, right? When they're trying to talk about the Earth spinning and that, I said, look, if the Earth was spinning, you'd know 37 miles per hour. You'd notice it. I don't think you realise if you've done 183 miles an hour, and there's no room for error there, you'd know that we're not spinning at those speeds. Okay, you'd know we're not spinning.
It's in our ears. It's right in our ears.
Yeah.
Right in there.
Exactly. It
I
is.
forget what they call
And
it.
you know what? You're absolutely right, because ever since I started traveling with my family, okay, back in 1970, we went on a plane to Nigeria, okay? I sat in that plane. Remember, I'm a kid, yeah? So I closed my eyes just to see if I could notice when the plane was moving, okay? I noticed everything. When it backed up, when it turned left, turned right to get out onto the runway to start to take off. I noticed all that. And ever since that day, I've always done it when I fly. Always. Whenever I go on a plane, I close my eyes. I say to my children, close your eyes and see if you can notice if the plane is moving and what way it's moving. Okay? So your senses kick in. Like you said, it's all in your ears. You know. Love it. Remember, that's a big vehicle, isn't it, an aeroplane? So can you notice anything? Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. But most people don't do it. Most people don't do any of that. They don't do anything. They just sit on the plane like they're sitting on a bus. Do you know what I mean?
Drunk. People get drunk. They stare at their computers. Yeah. Sleep. They're not paying attention to the outside. I'd love to go. I'd love to fly. I've never flown yet.
I love to fly. I'd
like to try it. I used to be scared of it.
Yeah.
I want to try it. No.
Yeah. You see, my very first time that I flew, like 3 months before that, I'd done a project at elementary school on aeroplanes. Okay, so I was excited when I knew I was going to Nigeria. Wow, by plane? Yeah, I was telling my teachers and everything, man. Couldn't wait to get on there. You know, NASA had already gone to the moon by this time. They were about to go for the second time. And yeah, I'm on my way, man. I thought, yes, brilliant, on the plane, man. Looking out the window. Yeah, man. Seeing the animals running, seeing the cars.
I might just go get a ticket. I might just go get a ticket from Pittsburgh. Or somebody told me that if we go to Akron, that it's cheaper.
Yeah,
and just take like a loop. Because I've never been in a plane. I'd like to do it one day.
Why don't you? Why don't you?
know?
You should. If you've got the money and you can afford it, why don't you? You know?
Just take a trip to like the other airport and just come back. Just to experience it before I die, you know.
Yeah, I think you should. You should, you know, because it is a wonderful experience, you know. And remember, in the aeroplanes, one engine is sufficient to fly that plane. So the other one is just backup, you know, double safety. Okay, you've got that much reserve. Yeah, one engine is enough. So if you're flying in a plane that's got two engines on, you know, you're doubly safe. You've got no chance of, the plane's got no chance of crashing. All right, and it just works. Remember, I travelled from England to Japan, okay? Japan to LA, Japan to Hawaii, Japan to Guam, Saipan, Singapore, England to France, England to Germany, England to Greece, Holland. I've motorcycled to Holland. I've motorcycled to Africa. I've travelled, man. Portugal, twice. Portugal 4 times. Spain 5 times, playing football. Yeah, man.
You know, I've never been out of this area right here. I've been to West Virginia, been to Florida. You know, I've never been west of the Mississippi. You know, it's kind of sick. Never been to New York City.
Right. So you've got to start to say to yourself, yeah, you've got to get out more now. You know,
I mean, I've been to Cleveland.
As life goes on, if you've got the money, then just spread your legs a little bit. You know, get out there. You know, stretch your legs a little bit and go out and have a look around.
I live in the upper Ohio River Valley is where I live.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a beautiful place. But get out there and go meet the other Americans. Go meet the rest of the Union, you know, and tell them about the flat Earth along the way. Yeah.
I always thought I'd like to see the desert. I'd like to see the desert one day.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to go to the desert. Just, you know, the uniqueness of it.
Yeah.
It's all, you know, around here.
There's a desert here in Japan. There's a little desert here in Japan that I've been to. And then we had a little desert in the military training in a place called Skegness, Skegness, Nottingham area. There's a desert military place where I did my training, tanks and desert training there, yeah. So I've experienced it. Haven't been to the African desert yet, though, that's the thing. Although I went to Morocco, I didn't really encounter the desert that I wanted to, you know. So I'd love to do that. Proper Dakar rally.
I tell you, Mount Fuji would be something to see.
Yeah, I've climbed that 14 times.
That'd be something. That'd be really something to check out.
Yeah, definitely. I met the man who'd climbed Mount Fuji 100 times on his like 102nd, right? And then I met him the following year. Can't believe it. I met him the following year as well. Same guy. And I shook his hand and said, "Do you remember me?" Yeah. You're going to be like me, he said. I said, "I don't think so, because you started earlier than me." You know?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, but you know, I met him, man, and he shook my hand. He goes, "You're a good challenger," he said to me. You know, good challenge. You know.
So do they have? So do they have like big bamboo forests over there? Is it kind of like that, or?
They've got all sorts of buildings. The bamboo forts are there. You've got European style housing, typical Japanese housing, everything. It's all mixed, literally.
Yeah.
You'd enjoy it. If you came to Japan, you'd have a nice time, no doubt about it.
You know, I remember watching a documentary. It was over there. It was this guy was looking for these bees, and they were up in some mountains. And
right.
I think it might have been some kind of killer bee or something, but it was specific to Japan in this one area. And I think they were after the venom.
They sound like they got engines on them. They're that big, massive.
Guy wanted the Venom, and
Yeah,
that's what he was.
we had
They were
one come
making
in our
medicine.
house.
Yeah,
We
he would make
we had
medicine
one
out of the
come in the
venom.
house. Yeah, they're dangerous, man. Look, we had one come in the house. Yeah, I had to open all the windows, all the doors, just so it could get out. It was massive. No point in spraying anything.
Yeah, I'll bet.
No, just let it find its way out. Yeah, massive monster of a bloody bee. Monster.
Do they build those bikes over there? Is there a factory for motorcycles over there, or they build
Yeah,
those in North
yeah.
America?
They do build bikes in Japan, and then they also build them abroad as well, of course. Yeah.
I know there's a Honda factory here in Ohio, but I think they just build cars there. You know.
No, they build bikes and they build cars here in Japan as well. Yeah, small factories they've got. Yeah.
I tell you what, that's one of the best jobs you could get is that factory in Marysville where they make a couple of different models.
Guess what? My son is currently attending Honda Technical College right now as we speak to become a mechanic. There you go.
That's cool.
Yeah. What it was I think it was 3 years ago. He fixed his friend's motorcycle under my supervision, and when he finished it, he said, "Daddy, I want to be a mechanic." Like that. Came
That's
into
good.
the room and said,
Cool.
Yeah. Now he's at the college. He's into his second year. 2 more years to go.
I didn't know they had a special college. That's
Yeah.
great.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Do you know what? I was honored because my wife's friend works for Honda, a car dealership, okay? And he honored me with my own tailor-made overalls, Honda overalls.
Oh, wow. That's cool. That's neat.
Yeah. So when we were talking bikes in Gem Pandas, right, and they don't believe me in that, so I showed them in my overalls. I said, "There's a picture of me. I don't have to hide. There it is. So you see that? I just fixed my friend's motorcycle brakes. He'd bought some brake pads, and the shop fitted them, but they didn't really clean and lube anything. They just changed the pads, and then they were making a horrible noise. So he called me and said, "Jim, my brakes are noisy." I said, "Okay." So I brought all my tools, which I brought from London, okay. Took them to his house. He only lives literally 2 minutes walk from me. And I fixed them, cleaned them all up, cleaned all the pistons, lubed all the pins, a little bit of a little bit of grease, copperies on the actual back of the pads to collect the dust and that. And I fixed it. And then I take a picture of me, my thumbs up. I sent that to Gem Pandas, and they were all just, it caused a ruckus in there. I said, "Don't ever doubt me, boys. Don't ever doubt me. I'm the man with 911 as a number plate on his car. So he doesn't forget. He doesn't forget the atrocity, okay? Yeah? They said I disgraced the dead. I says, "No, I don't. I'm the man with 911. What are you talking about? I don't only walk the walk, talk the talk. I drive the drive, you mugs." You know what I mean? Yeah. Causing a ruckus in there all the time. Yeah? That's why I go in there.
Well, them guys are probably, they probably watch Star Trek and think that, galaxies and, there's black holes and dark matter and all this stuff. It's, do they, I've never really listened too much in there, but, I guess you have to think all that stuff's real to think that we live on a ball,
That's right. Yeah. Now, I was into Star Trek, but the original one, the first series with Captain James Cook and Spock, Lieutenant Uhura, Scotty, Solo, Chekhov, and all that lot. Yeah, loved it, man. Okay, so I watched that as a kid, but I didn't get into the Next Generation. I wasn't interested. I watched a little bit of Logan's Run, Space 1999. What other space programs were at when I was growing up? UFO. I used to watch that. That was brilliant. Yeah. Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet. I liked all that stuff. Okay.
Buck Rogers.
Then Star Wars came along, but then Star Wars never ended. I got fed up with it. I watched the first couple of series and then I gave up because it was never ending. I've got other interests. Yeah. So.
Remember Buck Rogers?
Buck Rogers. That was it. Buck Rogers. That was good. I watched that. Thank you. I couldn't remember that one. Buck Rogers, yeah. And Flash. from way back in the 50s, I think, or 30s, what it was. Do you remember Flash? Flash Gordon? Black and white Flash from the, I think it might have been 1930s. Flash, do you remember?
Yeah, I've heard. I remember. I don't know if I've ever seen the show, or it might have been even on the radio.
I used to watch that because, like I said, growing up in England, there was a very large, very, very American influence from the 60s onwards, where we watched a lot of American programs, a lot. Rawhide with Clint Eastwood, for example. Yeah, Lassie, the series Lassie we used to watch. Yeah, there you go.
Did you ever watch a bunch of game shows today?
Lucille Ball. Remember Lucille Ball? What's her program?
Yeah.
I Love Lucy. That was it. Yeah, we used to watch that.
And I always like game shows. There was all kind of weird game shows back in the 70s and 80s,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we had some game shows as well.
Like The Price is Right and all that. But there was a bunch of them.
Yeah, The Price is Right. Come on down. The Price is Right. Yeah.
There was all kind of shows back then. I don't even watch TV now. I probably ain't watched TV probably 4 years now. I haven't even turned it on. I mean, I watch stuff on YouTube.
Like me. I'm the same. I haven't watched my TV in 4 years now. Don't watch it.
I got one sitting there that's covered with dust. I'm going to throw it out in the alley.
Yeah. It's a dust collector. I'm just cleaning it.
I'm just going to throw it out in the alley.
Yeah. So I got a TV that I don't watch, but I do my iPad and my iPhone that I use daily. So that's why I'm really using it. There's no need to watch. The TV's not giving me any news, is it? It's just a brainwashing box. Why would I watch it? No, I don't watch it anymore. I don't need to watch it. I don't need it.
My mom, she's got a TV, of course, but she'll just watch like your local news,
Yeah.
I kind of got her. I'm starting to work on her a little bit. Trying to get her to wake up some.
Yeah, that's good.
Trying to get her to wake up to some of these lies. She's aware of the CVD-19 lie, pretty much.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good.
You know what I mean? It's like trying to get.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm glad. That's very important that she tries to maintain her health and avoid going to the doctors if she doesn't need to.
Oh, my goodness.
Because they're out to knock us out, basically.
Yes, they are. They're wanting to take us. They're wanting to take us all out and make us into robots or something.
Exactly. So
I think that might be their ultimate goal, is to have AI, have sentient AI. I think that's what they really want. They want to get rid of us and have sentient AI.
Yeah, I watched some documentaries where they were talking full on AI, and then they were going to have to give the human race supplement money because they're not going to be able to work because AI is going to be doing everything. What kind of a world is that going to be?
Isn't that what a universal basic income is about? Preparation for stuff like that.
Yes, well said, that man. Correct. That's it. Universal basic income. That's what they were talking about.
The funny is, people think that this is some sort of big conspiracy, but they can go in and they can roam through the 10,000 of articles on WEF's owner homepage, and you can see all these articles from different politicians from their little crowd of young global leaders that has written all these kind of things about the Great Reset and stuff like that. Because this about like you will know nothing and you will be happy, you will rent everything, universal basic income. This is not conspiracy. They can go in and read that black on white from their own homepage. This is ideas they are playing with.
Yeah, this is what they're toying around with. This is the plan. That's where we're headed. Because
how can you, if you're a group of people that would like to maintain power, how can you do that with tools? They can do this, like, for example, like improve stuff like, I mean, it would be a natural progression of humanity if it wasn't under the guise of these evil scums. Because like, as technology progresses, we do need a lesser workforce. But for example, universal basic income is not a bad idea, but when it's under the guise of control, it will be so little that you only just will scrape by,
Yeah, but there is barely existing. There is this.
this Danish thinker guy. He's an old Goldman Sachs investment banker, so he knows some insider knowledge about money and how to do this kind of thing. He said we could pretty much remove income tax and start to make something that is called a transfer tax, 1% on all transfers. And he says that the result of this would be that every single big business in the entire world would, for the first time in history, pay taxes in the country they are operating in. Because when they want to send when they want to send $10 million out of the country, 1% of those $10 million will go into the treasure chest, aka tax. And on top of that, the nation itself will be so much more rich, and one of the investments a government then can do is a sort of basic universal income, but it would not be the elite's plan of it. It would be a decent income where everyone can have a decent level. Everyone will be middle class, quote unquote. So it is good ideas, but not under the guise of these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because we're under tyranny at this point, at the moment. So you can't imagine it being anything that's going to uplift humanity to a better place at the moment with them in power. No. Yeah, I'm not really keen on the economy and the money thing. It's devaluing all of us, really. But
the thing is, there is ideas and there is tools and measurements that we can do where everyone can have a better living. For example, like that 1% tax, just consider the amount of money that is being poured out of every single country into tax havens. Those money will now be taxed. Every single nation will become richer, and instead of investing this money into useless stuff, if you invest it back into the nation, for example, if governments took back control of money creation, they could lend out, every single human could be a homeowner because they could lend money from the treasure chest. With zero interest, there would be no economy bubble like the fractional reserve banking is creating. I mean, there is tools and measurements to make it almost utopia-like.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you said that because I'm a radical for the utopia. You know what I'll do first? Before they did that, they would have to pay back all the money that they wasted on the weapons of mass destruction first. Give me that money back first of all, and all the money that they wasted on the space program, all that money has to be returned back to the taxpayer.
Yeah.
Then we can begin to talk about the rest.
But that would happen naturally with a 1% transfer tax, and no people would have to pay income tax, or if they had, it should be a very minimum one, and that tax would be to pay for infrastructure, better schooling, and invest back into their people. Because if people have more, and more freedom, for example, a good universal basic income, they have freedom to innovate, to invent, to be creative.
Yeah. You know what? That's how it used to be back in the 1930s in America and before that. There's a documentary called 1932, A True History of America. You need to watch that one because you're going to learn and you see how this world, how it's become like this, okay?
Yeah.
It documents from like Lincoln to 1932. So from Lincoln's era to 1932. And it mentions exactly what you're talking about, how the taxation was just minimal. In fact, it was painless. People were paying tax. It was barely noticeable. The economy was so good back then.
Another result of what I was just talking about is that there will also be a shift of payment grades. So now we have these... the top guy of a company is getting huge pay for almost zero work. That would not be needed anymore. A CEO's pay would get less, but the guy, the garbage man, because that's a tougher job, will be paid more because now people have the freedom to actually choose and doesn't have to take any kind of job to any kind of pay just to get by. So these high-paying jobs, they would level down, and the low-paying hard jobs that is breaking bags will pay more because there will be a shift in these.
It is an important job, collecting the refuge and then getting rid of it. It's such an important job. Because if you didn't do it, people would be backed up with rubbish in their house, and that would, be turmoil.
I mean, garbage man was just an example. Like we can take bricklayers, carpenters.
It's a great example.
The cashier, for example, annoying job. You have to deal with thousands of people every single day for a shitty pay. But now you can choose to only work 2 days a week to a decent pay, just to get some extra on top of the universal basic income.
Yeah.
There is tools and measurements. That's my point.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I still see money as a devaluation. I still see that money as a devaluation of the human race. But what you're talking about is better than now. So I'm with you on that one. Yeah,
I just can't see in the framework we have right now that money will just disappear. I can't see it. You know, I do know trading and stuff like that, but it's going to be hard. Yeah. Because I mean, yes, money has the value we give to it, but it's a tool of trading. So if I have 10 hours work in me, I can trade that for a piece of cash, and that's a fine concept. I have this box of goodies I bought 10 years ago. I can trade that away for a piece of paper that makes me be able to buy something else. It's a great concept, but it's just not. It's not. It should not be treated as the god as it is treated today.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. But I do my bit to help the rubbish collectors anyway, because when I empty my rubbish, which is on a Tuesday and Fridays, I always tidy up because they leave it in a right mess. The neighborhood people, neighbors in my neighborhood, they make a right mess. And I think what it is that they're scared of catching COVID. I'm sure that's what it is. Because prior to that, we go back 3-4 years, they were kind of like neat. But when the COVID thing kicked in, they were like they thought that you could catch COVID from someone's rubbish, so they make it a right mess. But I've been tidying it up.
We have a thing here in Denmark. It's an old unwritten thing that we are let's say that it's Monday or Tuesday that they come to pick up the garbage can, garbage bag. We are putting out either a little envelope with a few money in it, so they can buy beans and stuff like that.
In London as well.
It's just like it's like back in the milkman days. It's that kind of concept, you know. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Where was you when what country was that when that was happening?
I mean, this is Denmark.
Denmark, yeah, okay, good. In London, it happened. In England, the same thing happened.
Denmark and London
and the milkman.
Denmark and England is not that different at all. We both have monarchy. We both have. I mean, we are so close. I mean, we're kind of the same kind of people.
Yeah, it's very similar lifestyles, honestly. Similar lifestyles.
I mean, also in the build-up of the system, monarchy as the top, we have the parliament as puppets, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
People are deceived into thinking that they have democracy. It's pretty much the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but the thing is, I've never voted, so I'm glad about that.
Yeah, I haven't voted for many years, but that is when I started to actually analyze and read the Constitution of Denmark. And when you read it, King is mentioned 48 times. Democracy is mentioned, guess how many times? 0 times. 0. And it literally says black on white. I can pull up 3 sections where the king is taking the front seat of the State of Council, aka it's the guy that is proposing everything and also signing everything. His power is yielded through his ministers. The ministers is signing under signing the constitution, so they accept that they are servants of the king or queen, not the people. And also, no matter what the king does or the queen does, she cannot be held accountable. There could be no trial. And just those 3 sections alone, that is ultimate power over a nation.
Yeah.
But if I tell this to people, I'm the crazy one, even though it's black and white.
Yeah, it's clear. It's clearly obvious, but you're the crazy one. Exactly. Right, I'm going to go and get something to eat now. It's just gone 20 past 6 coming up in the evening here in Japan, which makes it, let's see now, 10 o'clock. So maybe it's 20 past 11, coming up for lunchtime, your time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Right, so you're going to be having lunch. I'm going to get something to eat now, my man. Nice
Yeah,
talking to you.
Yeah,
Nice
catch you
talking to you
later.
as well, Jim. Yeah. Nice talking to you as well, Jim. If you're there, Jim69. I think he's gone. No, he's gone. Oh no, he's still there. Jim 69%. I'm going to grab some lunch and some evening dinner. I'll meet up with you again soon. Adab, dude, if you're there, nice talking. Enjoy.
Nice talking.
You up. Yeah. I might pop into the Gem Panda server later.
Mic check.
I could hear. I heard you.
All right.
It was. God rocking.
Yes, sir.
Hey, God rocking. What's happening?
Much. How you doing?
I was trying to change a light bulb here in my kitchen. I heard Jen signing out. I thought I'd say bye. You know.
Yeah.
My ceiling light. It's not working. I'm just trying to mess with it. It's fluorescent, giving me problems.
Oh, yeah.
It's always
They do that. Yep.
Yeah, it's always something. It's dark here. Staying dark later now, you know. It's dark earlier in the morning, you know.
Hey, Flatter Day, how are you, bud?
Good. I just wanted to say something real quick. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I realize why the reason every time I get on here and say something, it's crickets for like 30 seconds, no matter what I say. It's seriously crickets. My girlfriend's like, it's not that they don't like what you're saying, it's just they can't really understand you because you're talking to them on a telephone microphone and you don't have a real microphone. You know, you ever thought of that? And so I made her play on YouTube what it sounded like me talking to you guys. It does sound like shit. So if I go silence right now, I want to hear some crickets up in this thing. You know what I mean?
No, we can hear you, but it's not real good quality sound.
But you can get what I'm saying as long as I don't speak like with it, like too fast.
Yeah, it's I'd say it's about 80% legible most of the time.
Oh, that's cool then. All right, cool. All right. Hey, I wanted to say one other thing. I've been away a while, but I see a lot of new faces and names and people in the Discord that I don't recognize. And, you know, remember the first rule of Flat Earth, right?
Remind me.
We don't talk about Flat Earth. And the second rule is we don't talk about Flat Earth. Not in that order, but I'm just saying. I'm just messing with you guys.
I know.
I'm just reliving Fight Club every day of my life.
Were you in Gladiator? Were you in Gladiator school or something?
Dude, ever since the C-19 came, people can't be gladiators anymore. So what they do is they throw in Ventura County. You go to suicide watch for 5 days, right? So if you ever thought about killing yourself before you went in there, but it was like, nah, you're close by the time you're done with suicide watch because if you've never been in a deprivation chamber, I invite you to pick up a felony in Ventura County so you can see what it's like to be in a room 23 hours a day with no reading material and somebody that doesn't speak English. And then they come in every morning at 7 and tell you to get the graffiti, get put off the wall. It's just all psychological stuff. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But then after the 5 days, then they move you to quarantine for 5 more days. Same process, you know what I mean? Except you could have a tablet in your room.
Holy shit!
Anyway.
I've never done much county time. I've only done like maybe a few days in county.
Yeah.
I did 3 days. I did 3 years in the penitentiary, and I'd rather do a year in prison than 6 months in county. I can tell you that.
Bro, if you added up every day I've ever been locked up from the time I was 16 till now, I did it the other day. It's almost 13 years. And the most time I've ever done is like 3 years, 2 years. It's all stretches, bro, but that's nothing to brag about or anything like that. I'm not saying to go and do it, but it definitely didn't make me a stupid, it didn't make me un-street savvy, put it that way. So if it wasn't for the good times, then we wouldn't appreciate the pain, but vice versa, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had a really good time in prison though because I went to college for a year and a half, and then I went to the work camp and became a firefighter. It was at a work camp, and I spent all my time in the mountains in a tent, either working for the Forest Service, building fences, doing fish clips, cutting trails, or fighting fires, taking helicopter rides. It was fucking. It was a blast. What?
You ever in-camp worker and you have to go out on the field every day?
Like I said, the only thing I ever did was work out in the mountains as a firefighter, wildland firefighter for the prison.
What I'm saying is, like, you did that, but like towards the end, did they give you like a better job in the camp where you didn't have to go fight fires, or no?
No, fighting fires is the best job you can get. It's fucking a blast. You're never at the work camp. You're always out in the wilderness. You can take your fishing pole. You can wear all your own clothes. They give you a really nice tent, and then after you work for 8 hours, you can go fishing, go hiking. You can do whatever you want.
Pay you an hour. How much do they pay you an hour when you're on an active fire? Even if
$5 an hour.
What state is that?
Utah.
Okay. You know how much they pay you here? If you don't owe restitution, you get $1 an hour. If you owe restitution, it's 49 cents an hour.
Wow.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying low it for me or anything like that. But anyway, yeah, I feel you on that though. I done both, bro.
I've been out for 30 years. That was a long time ago, bro.
I was a firefighter and I was a prep cook too. And honestly, bro, in all my time being locked up, the prep cook was the best. But I did like firefighting. But damn, if that shit didn't take everything physically and psychologically, I thought I could never even muster up. Like, that shit will definitely separate the men from the boys, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
When you're running from a fire coming at you up a hill and you have 45 pounds of gear and there's 30 pounds of clothing in your helmet and you're going through like 3 feet thick brush at night, you want to be able to be like, I passed physical fitness legitimately and I didn't get pushed through like because, you know, I don't know, whatever. Like, you want to earn your shit, otherwise your life literally depends on it, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a blast. I was the squad boss. I was the boss over the inline crew. And so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hate to think if back then when I was in fire camp, if I would have known now about how to make nanothermite with black iron oxide, I probably would have picked up a new charge. So I'm glad I'm out. I'm glad I'm not there anymore with this information. I was just fucking around. That's not medical information. It's just for educational information purposes.
All right.
Hey, God Rockin'.
What?
If all the flat earthers that come to Discord who are silver or higher, like gold or whatever, they made like baseball cards out of them, you would be my Snake Eyes in 1982. Like that one infamous action figure that I could never get. Dude, I had 100 like stormtroopers and like the common like Scarlets, but dude, I could never pick up a Snake Eyes, dude. You're my Snake Eyes.
I don't
know that. You know what I mean, huh?
I do.
Alright. Yeah, I'm not on no Brokeback Mountain stuff. I'm just saying though, keep the halo over the head.
That's funny you said that, Brokeback Mountain, because my girlfriend, her grandparents were the largest cattle ranchers in all of Wyoming. That Brokeback Mountain film was filmed on their property at their dude ranch in Ten Sleep, Wyoming.
So it was based on a very credible true story that happened.
Yep. It was my girlfriend's grandparents' dude ranch.
Damn.
Yeah.
You still with that same girl?
What?
Still with the same girl?
No. No, I went. That's when I went to prison, and he said, "I can wait. I can wait." I said, "No, you can't. You're too pretty. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Just go do your thing. Just go do your thing." And she, "No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait." Meh. And I said, "Okay, whatever. You can't make it." And so she sent me a letter 4 months later and said, "You was right." I said, "I knew it. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We're still friends."
Yeah, bro. Hey, you ever go to counseling, God Rockin'? No disrespect. I've just started recently going to anger management on my own accord.
I've never been to counseling other than rehab.
Dude, I didn't think I needed it, and Jackie for the last 2 years has been like, "You need to go check your shrink wrap tinfoil psychology. Like, you need anger management, right?" Well, I'm going so probation will get off my back, right? It's called Telecares in Ventura. Dude, halfway during this meeting with this like Hispanic chick, I was laughing, and then dude, she said something, bro, and I started crying, and I had to leave the room and go smoke a cigarette. I was really crying. I could tell by the look in her eyes, I was like the first person that's happened to, and maybe I give her fulfillment in her little life, but goddamn, I wasn't embarrassed, but I was like, dude, I really actually might need this shit. You know what I mean? Just spit out the watermelon seeds and take in the good stuff, but yeah, I didn't realize how bad of an anger problem I have, bro. You know? I think I cut out for a second.
What's that?
I think I cut out for a second. Did you hear everything I said?
About about the girl in that? Yeah.
Yeah, I started crying in front of the counselor yesterday.
Yeah. I heard you.
Yeah. Dude, if you know any screenwriters, bro, you could take the last 10 years of my life and make like 10 different movies out of them. I'm not even kidding you.
Yeah, you could probably make a pretty good movie out of my life too.
I'm sure you could. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you what, dude. I'll one of these days we're in a private room. I'll run some shit down to you. It'll blow your mind.
All right. Hey, listen to this. So there's a daddy god rocking and a son god rocking, and they're on top of a hill, right? There's a bunch of sheep grazing down below, and the son god rocking says to daddy god rocking, he goes, "Daddy god rocking, let's run down there and PHUCK one of the sheep." And the daddy god rocking says, "No, son, let's walk down there and PHUCK them all." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, sometimes I try to have good intention with the stories I tell, and sometimes it doesn't come out right, and people are like, "Dude, I'm a worse off person hearing what you just said. I would have been better off had you said nothing." But I don't know. As long as I don't touch, I'm not trying to give no medical information. I just want that to be abundantly clear. I can't overemphasize that statement enough. Anyways, Rod Rockin', I was hoping maybe you could tell me if you've ever made a Tesla coil that's about 6 inches high and maybe like 2 or 3 inches in circumference. How should I have?
I haven't, but you know what? I've been studying the different things on some of them old buildings and stuff, and I don't think it's that tough, bro. I don't think, you know, there's a device that was on those big buildings that was down on the ground, and there's building, they take those down, that's the first thing they get rid of, and it's like kind of like a capacitor that takes the voltage out of the sky and then increases it somehow, runs it through some kind of a capacitor of some kind or whatever. And I don't think it's that tough, but you know that it's against the law to do that. It's against the law to get free energy out of the sky. They will come and take your shit and take it away from you. Even do it.
Well, how about this, bro? What if the energy that comes from the sky that we think can only come from the sky, and we can only harness it if we're using the energy from the ground initially? Like lightning, when it goes, something comes from the ground and hits it. What if we're just that middle point, and we need to draw from the ground in order to have the stuff from the sky to begin with? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I know that the ground is anytime you discharge electricity, it goes straight. It'll go to the ground if you got a copper rod in the ground. I mean, it'll suck it right up big time.
Yeah,
so when you build a house, you got to drive copper rods in the ground outside by the breaker box, by the meter. You got to put a ground to it, and then ground the whole house to these grounding rods, so that if something happens, it shorts out inside the house or something. It all just automatically goes into the ground, so you don't get electrocuted and kills you. You know what I mean? The grounding rods are really important.
I noticed you used the word house non-plural, and then you used the word rods twice, emphasizing the word plural both times. Now, I know a regular 4 or 5 bedroom house only has one grounding rod, non-plural, correct?
Now they want you to use 3.
What they do?
Yeah, they want you to make it like a diamond shape outside, and wired.
Or like
like a loop.
Like a triangle.
Yep.
Okay, that was you pretty much answered my question. My question was, how big of a house or how much electricity do we have to be pulling to use more than to necessitate having more than one grounding rod at the beginning of a building? But you said 3 now for the house, so
yeah, that's what some places it's code, some places it's not. I think there's still some places you can get away with just one 8-foot grounding rod. And you drive it 8 feet into the ground, copper 1/2-inch rod, drive them straight down into the ground.
Okay.
It just depends on the city and the code.
Yeah, for sure.
But I know that if they're on top of shit, they want 3.
Okay. Good to know. I see these. There's one video it took me so long to find on YouTube. It's like a 15-minute long video, and this dude's driving with one of these rainmakers. These things look like Gatling guns, like 50 cal Gatling gun, but bigger. And they have cords coming off, but I couldn't tell if the cords were plugged in, what they were plugged into. But within turning this machine on, it's like, and you point at the sky, and then within like 16 hours, it was like thundering and lightning and pouring rain, dude.
Wow. That's bizarre.
Yeah. Well, it's using. Have you've heard of Henry Reich? They even try to charge him as a war criminal. I don't know. I don't care to discuss like Gestapos and Nazis. Like I don't care. I think that stuff was all Disney, right? But fact of the matter is the technology he had that organite, which got the word organite from the word orgasm or organism, you know. And it's basically like the human. Some people call it a chakra. I just call it the memory switch, or like are basically like born with factory. No matter if we knocked unconscious, we're in a coma, we're asleep. We don't have to think about it. It just naturally frees, right? Oh. And if people believe that that's true and they live in the Matrix, I invite anybody to put duct tape over your nose, see how long you realize that switch. You're thinking about that switch. Like, it'll make you think about that switch that you normally don't think about. But I think that's what CERN is talking about when they're trying to find that God particle. I might be wrong, but I think out of every person, that's the God particle.
It's called the Higgs boson particle.
Okay.
The God particle or Higgs boson, something like that.
That's
I think I think they've actually seen one or two. I think I'm not sure.
Okay. All I know is, dude, that if we come from the Big Bang and there's no actual thought put into human beings, first of all, why is sex like a drug? And why is there still monkeys and fish here? You know what I mean?
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah.
We never went to the moon. No, we didn't.
Right?
I just this guy's posting live stream text.
Oh, that's right.
He just barely posted it a second ago. I'm wondering what. It looks all gold. We never went to the moon. It's got 2 buggies on there instead of 1. They're all gold. They look like they're gold plated. I don't know what's going on with that, but.
Did you see the meme I made of Don Pettit where he's saying, he goes, I'd go back to the streets in a nanosecond, but unfortunately I failed my parole hearing, and it's something along those lines. But I put like little prison tattoos on his face, and he has lipstick on, and above his eyebrows it says "Daddy's little astronaut."
He probably would be everybody's bitch if he went in there.
Oh, for sure, dog. I heard that they make their lipstick and their eyeshadow with the M&M shells. They wet them, and by using Kool-Aid.
Yeah, they do all kinds of weird shit and fucking weirdos.
I know. Hey, if you ever want to get your hair corn rolled, I know somebody down the street will do it. I'm just kidding.
My hair's not long enough for all that.
I'm just kidding, bro.
I used to have long ass hair. It was like a half an inch, about 2 inches off my belt back. Yeah, it was long. I didn't cut it for 10 years.
That's right. Dude, I almost went to my friend Kalen's house tonight in Santa Barbara because we had a falling out, and I haven't been able to record any music ever since we had a falling out. Hey, bro,
What was it? Why did you guys have a falling out? What was that all about?
I mean, it wasn't anything like where it's like I can never talk to him again. It's basically like my own pride. Now, even my girlfriend's like, just call him if you want to do a song. Him and his girlfriend told my girlfriend a bunch of stuff about me, and I'm not saying it wasn't true or anything. It just wasn't their place to tell her. So they basically like were white knighting and all this shit, and like there was really no reason to do it. And I got hella mad and said some stuff to him, like, you know, there's stuff you could say to somebody, like calling them a punker, like even worse. That like they should never forgive you, you know, according to like the standards, the rules of like prideful men. Anyway, I don't know, dude. My words are like weapons. Like when I'm really mad, I just start blurting stuff out that like really should never be forgiven. Like I talk about like the 9th level of hell and how I would entrail somebody. Anyways, whatever. I should probably be in prison for the words I've said, but
No, I don't think so. Words you can't be in prison for words, bro. I get what you're saying, but come on.
Anyways, like I should just use my pride and be like, look, here's $50, bro, or buy him a 12-pack and dinner and be like, let's record a song. I won't spend all day doing it like I did before. Like I already have my shit memorized. I can do this thing in one take, bro.
Yeah, I thought that everything I listened to that you did, I thought it was pretty good. Actually better than most people do that are on these Discords and shit. You were like some of the best shit I've heard, but
Thank you. I appreciate that, dog.
yeah, I thought it was really good. But you're doing it, and is this the guy's letting you use his studio? It's one of your buddies. Is that what it is?
Not just letting me use it, but I wouldn't know what to do if it wasn't for him. He just basically, I bring him the beat and he records me on the mic. And then, like, basically I tell him, like, cut or start recording. Because I know, like, if I flub the take, or he'll play it over again and I'll layer it. But really, like, I've learned a lot from him, but I wouldn't know how to operate the machinery without his help at all, you know? I only know how to operate the mic. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I used to have a bunch of music equipment. I used to have all the band equipment. I had 2 4x8 walls on each side of the stage, a PA system that was really huge, and I had a 36 channel carbon mixing board. I had 5 guitars, a bass guitar, and 4 carbon electric guitars, and I had 2 amps that had groove tubes in them, and the only other amps that have groove tubes in them were Marshall amps. These were carbon. They sounded just like Marshalls.
Oh shit!
I had all the equipment. I had floor monitors. I had side fill monitors. I had all the mics to mic up the amps or the guitar amps and all the drums. And I mean, I had 36 channels to work with.
Yeah.
And the guy Billy Coyne, the music producer, he did the first 2 Kiss albums. He's a friend of mine. He's dead now, but he used to be a friend of mine. We were working with some bands over here in Utah, and I had a real nice studio set up and shit. And Bill would fly out from New York and help me out and stuff. But then I went to prison, fucked the whole thing up. So
it's weird how you think, like, you know, growing up as a kid before you ever done time. And all the movies, they make you think like, wow, going to prison, I'm going to get out and be a celebrity and have all the women and money I ever want and live forever. But, dude, it doesn't end up like that for everybody. Have you noticed that? Or is this just me?
Yeah, no. You're right. Oh, I was doing some shit I shouldn't have been doing, and yeah, it was bad.
Yeah. I've never caused violence towards another person ever.
No, I wasn't violent. I was just selling shit way too much.
you're just carrying too many things in your pocket.
Well, no, not in my pocket. The only thing I had in my pocket was money, but
Yeah,
I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you about it one day when we're not on the live stream.
I feel you on that. Hey, actually, I just hit a electromagnetic pulse and I killed the live stream. So go ahead and talk candidly, bro. And I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Getting late here though, bro. It's like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning.
All right, brother.
I'm gonna hit the sack, so we'll talk.
Hey,
hit me up
there
tomorrow or something. Huh?
Wait, is there any other flat earthers on here right now?
I don't know.
Okay, wait, God Rocket.
Yeah.
Wait. Do you have bot control?
Do I have what?
You play music, you don't have bot control, huh?
I don't know what you mean.
You can't play anything on the Flat Earth Music Discord.
Oh no, I could get bot control, but I don't have it right now.
Okay, cool. All right. That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
All right, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Hit me up tomorrow.
Peace.
All right, peace out.
This is Flat Earth Discord, 24/7, all access to all things Flat Earth. We try not to talk about the Bible or medical information. They call me Flatter-day Saint, aka Flat Nasty. If anybody wants to A, debate the vacuum of space, B, show me bendy water, or C, explain to me how level means curve, I'll be on here for 3 minutes and 33 more seconds. Knock me off my pedestal, please. Just like I said, cricket, tell me. Cricket. All right, you guys are going to force my hand here. I really didn't want to do this, but all somebody has to do is speak up, and I'll shut up. Nobody's saying anything yet. Okay. Well, since they took away my bot control, and I've had a couple Helios in me. One of them was on the rocks. And I'm gonna spit the third verse. Illegitimate. Those in favor, don't say anything. I'll take your silence in accordance with agreement. Anything anybody has to say, you want to stop me? Just get on and I'll stop. Okay, ready? Wrote a song about it. Like to hear it? Here it goes. I'm illegitimate. Ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot. But still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up and no one but to be still in their seat. Except Steven. Leave him alone. He's chilling his seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the Goodwill. Yo, when will he leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch. So kiss my feet. I'm illiterate. I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment. Shit you wasn't meant to see. Look at my pigment. This is what I'm meant to be. Branch Davidian, I'm in it. And we in too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than L and the G. Hotter than ice and fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice while I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice while you're still on your feet? So many come and go, but I'm still in the seat. I'm illegitimate. Ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA. In NIST, it's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best today. Yo. So anybody out there still being discriminated against and feeling illegitimate, just remember, Latter-day was something you witnessed, kid. Ha ha! You just got done witnessing this. Latter-day Saints, a.k.a. Flat Nasty. Peace.
Good day, friends. I hope all's well out there in the 24/7 community. Welcome, welcome. Whether you're listening on YouTube, here on Discord, out there, Apple Music. Welcome, friends. Gonna throw on a piece by our very own Witsit as after debate review. Sorry, bear with me, friends, having some technical difficulties.
think it's the first time we had a pretty smooth intro. Great intro. Thank you very much. That took me way too long to make. So what's up, Familia? It's going to be a review of the debate and a little call-in show. It's going to be the first time I'm trying the call-in feature on Streamlabs, so I hope it works out pretty smooth. We'll see how it goes. I actually want to pop open Telegram. So I think I got the green light for this, so I'm going to show you guys a little something. Oh yeah. All right, so we'll play that in just a second. Awesome debate, really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. We're going to cover some of the stuff that seemingly kind of went unanswered and whatnot. And then we're just going to have people call in. You can talk about it, whatever you thought. Whether you thought I got crushed or whatever. You tested it out yet? I tested it out with my stuff, yeah, but I mean, I've never tested it live, of course. Man, the legend. What up, what up? See how my guy is green? You could sign up to become a member, and you would also be green. You wouldn't be left out. All right, let me go over here. Add this. So let's check out this little trailer we got. I really don't know why the audio is not playing. So hopefully you guys hear it. I don't know what's going on. I changed some setting or something on my. I haven't figured it out. All right. And here we go. Brian, definitely not sure what that means. Debate with Professor Dave. We're waiting on Professor Dave to not be a little girl. So, by the way, a lot of people were asking me to turn on the voice again. So I turned on the super chat voice again, but I haven't heard it yet, and I don't know if it's gonna work. Well, I couldn't hear it until I guess I'm live, but it's a German woman, I think it's supposed to be, but it has to be over $10. So I wasn't gonna have like people just trolling with $2. If it's kind of funny and not super annoying, we may keep it. You'd be surprised how many people were asking me to turn that thing back on. So I thought it might be funny. We'll see how it goes. Everyone spam Professor Dave to debate. I heard he's deleting all the video or all the comments where people request him to debate me. So that should probably tell you about all you need to know. Vids. So yeah, that's probably one of the more epic debates I'm waiting to have. I think I'm gonna line up a few more conversations with some professors and stuff like that. I think that people really enjoy those. I think they're really good for CogDis. I think that for someone that's kind of new to the convo, that's like a great thing. Is someone that has all these credentials. Oh, you think you're smarter than a scientist? Let's just talk to the scientist then. Let's talk to him. All right. Hopefully that worked. And you guys are now seeing that. And hopefully the audio works. So you guys give me feedback if it works or not. I'm going to try to play this little trailer we got. And let's see how it goes. And you guys definitely don't have any sound. I don't see. Oh, someone did finally say it. That took forever. But I don't know what's going on. I literally don't. I'm like really confused. Because yeah, I saw no sound. I have all these videos I was getting on Telegram and my audio wasn't coming through. I can't figure it out. I don't know what's going on. Let me see if this is gonna fix it. Saw no sound. I have all these videos I was getting on Telegram and my audio. I don't get it. I don't even get it. No sound, yeah. Video good sound off. I don't know what's going on. It's been doing this all day too. Like even on my videos on Telegram and everything, it just won't play them. I'm so confused. Like I don't know why videos aren't playing audio on my computer. I'm triggered. Like YouTube plays stuff, right? Obviously like browsers and stuff like that, but we can hear now. Nah, you guys couldn't hear the sound. But anyway, what I'm going to do in a sec is I'm going to drop the, and I might get it to work in a second, but I'm going to drop the call in after I cover a few things about the debate. Try Banana Voice Meter. I have an audio mixer that's much better than that. It's not what it is. It's nothing to do with it. Thank you, though. I have an actual Razer audio mixer. So I figured out how to get Discord to work and Zoom and all that. Had to route everything through the audio mixer. That's all the Banana Voice Meter is. It's like an audio mixer software, but I don't know. Something happened. I pressed something. I don't know what happened. None of the videos play sound for like the last day. Really annoying. Oh, maybe I can fix it right here. Let's see.
Almost everything.
That's a negative, ladies and gentlemen. Don't make it weird. Anyway, I do want to cover some stuff. So I don't know if you guys saw the debate, but it was all right. I think that it was like exceptional for how toxic those debates normally are, and that's actually the benefit. Now, from my understanding, he ran, if you don't know, I debated a dude named Bryant Myers. Probably everyone here saw the debate. But, well done on the debate, thank you. And shout out to Jaren. Jaren did a good job moderating. It's funny how flat earthers are so capable of like fairly moderating, and when the ball earther actually like behaves themselves and has some cordial behavior, all of a sudden the debate just goes super smoothly when it's hosted on the Flat Earth channel with a Flat Earth moderator. Isn't that crazy how that works? It's almost as if the Flat Earthers aren't the problem. Crazy. Hey, shout out to Miss Sweet becoming a Misfit. Yeah. Hey, let's give her a round of applause. Hey, welcome to the Misfits. Thank you for becoming a member. All right, so anyway, it was cool, whatever. He ran over to McToon's channel, from my understanding, afterwards. And you know how that goes. I obviously didn't sit there and watch a lot of it or something. You heard the video right then? Is that what you're saying? Jaren must have been biting his tongue. Yeah, I heard Jaren accidentally like give out a couple like laughs. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Oh, I want to play my other video too. I can play it because it's on YouTube, so it'll work. Yeah, man. Where's my? Can I get a tech guy or something? I'm just kidding. Oh, you guys did hear it. Okay, well then maybe it'll work now. I changed it. I just didn't hear it. I still can't hear it. I don't know what's going on. All right, I'll try to play the trailer one more time. Maybe it'll work.
In a world where you've been lied to about almost everything, finding the truth isn't easy, but we have to start somewhere. And so Jaren and Austin are bringing things back to the center. Join them for the first ever True Earth Mount Meru Summit. This online summit will feature some of the best speakers, presenters, and entertainers, and all at an affordable price. This two-day event will be held on Friday and Saturday, November 11th and 12th, 2022, and will feature David Avocado Wolf, Brian from High Impact Flicks, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy, Marty Leeds, Amanda Vollmer, Sean Hitler from Hitler Productions, Peggy Hall, Eddie Bravo, Dave Murphy, Iru Landucci, Bob Nodell, David Weiss from DITRH, and Caleb from TikTok. With live music from Chris Crumb and Conspiracy Music Guru. And they will top it all off on Saturday night with some stand-up comedy from primetime Alex Stein. Followed by Owen Benjamin. Crushing. Brought to you by your host, Jared Campanella from Jaredism. And Austin Whitsitt from Whitsitt Gets It. There's nowhere better to be on November 11th and 12th.